Jeez. Oh, nope, there we go. Now you maybe can hear me, but something looks off. I'm gonna guess something's off with my sound, but let me know. Uh, oh, oops. There, that should be better. How's that? Excellent, excellent. I had failed to realize in the process of swapping around USB connections, I had not actually turned on the microphone. So I think it was trying to get audio out of my camera or some ridiculous place that's not meant to actually get audio. Okie dokie. Well, welcome everyone to this extra special stream to celebrate 500 subscribers for the channel. Now, funnily enough, Tristan suggested, I don't know, maybe Sunday night or something, you should figure out something to do for when you get to 500 subscribers, because it'll probably be a couple months, but we can plan something special. And right around that time, Phistomefel replied to one of my comments somewhere and said, "Oh, you can do my puzzles on stream." And I was like, "Oh, great, I can save it so that I can do Phistomefel puzzles." But then Simon did Keep Talking and No One Explodes, which is one of my puzzles on the Cracking the Cryptic channel last night, the night before, which was great, solve, fun to watch. Took him 2 hours, so I think made it the first mainstream 2 hour video. But was a lot of fun. And then that magically got us a lot of subscribers. So now we're actually well over 600 subscribers. So thank you all for that. Welcome any new folks who are here. So thank you very much if you've subscribed, or if you've convinced your friends to subscribe, or if you've both subscribed and convinced your friends to subscribe. All of those combinations are things that make us happy. I'd also like to offer a special thank you to our patrons who have contributed to helping the stream grow in various ways. So they have helped us get a new camera stand, helped us get some new editing software so that Tristan can pop text in the stream, and etc. Various other kinds of exciting things that we can do thanks to the patrons. If you'd like to become a patron and get your name listed on all the splash screens, it is at patreon.com/Zetamath. You can also get access to what I can claim is the exclusive Zetamath Patreon Discord. But there's a non-exclusive Patreon Discord as well. You just have to go to the Sudoku Solvers Discord if you want to go to that. Anything else I should plug? I should mention we have a solve of Tristan and I solving Dynamic Duos by Naverio coming soon. So you can look forward to that. But welcome to all of you new folks in the chat. Welcome to all of you who are returning. So my plan today is to do 5-star Phistomefel puzzles to celebrate 500 subscribers, because all of those things, 500, Phistomefel, 5-star, those all start with F sounds. That was basically the theme. Plus Phistomefel puzzles are wonderful, and I haven't gotten to do any of them on stream yet. So I was super excited that Phistomefel had posted a puzzle like just a couple days ago, which is this one you can see on screen, the Fillomino Aquarium. And yesterday, I saw that Simon didn't do it, and I was like, oh, I'm finally going to get to do a Phistomefel puzzle before Simon. Roll out of bed this morning and find, oh, look, Simon has posted to the Patreon a solve of this puzzle. But I actually haven't, actually done this. Yeah, I don't know how many. I solicited bets on how many puzzles would actually get done during this stream, and so far the bets I've received are 1 and 3, but feel free to make your own bets. I usually stream for about 8 hours, so you can bet based on that if you want how many of these we will get done. I know some of these were quite long as Simon videos, and I should mention, by the way, if you're curious, I have seen the Simon videos for most of these. I received a bet of, that's right, I did receive a bet of 8. If the bet is 8, I'm going to have to dig up more, because I didn't even think to open 8 of them. So, okay, because 8 was not within my range of what I thought was possible. Uh, yeah, 1/2 seems very possible. But yeah, I should mention I have seen Simon solves of those of these that have solves by Simon. I don't think there are any that have solves by Mark, but if there are, I have seen those. But it was a long time ago, and as you have seen if you've been watching the stream for a while, I often do old puzzles that I set, and I am not very good at those either. So I don't think the fact that I saw Simon solve these a while ago is going to greatly impact my enjoyment and my solve, although it may mean that chat is more helpful. And chat is usually very helpful, but it's possible. I do think, actually, for Phistomefel puzzles in particular, I think having chat is probably going to be very useful for a lot of them, because there are usually a lot of interlocking rules where there's a lot of different observations you can make, and so there are different observations you can miss. And so if someone in chat sees something, then you can use it. For example, I think probably if Simon had had access to chat when he was solving Keep Talking and No One Explodes, I think it probably would have cut at least 30 minutes off the solve. Oh boy, yeah, but we get to start with this one, which I have heard is beautiful and hard. So let's understand the rules, because I've not read the rules yet. So we have a Fillomino Aquarium mix. So the Fillomino part is that we have to divide the grid into regions so that no two regions with the same area share an edge. So you can see here's an example puzzle where that has been done. This is not the actual puzzle. This is just a sample. And you see the number in every cell in this grid is just the area of the region. So this is not at all a Sudoku puzzle. And so a given number indicates the area. Yep, so this 12 region is here, and the 12 region doesn't touch another 12 region, the 4 region doesn't touch another 4 region, and so on. And we're supposed to fill some cells with water, so that the numbers outside the grid indicate the number of water cells in the respective row or column. So you see there are 5 water cells in this column. There are 4 in this column, and so on. If a cell is filled with water, all other cells within the same Fillomino region that are in the same or a lower row have to be filled. So basically, each Fillomino region is a tank, and I get to fill as much or as little of that tank with water as I want, but it always fills from the bottom up, and so I can't do things like, for example, me too, Florian, me too. I can't do things, for example, like fill all but one of these 8 cells with water. Okay, so that said, there's the example again. Let's go ahead and try and pull this up in Penpa. Let's see. Maybe I want to zoom out 1 tick more than that, just so I can do that. Yeah, that's probably good. Let's see, does that show up? That shows up fairly nicely on the screen. I have access to everything. Okay, so, and we will figure out how to do anything in this puzzle, maybe. Okay. So, edge. Okay, so first thing, this 2 cannot grow to the left, because if the 2 grows to the left, it would touch another 2, which would then mean there had to be 3 2s, and so on. Yeah, I actually pre-opened this and then sort of scaled it, but I do want to be able to access this bit at the top, because otherwise I have to scroll up and down constantly as I switch colors, and I think that is worse than it being this size. I think this is a legible size, though if you disagree and you don't think this is a legible size, let me know. But the same is true for these 2s as well. I, of course, get a border. Well, I get a border all the way around the 1. Maybe that's even easier. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I did consider stealing Simon links, although most of them did not work nicely. I tried for a couple of the puzzles. I don't think I actually tried to steal a Simon link for this one, but probably could have. Uh, but maybe this will force me to become competent with Penpa. Maybe, possibly. Okay, so I think that's all the obvious lines that I see. Let's see. Okay, and how big is this? This is 10 by 10, right? So there's nothing like, oh, everything in this row is filled with water. But almost everything in this row is filled with water, which is interesting. If this is really 10 by 10. Yeah, it really is 10 by 10. So yeah, almost nothing in this row is filled with water. Almost everything in these rows is filled with water. Now, is it possible that these 12s aren't actually the same 12? That seems very unlikely to me. I'm just curious, so I want to enter a 12 here. Okay, so I think I do that with a number mode. Thank you, Sam. Can I try thicker? I bet I can try thicker. That'll give me something to do so that I can feel... Oh, I still want them to be green, though, because I want them to stand out. But I want them to be green and thicker. No! It can't be green and thicker. Let's see. What if I do that? What if I do that? Ah, there we go. Maybe? No. Okay, so we cannot do green and thicker, apparently. I think if I go and I turn on... there's like a custom color mode or something that you can turn on. Custom colors. See, that's what I was thinking, purple, but I don't see custom colors in here. Hey, likewise. Yeah, I don't think custom colors is in this list. Sadly, I don't know why. It probably is because I'm in solver mode and not setter mode. Okay, so which do we prefer, chat? Thicker or green? Yeah, that is also possible that this isn't... Oops, sorry, I scrolled that back down. There, so... So yeah, chat can vote as to whether they prefer the thicker black lines or the green lines. Maybe green's actually not a great idea anyway, because green is going to look like the green that I'm filling into the thing. So actually, I think probably thick is better. Okay, chat seems to agree that thick is better. Okay, so we will do that for our first trick. Okay. So look how much progress we have already made. So much progress. Okay. Thank you, Pincurry. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That one was a lot of fun to set, as well. Okay, so what else can I actually do? So I'm trying to figure out. I assume we're going to have to think about the water clues at some point. And I assume that point is going to be probably now. But admittedly, I am not yet grokking how that's going to work. Okay, can I possibly prove that this 11 has to go down and take this 11? Let's see, the 9 in row 1 is sus. Yeah, water is always filled from the bottom, so there's going to be tons of water. Actually, okay, that's interesting. The 9 and the 2. I think I have to think about the 9 and the 2 together. Because the fact that the 9 and the 2 go together, And the fact that water is filled from the bottom is going to mean... And I think that's how I'm going to connect this 12 and this 11 somehow. Because, well, at least one... Here's a fun fact. At least one of the 12 and the 11 is filled. And so that means it's filled all the way to the top. And so that means at least one of the 12 and the 11, every cell in it is water. And so that means that then of the 12 and the 11, at least one of these two is already water. Which means that at most one more cell out of all of these is water. Now, what would be really nice is that, yeah, sorry about that, Flinty. I opened by saying, yeah, I was really happy I was going to get to record a solve of this before Simon, because he didn't do it yesterday, and then, of course, immediately woke up, and then he'd done it. Yeah, so can we prove, actually, that both of these have to be full of water? Because that would be really helpful. Oh, now, okay, so here's an interesting fact. These twos are also huge. So one of these... So my original thing was, okay, we've got to prove that the 12 goes down here and the 11 goes here. That was my first instinct. But that's just flat out wrong. Because we've just said one of the 12 and the 11 is completely full. And what that means is that every cell in it is full of water. Well, if it went down like this, and this one went down like this, that's already broken, because there's only 2 water cells in this column and only 2 water cells in this column. So actually, at least one of these comes in. It should be noted, by the way, I don't know that this 12 and this 12 are even the same 12. So don't, I'm not, well, I'm starting to subconsciously assume they are, but I should not be, I should clarify, I should not be assuming that. But one of these is going to have to bend in order to accommodate that thing. So one of these has to run right, at least. Let's see, are this 2 and this 3 interesting? I don't quite see it yet. Okay. But that's getting very interesting, because again, one of the 12 and the 11 is watered all the way through, and so that one is going to have to come over like this, or like this. Now, this sudden 5 here is interesting, because this one would have to come over like this, and then it would get pushed down. Is that going to do something interesting with this 3? Okay, so here's another point. There are 20 cells up here. So, so there are 20 cells up here. So even if you imagine in some hypothetical crazy universe, I fit all of the 12 and 11 water cells up here. Well, I couldn't. I'd still have to have at least 3 more that went down below this line. Only 2 of them could go here. So actually one of the 12 and 11 has to make it down to this line. Sorry, that's only if they're both water. Okay, so Nick says if the 12 does go around, then the 2 is broken. Oh, then the 2 in the last column is broken. Can you help me with that? I don't think I see that right away. Yeah, so the 3 would probably if this 11 wants to connect to this 11, the 3 would end up looking probably like this, and this 11 would look like that. Oh, now that's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so what happens with this? Okay, so let's say this 11 is both water and is the same as this 11, which I know is a lot of hypotheses, but that doesn't work because I need to, so we're assuming here in this universe that this 11 is all water and is the same as this 11. So the 11 can't run into the 5, can't run into the 3. So it would have to come down like this, but now this 3 is done there, so then it would have to come around like this. But anyway, the point is, regardless, this 11 needs to join from the bottom, and now column 10 is broken. So one of two things is true, and I don't know if this is going to help at all, but either this 11 does not have water in it, or sorry, is not completely full of water. That's one possibility. Or this 11 and this 11 are different 11s. That's another possibility. But that feels very, very deliberate setting wise, because of that. Now, of course, if the 11 isn't full of water, then it's the only unwatered cell in the entire row, and then it has to dip down, which means it connects, and then these are the same. So if the 11 is not full of water, these 11s are the same. Oh boy, this is a lot of if-thens to keep track of. So if the 11 is not completely full of water, it's the same as this 11. That we can prove. Okay, so now we're being suggested to look at what happens with these numbers in the top 5 rows, which there's a lot of numbers here. So that's 50 cells that I have highlighted. 12 plus 11. Yeah, so if these 11s are different, what happens? Then I'd have 12 and 12. Sorry, then I'd have 12, because these would be the same, plus 11 plus 11. 11 plus 11 would be 34. Yeah, we'd be at 34. Plus 7 plus 5 would be 41, 46, 51 if you throw in the 3 and the 2. So we'd have to have one of those breaking into down here, which is interesting. But not quite enough, I feel like, for me to make it sure. So this 11, we said, is not both connected to this 11 and full of water. But if it is full of water, then it is connected to this 11. Okay, so no, sorry, I said that backwards. If this 11's not full of water, then it is connected to this 11. Wait, are we claiming that this 11 is exactly one of full of water or connected to this 11? Is that what this is amounting to? I've got to pull out my truth tables in my head. Okay, so if the 11 dips down, then it's not full of water. And if the 11 is connected, in fact, in any way to this 11, it's not full of water. If the 11 is full of water, then what happens? Then this 11 and this 11 are separate. Okay. That seems almost but not quite useful. the best kind of useful. Uh, so yeah, so the one of the 11s would have to sneak out through here. I don't think either 11 can possibly get over to here. Uh, so yeah, this 11 would have to somehow sneak out down here or something like that, which seems maybe possible. I agree with Sam, but I also know an additional implication. Uh, so I think I not only know not X and Y, I think I also know that not X implies Y or something like that. Couldn't the double 12 sneak out? Well, yeah, so if the 12s are what's doubled, then I could have a double 12 sneaking out. But I know one of the 11 and 12 is full of water. Because I only get one unwatered cell in the entire top row. Okay, so maybe the question is, what on earth is filling up this row? And the maybe obvious answer is that like the 11's not full of water and does something like that. Because this 2 is really hard to satisfy. I feel like with knowing that one of these 11s and 12s is pulling up all of this water. So, okay. This 9 is very interesting with this 1 as well, particularly as concerns this 5. Because I think the obvious thing to do with this 5 would be to connect it like that to that 5. But that's actually impossible. Because that would put water in all of these cells, and so that would put water in both of these cells, and that's already broken. So that's interesting too, that this 5 can't possibly do that. So actually, these 5s are different, right? That's the point. There's no way to connect these 5s. Let's see. Calzone has done the thing I very much did not want to do, which is to add all of the clues together. The total of the clues, Calzone says, is 115. So that means we actually have to merge some clues together in order to not have over 100 cells. But keep in mind, in Fillomino puzzles, it's also possible that there are unclued regions floating around. But if we merge the 12s and the 11s, then we'd now be at a deficit. We'd be at 90 something, 80 something, 90 something, like 97, I think. Yeah, and this 5 also can't get to these. So these 5s... Hey, Pause, welcome! Yeah, these two 5s are already part of the same 5 group. That's correct. Let's see. And so this 5 can't take this cell. Should I know which one is full in this row? I don't think so. Let's see. I've got a 1 down here, which I feel like should be telling me something, but isn't. Okay. Yeah, so Calzone is pointing out actually there's not a whole lot of options for merging. So actually, if only the 11s merged, or only the 12s merged, then that wouldn't get us low enough, provided this total of 115 is right. When you counted the 115, did you count these as... did you count these as one? Okay, so Nicholas has reconfirmed this. So yeah, if everything is different, that's possibly different, because these 5s can't be different. If everything is different, then that gets us to 110. And so... yeah, so at least one of these are merged, but we don't know that both are merged just by the numbers. But there's no other pair of things, or no other pairs of things that could merge in order to get us down below 100. So at least the 12s are equal or the 11s are equal. Okay, so here's another point. So let's say it is the 12s that are equal and are full of water. Yeah, they can't both be merged and watered. In fact, the 11s themselves can't be both merged and watered. Let's see, can the 12s be both merged and watered? And I think the answer is the 12s can be both merged and watered, but not in the obvious way, which is to say the 12 here can't do that if the 12 is watered. So if the 12 is watered, it has to do something like that. Which I think is fine. Why can't they both merge? We have proven already... no, because I could just put a 1 here. The 2 could go 2, 2, and then that could be a 1. Remember that in a Fillomino, there's not all regions are clued, so I could just invent my own 6 region and put it here. So I think the most likely thing is that they both merge. But we do know one of the 11 and 12 is completely full of water. And we maybe know they're not both... do we know they're not both completely full of water? I don't think we've tried this combination yet. If the 11 and 12 are both completely full of water... I think in Ben, I think this version, where this is completely full of water, I think that doesn't break the 2 clue here, as best I can see. Oh, it breaks that 12 clue. Okay. I think that's the point. Okay. I think that's the point. Okay. How am I ever going to make the 12 full of water? I don't think I can make the 12 full of water. Because how am I making either of these full of water? Oh, is what I'm learning here that the one that's full of water is not merged? I think what I'm learning here is actually the thing I learned over here, that these could not be both merged and full of water, I think is also true over here. I think these can't be both merged and full of water either. So, because how am I going to ever make both of these 12 clues happy? And the answer is I'm not, because this 12 either has to get approached from this side, which it can't be, or from this side, which it can't be, or from this side, which it can't be. What if it did... No, that's not going to work. Yeah, this is not going to work because of the 2 there. Okay. So one of the 11 and 12s is full of water. one of the 11s and 12s is merged and not full of water. That is, I think, exactly what's going on, is that the 12 is either merged XOR filled with water, and the 11 is either merged XOR filled with water. So one of the 11 and 12 is not filled with water, and that means that all of these cells are filled with water. So I think we get to actually do our first cluage. I think all of those are filled with water by our reasoning from above, because one of these is not filled with water. And so one of them is going to just dip down and merge, and the other is going to come out in some sort of complicated way and do some elaborate dance around here. And then we'll continue from there. Yeah, Nicholas, you are exactly where I was of trying to visualize this and seeing some possibility of some sort of silly shape. But yeah, it breaks one of the twos because there's actually a whole bunch of different twos looking around here. Okay. So... ooh, yay, we have bots again. That's always exciting. So if it's the... So the most constrained one is if it's the 11 that's full of water. Because if it's the 11 that's full of water, the 11 has to come around and has to do that. Yeah, all the 5s are different, even though they look like they kind of could be the same. But we've proven all the 5s are different, except, of course, from those 5s, which are the same. But yeah, if the 11 wants to do that, then it has to come around to do this. So let's see. Does whichever of these is watered have to pierce row 3? Are the bots big fans of Simon's videos? That's possible. Let's see. So there are, again, 20 cells up here. So yeah, presumably this 12 could be watered and could just hang out up here and do something like that. I don't see why that's not possible. Actually, I do see why that's not possible. It's not possible because of the 5. And yeah, that's a good point, Christoph. We should not stop thinking about the total, which was at 110 before we decided that one of these two pairs was actually referencing two different regions. And one of these pairs is referencing the same. So, if it's the 12s that are duplicated, then we're at 98 cells. And if it's the 11s that are duplicated, then we're at 99 cells accounted for. Which means that in terms of unclued regions in this grid, the only sizes an unclued region can have are 1 and 2. There's a link to the rules up pinned at the top, Nebu. But if you know what a Fillomino is, the first rule is that we're filling out a Fillomino grid, but then in each Fillomino box, we're pouring some water in so that the amount of watered cells matches the numbers in the rows and columns outside the grid. Okay. But I was saying I think the 12 could not pierce this. They can't both merge likewise, and the reason they can't both merge is that I need to put water in one of them, because if I put water in neither of them, I don't have enough water in row 1. Hey, Tom, welcome. And as soon as I put water in one, I can't merge it anymore. That's the somewhat tricky combinations of ifs, thens, XORs, and all that stuff that gets us that conclusion. But I was claiming I thought the 12 could manage to not pierce row 3, but that's not true. The 12 can't manage to not pierce row 3, because if the 12 tries to be full of water and not pierce row 3, it's going to break the 5. And so that is only 10 cells there, which are the only 10 the 12 could take if it was full of water. Actually, sorry, it could take 11 if it wasn't full of water. Sorry, if it was full of water, if the 12 is full of water, it could take this many cells. I think that's the point. I think the point is the 12 and the 5 are going to take all of the blue from this row. Because in this arrangement, and so I think we're going to have to think carefully about this, but if you look at what happens in this arrangement, I've put 11 of the 12 cells, and I've put 4 of the 5 cells, provided that I've made this a 5, which I'd have to. And so that's going to push... it's going to push exactly 2 watered cells into this row, one of which is from this 12 and one of which is from this 5, and then everything else in this row is going to have to be unwatered. Let's see. So what if I do this with... So here's, I guess, the point. I've got a 3 over here that's sort of clunking off these cells. And then one of the 11s is doing that. So yeah, these cells are never watered. They're never part of the watered... Sorry. They're never part of the watered 12 or 11. I can at least say that much. And so actually there are only 16... Did I do that math right? No. There are only 15 cells that I can possibly water, because I'm going to water exactly one of the 12 and the 11. And so that's going to mean that's 9 in row 1 plus 6 in row 2 that I could possibly water with the 12 and the 5, or the 11 and the 5, which means that always between the 11 and the 5, or the 12 and the 5, I'm always going to get one of those breaching down here. So always one of the blue cells in this row is that. So yeah, can I green these? That would be nice. I would love to do that. But I think all I can say for sure is that these are not watered end part of the 5, or watered end part of the 11, or watered end part of the 12. Actually, maybe I can say this cell's never watered. I don't think I can. Hey, Afraid Not, welcome. Glad to have you here. Let's see. Okay, so what's happening? I can green the 3, but not the 2. That sounds very, very like the kind of thing I would like to do. So let's try and convince myself I can green the 3. What's to stop the 3 from doing something like this, or something like that, or whatever? I don't quite see why I have to green the 3. I mostly just... What I really want to do is green all of these. So, I actually think I might be able to green... No, I can't... Okay, what was our count again? Let's count off our cells again. So we've got 9 in the first row plus 6 in there is 15. Yeah, so oh no, sorry, I'm wrong because the it could be something like the 5 fits entirely up here, and then the 12 sneaks one through here, and then one down into that row. Uh, 12 plus 5, 11 plus 5 forces 12 plus 5 or 11 plus 5 forces at least one of the two waters in row 3. Uh, yes. Yes, that was what we argued, is that at least one water cell in row 3 is coming from either this 11 or 12 and or this 5. Yeah, I got to the double bar meaning or eventually. I am not as much of a programmer, so my brain doesn't see that as quickly. But I got there. I got there eventually. The clues in the upper part are at least 61. So we're counting, say, 12 plus 11 is 23, 34, 41, 43, 48, 51. Ah, yeah, okay, so one of these clues actually has to make it all the way down to this row. That's interesting. Yeah, so the sorry, I'm being less than articulate. So one of these columns has a watered 12 or a watered 11. I don't know which, the first or the last. Where's the other watered cell in that column coming from? It's probably coming from this row, but I don't know for sure, do I? Uh, oh, but that's interesting. Okay, so we know one of the clued regions up here. Sorry, not including this 5 actually, right? That was just 12 plus 11 is 23, 34, 41, 43, 48, 51. Yeah, one of these regions highlighted in red, or the 12 if it's the other one, has to pierce through one of these two. Which almost certainly is going to mean that it's the one that's watered. Right? Because it's going to have to pierce through this row 9. But I could do something like exactly this. And then have this be the unwatered cell. And then this would not be the watered cell in this row. Oh, but actually, I think we can do one better. Because this 5 is cutting into this. So if I look at that sum again, which was 12 plus 11 is, sorry, I keep doing this over and over again, is 23, 34, 41, 43, 48, 51. That's saying I have to get, and so I kept writing that as, 51 is one more than 50. But actually, this 5 should not be counted. I have to get 2 of these things into row 5. There's no way that I can not push 2 of these clues into row 5, because actually this 5 is, this 5 should not be included, because I can't make that 5 the same as any of the other 5s. And so that's only 49 cells. And so I think that's going to tell us it is the 12s that are merged. Because if the 12s weren't merged, then I would have to get 3 cells into this row, from that conflagration, and there's no 3 I could possibly get down there. Oh, one of them could go in row 7. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Nicholas is right. One of them could go in row 7. Sorry, because I could do something like sneak the 11 out down here and put a jajillion cells down here below this row. Nicholas is completely right. I will only be slightly heartbroken by this. Let's see. But it is still true. I have to make my way through this wall. Now, here's an interesting point. Okay, how am I going to make it through this wall? Well, the 7 can make it to the wall by doing that. I don't think there's any way the 12 makes it to the wall without doing that. Unless it does that, in which case I'd have to put a 1 region here. I'd really like the punch through to have to be watered. That's basically my point. I want to say, because the punch through, as we're calling it now in chat, because the punch through has to go through this row where 9 of the cells are watered, I want to argue that the cell that it carries into row 6 has to be watered. But no, that's not necessarily the case, because I do get 1 piece of wiggle room, which is not good. Okay. Doing that with the 7 definitely breaks the 12. That is a point worth considering. So I have to go back and try and remember, okay, these 12s are either together or they're separate. If the 12s are together, then the 12s could go out there, and this would be no problem at all. This would only break the 12 if the 12s were separate, right? Yeah, I keep wanting to look at this, okay, this not merged thing, because so much is forced in this not, if the 11s aren't merged, then the 11 has to take exactly this path. Oh, that's right. If they're together, they're not water. Okay. And so they can't extend there. Okay, so maybe the 7 actually can't do this. Is it going to actually somehow turn out that through magic the 7 can't do that? Or something like this? Yeah, so if the 12s are merged, they're not water. And so it'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, or something like that. Some ridiculous thing. Oh, but that would break the 2. No. Yes? No, I don't think it breaks the 2. This 2 could just go up, right? In that instance. Why can't the 2 just go up in that instance? Wait, isn't that backwards, Sam? Isn't it if they're together, then they're not watered? I have now forgotten. I have not thought about this in long enough that now I am, yeah, if they're together, they're not watered, because if I tried to make them watered, this would break. We need to break through to row 2. We know those 11 and 5 need most of those lines. And let's see. So we're... Yeah, so the... So, trying to figure out, okay, so if the 11s are watered, where am I putting the 11s and the 5s? Like, this 5 has to be here for a legitimate reason that I cannot figure out. Uh, Yeah, there's probably some elaborate case argument that can be made by carefully exhausting over each of these and then looking at all of the clues, but I think it's unlikely that I'm supposed to look at all of the cases and just exhaust. I think I'm probably supposed to see this more holistically. Uh, so again, I want to come back to the fact that if I just take all of these together, they total either 51 or 52 in total. So 51 or 52 cells I have to fit just to fill these clues, which means, again, some of them creep down here. Just count the possible cells for the 12. So, but why can't the 12 go? So we're imagining, I'm counting possible cells for the 12 where the 12 is watered or isn't watered. I am a mathematician, yes, Alex. I'm a math professor at a small liberal arts college. Uh, well, I didn't expect any of these puzzles would be easy. Uh, but if you're curious, I'm specifically a number theorist and more specifically an arithmetic geometer by training. Let's see. Let's see, do we have a bifurcate button? Oh, we do not have a bifurcate button. Uh, so yeah, if the 7, so yeah, so the let's try and convince ourselves it's not the 7 that does this. Uh, so if the 7 does this, then that means we've blocked off the ability of the 12 to go down, for sure. And so certainly that now means these 12s are the same, which means they're not watered. And now if I look at the places for where the 12 could go, I certainly can't get to 12 of them. Just looking at this like this, because I can't get up to here. I can't go right. So I believe the 7 doesn't go down. Okay. By just looking at, imagine that these two are both 7s. That tells me the 12s are merged, and therefore they're not watered, and therefore I have to fit them in this space, and I can't get through this gap because of the 2. Because the 2 now ends up blocking that off, I think. Actually, what if the 2 does... What if the 2 does this? So I'm imagining... Let me just draw something in that's going to be completely wrong, but let's just imagine that I make the 7 do, say, that, and make the 12 do... Sorry, make the 2 go straight up, and make the 12 do that. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That looks fine to me, actually. The 12 or the 2 could even go up. I don't think there's anything wrong with the 2 going up. Uh, let's see. If something is wrong with this, what is it? Yeah, that would say the lone water cell in row 6. And I'm definitely thinking about this, that most arrangements, almost all arrangements, are going to put the lone water cell in row 6, and maybe this is something we can prove, are going to put the lone water cell in row 6, either here or here. Why can't the 7 have water in row 5? See, I don't think there's anything wrong with the I don't think there's anything wrong with the 7 being watered here. With 5s in row 5 and 6. But the 7 doesn't have to be all water. I could just water it up to here. I don't need to water that part. But I think the thing I actually want to disprove is this. And I think this, I think we can disprove. Actually, annoyingly, that is also possible. I'm looking at what are the ways that I can actually connect something down to here or to here that don't require that cell to be watered. The 5 in row 6 is almost certainly not watered. Ah, 5 in row 6. Yeah, the... Do you think you're pretty sure you know what the solution is, Aaron? I definitely don't, although I do tend to only put in things that I feel I've logically proven to myself. But in this case, I don't even think I'm not 100% certain. Like, I'm... The thing I'm pretty sure I know, or the thing I'm pretty sure of that I haven't proven yet, is I'm pretty sure that one of these 2 cells is watered, so I'm pretty sure that all of these cells are unwatered. That's what I would really like to mark. Okay, Christoph says, since one of the cells in row 6 goes up, whatever comes from the top has to go into row 7. Okay, how do we know one of these cells goes up? That's an interesting claim that I would like to further investigate. So, how do we know one of these has to go up? Is it an obvious problem if all of these go down? 2 does that, 2 does that, 2 does that, 2 does that. The 5. Yeah, if this 5... Let's see, oops, hit the wrong key. So if all of these go down, the 2s do that, the 3 does maybe that, the 5 does maybe that, this 5 does maybe that. Oh, there's one that already goes up. That's a good way to know that one of them goes up. Yeah, this 5 already has a cell in row 4. Okay, so one of the cells in row 6 goes up. Whatever comes from the top has to go into row 7. So this is where we go back to our 5149 math. So if I combine all of these clues, that is 51 at least, which means I have to put at least 2 down here or below. But unfortunately, I could put them there and there. So I don't think I have to go to row 7 necessarily. I have exactly enough that I could make, say, this a 12 and this an 11. And that maybe works. It can't be 2 from the top that reach row 6, because that would break watering in rows 5 and 6. Okay, so so that seems possible that I believe that. If the 11 and 12 both made it down, one of them would be the watered one. And then okay, that's a great way to put this. Okay, so if I look at things going from row 5 to row 6, I can only put one cell that's not watered in this thing, so that could go down and lead to a cell below, which is watered or not. But if I look at it reverse, I look at this and say, okay, one of these cells is watered. All of the others are unwatered. And so if even any one of these wants to go up, it's going to create an interesting problem. Because if this is, say, watered and it wants to go up, well, then I've done all my watering for this row. If this is unwatered and it wants to go up, then this is unwatered and I've done all my unwatering for this row. So that's very interesting. So these two, there's not a lot of communication between these two halves of the grid. So yeah, we really want to know if this 5 is watered or not. That is, I think, where we're going. Because if this 5 is watered, that's very interesting and forces a lot. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. Okay, so a thing can come down here, a thing can come down here, and a thing can come down here. You know, one of these comes down. Okay, let's see. Nebu thinks we've proven that all the clues in row 6 go down. Let's see. Except the 5 that goes up. So yeah, I have to think about the two cases here. One is this goes water, water. In which case, everything down here is unwatered. I don't think we've actually proven the 7 isn't the one that gets into row 6. But yeah, there's this. This is double not water. This is double water. And then the exceptionally perverse and unlikely combination, which is that one. It seems incredibly, incredibly unlikely to me. But is possible, I believe. Okay, but let's think about these in terms of what this means for the rest of the row, because I think calzone is right. Uh, I will try to have a digit for you when you're done with your movie. Fingers crossed. Uh, let's see. So if this is double land, uh, then everything else here is water in this row. And so once everything else here is water in this row, none of this can go down. Actually, that's just immediately broken, right? This can't be. I think this combination is already broken, right? I think if this is double land, this 5 is double land, then I force all of this to be water. Oh no, it's going to let me carry one down. One can go down, yep. But the one that goes down is definitely one of these two. And then everything else goes down, which is the thing we want to prove. Okay. The other combination is that these are both water, in which case everything over here is land. In which case everything over here is land. So that's no big deal. And then the last combination is that one. But in that one, the world is just broken. That one does not work at all. The reason this doesn't work at all is because now I can't carry anything through here, and I need to carry something through one of these two slots. Okay, so in all cases, regardless, what we showed is the watered cell is either one of these two, or it's this one. And so the moral of this story is that we can officially green all of these cells, which is what we've wanted. Okay, so all of those cells are green for whatever good that's going to do us, but it's something. It's progress. We've colored some things. Does that count as a digit dance if we color some things? So we already had colored some things, right? Yeah, I agree with Playmaker. I think what we're ultimately trying to prove is that every row 6 clue goes down, with maybe the exception of this 5. But I don't feel like we're there yet. Ah, yes, okay. And Nebu is completely correct. Now, all the cells above these have to be blue, because we have to get down here somewhere. Because, again, there's more stuff up here, so something has to make it down. And whatever thing makes it down is going to have to... Wait, now I'm confused. Is that right? Whatever thing makes it down is either going to go... Well, we're still... I'm still worried about the possibility that the thing that goes down... You can't have blue on top of green. You can absolutely have blue on top of green. Blue can go on top of green. There's plenty of blue on top of green in the example puzzle. The only thing is blue can't go on top of green in the same region. I think Chad is convinced we've proved something I'm not convinced we've proved. Okay, so let's imagine, for example, that this 2 goes up. If this 2 goes up, then this is also green. So all of these are blue. So this is blue, But also something has to connect through here. And that gives us a second blue, and that's broken. Okay, so I agree. This does that. And then this is a 2, and this region finishes like this. And that I will consider a digit dance worthy thing. Oh, no, no, no. I did it backwards. No, no, no. It doesn't have to be green. It could be blue. Water goes at the... Wait. Water at the bottom or the top? Sorry, green confuses me because I think it's land. But water goes at the bottom, right? So yeah, this would have to be green if it went up. Yeah, that was right. If this 2 goes up, then this has to be green. Yeah, it's confusing because you think, okay, the green makes me think land, and then it's like, wait, which is which? And anyway, green is air, yes. Okay, so yeah, so just to say that again, just because I've confused myself, so I'm sure some of you who are watching are confused. If this 2 were to go up, then this would have to be green because all of the water settles at the bottom, which would then mean all of this was blue, which would then, because these 5s are in the same region, the blue would fall down into this. But I know one of these cells up here has to pierce this row, and so whichever one it is that does is going to carry the water through and give me a second blue cell in this row. And so what that means is that, in fact, there's an edge here, and this goes down. And so that means, in fact, we do get a 2 here. And now I don't know if this 2 is water or not, but we will really get the digit dance. It was not a fake digit dance. Now, I have a strong suspicion that exactly the same reasoning is going to work if this 2 went up. If this 2 went up, it would force this to be green, which would blue everything else, which would then, again, force a blue down in 2 different ways. So I can't do that. So that's that. Same if this green goes up. Same if this green goes up. Same if this green goes up. And same if this green goes up. And so we can fill in lots of things with digits. Okay, so numbers. So we'll go 2, 3, 5, 2, 2. That is a real digit dance. Okay. So we have some amount of progress. Now, I don't know anything, I don't think, about the blues in row 7, because water settles. Let's see, a 3 in row 8. Oh, yes, we do get a 3 in row 8. Sorry, that should have been a gimme, because the 3 has to go somewhere. So that goes down there like that. My phone randomly starts ringing with some spam. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so the 3 region is all completed. Okay. So yeah, this 11 is now interesting. This 11 is going to get pushed around to try and fill itself in the space that it's getting pushed into. Let's see. Hey, Kodak, welcome. Okay. Look at this column. Look at column 4. Oh no, never mind, sorry. This column, though, is very, very particular, because I can only put 3 unwatered cells in here, and I've already put 1. Yeah, okay, so that's a good point. So the thing that there's now pressure on is the fact that now whichever of the 11 or 12 or 7 punches down into this row, it can actually only punch down 2 cells because everything else is blocked off. Okay. So again, these digits sum to 51, assuming that we duplicate the 12. 12 plus 11 plus 11 plus 7 plus 2 plus 5 plus 3. It's 51. That's assuming that the 12s actually connect. And so we have 49 spaces up here in which to put those things in. So we could then put 2 of them down here like this at most, which would get us back to equilibrium. And so what that says is, if we actually, instead of duplicating the 12s, if we duplicated the 11s instead, then we'd actually have to get 3 cells into here. Is that a problem? Is there something wrong with it if these can't do this? Now, it's certainly true to say, okay, this is the point. How much further up can the 5s go? Well, I have to again fit 51 or 52. I have to fit at least 51 things up here. Hey, David, welcome. And so again, I have to fit stuff up here. But the question is, can I possibly fit 3 more 5s up here? And the answer is, if I fit 3 more 5s up here, then I now have to fit 3 more things past this, and that doesn't work. So the 5 has to go at least 1 down. And once this 5 has to go down, this 5 has to go down. Sorry, I'm trying not to scroll. Apologies. So that 5 has to go down. That 5 goes down. This region is something that's not a 5. Oh, ooh. This region is something that's not a 5, but what is it? Because we don't have many spaces at all. I don't think we ever proved there can only be 1 punch through, did we, Nebu? I think we could have 1 punch through that was... I think we proved there was 1 punch... There could be 1 punch through that was watered and 1 punch through that was unwatered. I think it seemed likely that there was 1 punch through, but I don't think we proved that. Yeah, so this is either going to be an extra region, which seems very unlikely, or it's going to be the 10, which seems very unlikely. But this cell right here is going to be... yeah, I'm doing only 5-star Phistomefel puzzles today, so we're going to be lucky if we get through 3 of them. So yeah, I would expect I would expect to spend about 3 hours on each of these puzzles, somewhere in that vicinity, 2.5 to 3 hours. But yeah, this okay. So let's really exhaust. Can I prove this 5 has to go down 1 further? I think we can prove this 5 has to go down 1 further even. Because again, there are 51 cells up here, at least. And so already we're having to put 2 of them down here. And now we're at equilibrium. But for every extra 5 I put, I have to put another cell coming down from the top over on this side, or vice versa. Is there a reason these can't all be things that come down from the top? I'm sure there is. Oh yeah, okay. I think this was it. I think I get 1 punch through that is land, or sorry, 1 punch through that's green, and 1 punch through that's blue. I think that's the point. And this 5 has to be one of those. Okay. So this 5 here, again, I just want to mentally go through these cases one more time. So this 5 either uh, is green, sorry, if this 5 is green, now all of these are blue, and I have to put a punch through here that's blue, but now this can't be a punch through anymore. Or the other option is that this 5 is blue, in which case this 5 is blue, and for that matter, that 5 is blue. And now one of these was the punch through. And because water settles at the bottom. Oh, well, yeah, because water settles at the bottom, I need whichever of these is the punch through needs to have a green above it, which is then the last green here. Okay. So yeah, so I think we maybe proved this before, but we've definitely now proven, we've definitely now proven there is not a double punch through. So one of these sides is actually blocked off, which actually means I have to merge the 12s. Because if I merge the 11s, I would now have 52 cells to put in 51 spaces. So the 12s are merged. And we agreed that once the 12s merged, they had to merge down like this, because the 12s being merged means also that they're not watered. The 11s are not merged, but at least this 11 is water. And so this 11 is going to go here. Oops. 11, 11, 11. That's going to be water. Like that. Okay. And now that does prove that this 5 has to go down not once but twice. So this 5 goes down once and then finishes there, in fact. So this 5, that's its entire run. This 5 now has to go down. Oops. Sorry, number. And now I think probably chat can add up and do some math and figure out whether... Oh no, whether this 5 can possibly go over here or not. But the 5 certainly can't go over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So... Oh yeah, this... Well, I know this is a 3. I don't know what the 3 does other than that, I don't think. There is a very, very tight constraint on how much... on how many extra regions there are. But at last count, I think we were at that I could still have 2 extra 1 region. I could still have 2 extra 1 regions, 1 extra 2 region, or something like that. And because we merged the 11s, we're sort of at maximal numbers of degrees of freedom, which is, I think, 2. So I think there are 2 cells worth of unmarked regions, which is why these could be double 2, but then this would have to be a 10. So if the 12s merged wrapping around the 2, then they couldn't be, or then they would have to be watered or couldn't be watered. Then they couldn't be watered. Sorry, no, then they'd have to be watered. Yeah, they'd have to be watered, but then they'd break the puzzle. The wrapping around the 2 meant they both had to be watered because of this row, but then couldn't be watered because then there's no way to get back to this cell. That was basically the point. Yeah, they have to be separated by a different digit, but that digit could be a 1 or a 3. I don't know what this cell is. Let's see. So people are agreeing about this, but this could just be a 1. Oh no, that's right. I do have an extra degree of freedom. Okay, yes, that's completely right. I have an extra degree of freedom on the whole puzzle, but I have no degrees of freedom on the top half. Okay, completely right. That has to be a 3. So now we get to do that. Okay, and so now this 11 has to get out. So that was the point, was I was breaking the 51 cells worth of stuff at the top if I put a 1 there. So basically the same argument applied over in these places. Okay. Now, can this 11 not pierce down here? I don't think so. Because if this 11 tries not to, it can go through... oh, sorry, I'm not in Sudoku mode. That's why it's not letting me select this. Oh, it could creep over here, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, sorry. I think this 11 can manage not to sneak down. It's getting bunched in, but it's not completely bunched in as of yet. Now, I know one of the watered cells in this row comes from either the 11 or the 5. Let's see. I don't think I have a tool that lets me do the... Oh, there's the helper. Is this... No, that's just going to let me put X's between places. I don't think I have the mark that two things are connected feature that I usually use in Fillominos. The 11 needs to go down because nothing else can reach row 5, column 10. Oh, that's a good point. Okay, right. Every cell has to be grabbed by something. There's no ambiguity about that. So if only one thing can possibly grab something, it has to be that. And so nothing can possibly grab this cell except this 11. And actually the same is true of this cell. And this cell, right? Yeah, nothing can grab these except this. Now nothing can grab this. Nothing can grab this. So I think actually all of these are forced to be 11. Just based on the fact that I can only fill in clues that come from up here, down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So that means this 11 has to continue over here, and that one is the watered one. Oh, I can use that tool. Okay. Virtual, if you want to put directions in the chat on how I can enable that tool, I would appreciate it. I'm not sure if I actually am going to use it, but I probably want it. Okay, so this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it can get at most 2 more there. So actually this 11 has to keep going this way. And then still, this 11 has to keep going this way. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so it seems quite likely to me that this 11 now is going to go down here, but I don't know yet. But I do know this 11 certainly doesn't... Oops. Oh, normal. No, thicker. This 11 certainly doesn't go that way. So now what can possibly get to this cell? Only the 7, right? There's no way anything else, because the 5 can't reach it for many, many reasons. But the 5 certainly can't go here. Oh, this 11, by the way, has to continue while we're at it. So that has to be watered. So edge there and there. But now this 7 has to go in here. There's nothing else that can possibly go in here. So they're going to go 7, 7, 7, and so that 7 has to go there. So... Yes. Okay, so now these 11s are all watered because of the 9, telling us that there's 9 watered cells just while we're at it. So these are all watered. 5 in row 1 has to get out. That is an excellent point, Derek. So this 5 is going to go like that. So we're going to go 5, 5. No choices. Only the 2 can possibly get here, right? I don't think there's anything but the 2 that can get to this cell. So that's the other 2. Which means those go there like that. That's watered for whatever that's worth. Approximately nothing. Click the tab button, scroll down, check composite. Once you have the composite button, click on it to activate the mouse, and then click loop and choose line or X. So that gets me that kind of thing. Okay, so if I need to now indicate that 2 cells are part of the same region, but I don't know what that region is, I can do that. Okay, so now, yeah, what's getting here? It's not the 12, it's not the 7, it's got to be the 5. So yeah, the 5... Oh yeah, and actually, let's do the easier thing. Instead of thinking about that, this 11 has to get out, and the 11 has to get out again. And now the 5 has to get out, and now the 5 has to get out, and now the 5 is done, but the 11 still has to get out. Sorry, I was going to do that in a more circuitous way, but this is a much better way that feels much less like weird bifurcation. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so the 11 has to go down. So that is going to put a border here. These are still all flooded. Okay, and I only get 2 flooded cells in this row, I have to remember. But that's one of them. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I get one more cell for the 11. Okay. Oh yeah, this whole row of the 7 is green. That's a good point. Column 10. Column 10 has its 2 watered cells. So that's helpful. So that's green. Thank you for chat for pointing that one out. I just completely missed that. So I'm sure I've missed many things in this this hullabaloo or whatever it is we're doing. Let's see. Speaking of, I should just skim these real quick and see if any of the others are at all relevant. Well, I know these are all green, because they're in the same row with the 11. Yes, this has to be green. Good point. Okay. So we're in good shape now. That has to be green, and I think that's going to be the last big deduction of the puzzle. Fingers crossed. Might not be. But as pointed out, if this was blue, all of these would be blue, and that would put 6 rather than 5 blues in this column. But now that's the only green that gets to go in this row. And so now we have to be pretty careful with where this is going. So the 11 can run down there if it wants. But now I certainly can't make this the one blue for the row, because if I make this the one blue for the row, now I can't connect through here, so that's at least green. I don't know if these are blue or not yet. Let's see. One of these is blue, but who knows which one. Okay, people are asking where the 12 can get to, and that is a reasonable question to ask. The 12 can certainly grab a combination of something like those cells. So I think 12 has 14. Maybe 12 could even get here. No, that's cutting off. Actually, sorry, that's not quite right. This is not possible because it doesn't leave enough spaces. No, it leaves exactly enough spaces, right? To fill the 11 and the 7. Yeah, I think this fills exactly the 11 and the 7. So I think that is possible, although it has the problem that it would then push this 11 down, which we know doesn't happen. But I don't quite see yet how we're handling this. Let's look. If you count the 7, 11, 11 can prove the 12 goes to meet the 11 on row 8, column 2. Not sure I understand. Because there's either 2 of these 11s go down here and are both blue, or 2 of these 12s go down here and are, of course, both blue. Yeah, the 11 going down over here is the out that we have. Are you assuming this 11 doesn't go down, Nicholas? Yeah, the second blue cell here is either this 3 or the 11 going that way. Well, here's a couple things. I know the 12 takes this cell. There's no way 12 doesn't take this cell because nothing else can get there. In fact, these 2 cells can only be 12s. Because this 11, remember, only has 1 left to finish. I'm going to double count and make sure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this 11 only has 1 left to finish. And so these are 12s, for what it's worth. Oh, I can't multi-select in number mode. That's fine. Let's see. The 7 can at most get here. So that's also for sure a 12. Let's see. So actually, I don't think this can be a 7. If this is a 7, I think I break this. Because if this is a 7, I've now finished... Sorry, I don't know why you can't multi-select in number mode. If this was a 7, now I have to fill this with 11s, but that's too many 11s. So this can't be a 7 either. It's a 12. Okay, so... and so we proved, yeah, one of these punches through. So either the 12 punches through and goes to both of those cells, or the 11 punches through and goes to both of those cells. So... this 3 clue is really weird, because I could put water in any of these. which makes me think that uniqueness is going to be a thing I have to resist. So what does this 11 do if the 12 doesn't punch down? Then it probably has to take all of these. Oh, it can't. Oh, but it could leave that. Okay, so we could do that for the 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. If these are taken by the 12, then we could do that. Which I think would be fine. It would just make up a 2-cell region there. Okay, what about this 10? Maybe I should look at this 10. If it tries not to take this cell, can it? 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, the 10 can just exactly avoid taking this cell. Yeah, so this 2 could exactly go vertically. And this would be 10, which I'm going to suspect means this 2 can't go vertically, because 11 is 1 more than 10. Yeah, wait, no. How did that work? I must have miscounted, because, yeah, this 2 can absolutely go south, because the 2 would do that, and then this 2 would go south like that. Oh, no, there's a 5 cutting this out. Okay, so one of these 2s can go south. If someone in chat, by the way, wants to take an accounting of how we're doing on cells in terms of how many extra regions we can have, I would appreciate that. So row 10, column 8 must be a 10 then. So yeah, so these 2s could both go vertically in a world where that would exactly fill up these things to the brim. But one of them doesn't get to do that. And so... here's an interesting point. This 2 can't go horizontally in this direction. Because then it would create either a 1 or a 2 there. Neither of which is possible because of that 1. So here's an edge that I can draw in. That 2 does not go that away. So... probably this 5 comes over here and finishes like that. Yeah, I'm going to bet this 5 comes over here and finishes like that. And then this 10 spills over, the 11 spills over. Okay, I think I can guess what the solution is now. But let's see. Okay, column 6. Yeah, so this needs to have a bunch of water in it. 2 cells unaccounted for still. Okay, so the... Oh, so here's an interesting point. Sorry, this is me jumping around slightly. One of these is connected from the top. The other has to be connected from the bottom, because I can't have a 2-cell... Oh, I could have them partially. I could have like a 1 there. I think this could be a 1 or that could be a 1. I don't think I can rule that out, that opportunity out yet. While I'm doing things, I can go ahead and fill in that edge. Let's see. Is the 3 in this row doing anything interesting? Okay, I only get one more cell in this column that's not water. So that means this cell has to be water, because this cell has to be water. Because if it was not water, it would give me 2 more that are not water in this column. So that's water for whatever that's worth. Actually tells me absolutely nothing about whether this is water or not. Let's see. It doesn't work for the 11, 12 in the top. The bottom row of the 5L has to have water. Column 7 for the 5. Sorry, that's not column 7. Let's try column 7 again. Ah, yeah, if this was unwatered, then that would give me 6 unwatered cells, which is too many. So these are definitely watered. This is, again, could be either. Yep, agree. Okay, this 4 actually does a lot for me. It tells me that I can't make that water or that water, because I already have 3 blues in this column, so those are not watered. Let's see. It's so hard for me to imagine how the watering in this row is going to resolve uniquely. Like, how is that even possible? I don't see it yet. Yeah, this is a pretty brain-melting puzzle. It is a lovely puzzle, as is expected from Phistomefel, of course. Let's see. Yeah, I get 1 more green in this whole column. It's going to be this column that's going to fix it. I get 1 more green in the whole column. Okay, so yeah, this 11 needs 2 more cells. And this 12, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This 12 needs 2 more cells. So yeah, one of these two, the 12 or the 11, takes 2 cells here. And I would love to know which. Let's see. So let's think about these 2 cells. Can these cells be anything but 11 and 12? This one definitely can't be anything but 11 or 12. Can this be 7? I highly doubt it. Yeah, this can't be a 7. So this is also an 11 or a 12. Like the 7 could reach it, but it would break this area over here. Row 6, column 7 has to have water. I don't think that was the count that we were going for. So I think that's row 6, column 7, if I counted correctly, which you should not trust at all based on my previous history with countage. See, I'm trying to remember how traumatic setting keep talking was. I know it broke a few times because at the chaos constructions are always tricky at the end when you want to make sure you don't break it, because suddenly accidentally it's not possible to make 9 regions. Let's see, the 10 clue at the bottom right. Let's see. Yeah, so is it possible for this 10 clue to not hit that cell, maybe, is the question. And I think the answer is just yes. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 cells. Is it possible for the 10 cell to not take that cell? Maybe that's a good question. So if the 10 doesn't take this cell, yeah, then I guess I get a 1 cell region there, and I push that over. Oh, I can't. The 10 cell can't take both of these. because one of those is a 2. I don't know which yet. One of them's a 2. Let's see, 5 water. Yeah. Hey, Carl, welcome. I think we're about wrapping up this puzzle. Should only be about another hour or so. I've just finished my tea, though, so I'll need to get more tea before the next puzzle. Okay, if the 11 continues here, it forces this 5 to have water in it because of the 4 in this column, which is interesting. Let's see, the 7 means... So, do we actually know both of these cells are 7s? I feel like we might know that, because we've said lots of things the 7 can't do. So, for example, the 7 region can't do that. So 7 can never take this cell. And we've said 7 can never take this cell. So I think we actually know that both of these have to be 7s. I think we've known that for a while and just haven't written it in. I think both of those are 7s. So I think... Oh, I don't know whether these are green or not, but I do know they're both 7s. And so it's either... so these are either both 11s or both 12s, which unfortunately... unfortunately does not tell us anything by the watering stuff. Why not column 3? So let's go back. If these were both 7, now what's going over here? Oh, could I get by with an 11, 11, and a 1 here? No, I can't put a 1 up here. Remember, I'm not allowed to put any extra cells up above this line. So yeah, so it could not have been that. I could not do that with the 7s because we proved earlier that I can't invent new cells here. So if I do these with both these being 7, that would have to be the 11. Now I've got to split up things down here, right? Because I've got 3 cells here. Okay, how many 12s is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so that's 10 12s. One of these has to be a 12. 2 of them have to be 11s. But now I only get to punch 1 down, not 2 down. And I need to punch 2 down in order to make the math work, I think. But I think, incontrovertibly, this is always a 7. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any imaginable scenario where this isn't a 7. I think this being a 7, being ruled out, is I think a little bit trickier. But I think we just basically argued it. Oh, they could all be 3 12s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, if all of the okay, maybe that is possible. Okay, maybe it is possible that all of these are 12s. Those are 7s. Those are 11s, and the 11s go down here. Yep. That seems possible, sadly. Very, very sadly. The top 11 still needs 1. It's either there or there. And which is going to dictate what happens with this 3. And this 3 also seems weird to me in terms of clues and what's going on, but... I'm trying not to think too much about weird clueness. Okay, so but yeah, either that's 12, 12 or that's 11, 11. That's, I think, what we know. Uh, okay, so I'm just imagining a world where this cell is blue. I don't think... Because there's only one more green cell in the column, and it seems very likely to be here based on the fact that this is a 1. Let's see, row 7, column 6. See, I don't think it has to be an extra 2 region. I think it could connect to this 10. Let's see. Let's look at that world. Maybe this world is absurd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh yeah, this might break. This might break because I'd have to invent more extra regions over here, and I don't think I get to invent more extra regions. Yeah, so I think Tom is right. I think actually this 10 is not allowed to sneak over here, which is what I've assumed was going to happen this whole time. But I think the 10 can't actually sneak up there. Oh, could it connect to the 11? That's actually a good question. Let's see. So, oops. So let's count that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, it cannot connect to the... Oh, sorry. No, it... Yeah, I think this creates one too many... Oh yeah, definitely. Sorry, it definitely can't connect to the 11 because of the 5. The 5 lops this off. So that's actually an interesting point. This 5 is going to... Well, not necessarily. Sorry, I think I got excited. I don't think the 5 has to... The 5 does stop the 11 from going up here, but the 5 doesn't stop the 11 from going over here somewhere. So yeah, let's try and take a careful accounting of how our regions are doing. So 12, 13, 18, 29, 32, 39, 50. Wait, why did I get 50 that time? Shouldn't I have gotten 51? I thought those were the ones I did before. 12, 14, 19, 30, 41, 48, 51. Okay, that time I did get 51. 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 67, 72, 73, 84, 94, 96, 98. So yeah, I do exactly have 2. Okay, I have 2 left over to fill. So there's either 2 1 regions or 1 2 region left to account for. There are no places left where there's any ambiguity as to whether things merge or not. So yeah, there's 2 cells. Okay, so that's what we've thought. So I completely agree. The natural place to put them is here. And I think there's no way that this cell is not stranded because it can't connect to anything. It can't connect to the 10. It can't connect to the 11. So this cell is isolated and it can't be a 1. So it is a 2. And so there are our 2 regions, 2, 2, that are connected like this. It can't connect to 10 for the somewhat convoluted... Oops. What did I just undo? Is there a redo button, someone who knows Penpa? Is there a shortcut or something? I undid something and I don't know what I undid anymore. It can't connect to the 10 because if it tries to connect to the 10, the most efficient way we could do that is this. which is Control Y. Okay. There we go. Okay, that 7 went down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, Bobbins, this does work exactly, doesn't it? This does work exactly, because I could put that there. I get my 2 isolated region over here, finish this 2 here, have the 11s come down here. Sorry, somehow I was convinced that this stranded a region, but I think this act... Oh, is there one down here? Oh, there is a redo. Okay, sorry. Oh, then there can't be enough blues in column 6. Ah, yeah, if I do this. So it would have to be exactly that, I think, in order for this to plausibly work. But now column 6 has problems, because one of these would have to be blue. Okay, good. One of these would have to be blue, which would make all of these blues, which does not work. Okay, so I think we're back because of the blues in this column. And I think we went through this before, and then I just completely forgot, because I convinced myself this 10 couldn't really lap up here. This has to be its own region. So we go to 2. And now every cell belongs to something that already exists. And so these cells cannot possibly belong to anything but the 10, right? Yeah, I don't think these can possibly belong to anything but the 10, because there's nothing that could reach them. And so I think this is going to give us... Oh, let's see. Maybe the 10 goes there a different way? Let's see. 10 go via row 9, column 10. Row 9, column 10. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. Are we talking about alternative ways for the 10 to reach this cell? Because I don't think there are any alternate ways, because this 2 needs to let it pass. So it would need to do at least that. And now it's not getting there if it doesn't go up. And now I really don't think there's any flexibility at all about how this 10 connects to this cell. The 10 goes to column 6. Can it go via row 9, column 10? Okay, so row 9, column 10 is here. Oh, so you're talking about doing something like that? So A, that's 11 cells. And B, that still breaks the column and the row. Yeah, and so this breaks in multiple ways, I believe. So I still think, I believe, that this has to be a 2 and a 2. And this edge goes here. Although I am worried about that we've broken the puzzle quite a bit, actually. No, the 9 I highlighted before, plus row 9, column 10. I mean, that just doesn't fix the problem of water in this column. Because I need to put 6 water cells in this column, which means I need to put some water into this 10 cage, but then I'm going to way break row 10. And so this just does not work, because it's basically, as soon as I connect these cells, I'm already broken. So this part was irrelevant. It was this part. Yeah. So it was this part that was broken. Okay. We're all happy. Does anyone watch Simon's video today and knows whether we broke this an hour ago or not? I'm curious. Okay, so sorry, number 2. Okay, now, uh, now people are talking about what happens with watering. Okay, so we go 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we've got 3 unwatered cells already. We can't have 2 more unwatered cells. And so because we can't have 2 more unwatered cells, the top cell here has to be watered. That's what people were talking about, I believe. Oh, wow, 73 viewers. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. It must mean we got a bunch of new people from the puzzle yesterday. So thank you all. Let's see. Okay. So I think there are lots of places that can only possibly be reached by one thing. So these can only possibly be reached by the 10, which I don't think there's like a way to do the Fillomino shortcut where you drag a number like in most of these. Let me know if I'm wrong. Virtual will certainly know, as will other people in the chat. Hey, welcome, new viewers. Yeah, if you're a new viewer, feel free to chat in the chat and say hello. I'm very happy to have you. Yeah, the 10s have to take all of these, right? And then the 10's going to have to take that. There's just nothing else that can grab it. So one of these 2 is a 10. One of these 2 is the 2. This cell. Could this cell possibly be a 10? We've currently grabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This could be a 10. Oh, thank you, Ranks, for checking that. I much appreciate that. Okay, now, because these are all unfilled, that means that these are all unfilled as well. No issues there. Why is the top 2 blue and the bottom one... Oh, I did it backwards, didn't I? I don't know if this is blue or not. Sorry, I keep getting this confused. That's the one we know is blue. Thank you, 11ticles. This is the one we know is blue, not that one. I have no idea what this one is yet. Okay. So now there's lots of stuff that's got to go on with the 11s now for the same reason. The 11 has to take this cell, this cell, this cell, this cell, this cell, this cell, this cell. Again, one of these could be... Okay, so now let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So if this 2 went down... I did not count correctly. I was like, this just... Yeah, I just counted wrong. This is 8. Yes, and green colors, thank you. Because now that this 11 occupies more than one cell down here, this whole 11 gets greened. There are no unaccounted for cells at the moment. So every cell here goes to something. So what about this cell? Could it be anything other than a 5? Oh, no, sorry. I meant this cell. Okay, what is this cell? So, sorry, Sudoku, what's that cell? Can't be a 5, can't be a 2. Could just be a 10, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this... Wait, could this be a 10? And this could also just be an 11. So this is either exactly 10 or exactly 11, I believe. If I try and make this the 11, yeah, I think it's fine either way. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that sort of ends up being fine either way. So I think we have to be looking at these vertical clues to finish this. So yes, because this cell is 10 or 11, I don't know which, but because it's 10 or 11, it's definitely green. That is a good point. Because the 10 and 11 don't have any water in them at all. So that cell's definitely green. I think this forces the 2 region to the right. If the 2 goes down, there's still exactly enough room for the 10 to finish. Unless I'm missing a... unless I'm missing something. Let's see. Forces the 5. This cell. Yes. What color is this cell? Or sorry, what place does this cell go to? This cell has to be part of the 5. Right? There's no way that this cell is not part of the 5 because, again, the way we got here was by using either all the 10s. Wait, no, it wasn't all the 10s, was it? 7, 8, 9. No, the 10 could get here. Dang it. Sorry, this doesn't quite work out correctly. But that is the last green that can go in this column. So let's go ahead and blue the rest of this column. That'll help. Okay, and now because of that, because of the bluing, the 10 cage can't go up here anymore. So this can only be part of the 5. And so that is also blue. It's a 5. We get to carry this edge over. Okay, that's gorgeous. And now this column's blues are done. And so now we get to carry the greening down this column. Okay, so these being blue tells me they're not 11s. And they can't be 7s, so these are now 12s. Okay, nice. Okay, so these are now 12s, which now if I count my 12s is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So my one more 12... Oh, wait, they could be 11s. Dang it. Sorry, the 11s are watered there. They can be 11. No. Okay, never mind. I retract. Okay, let's see. 7, 8, 9, 10. So sorry, I was thinking about what happens. If this 10 goes up, it's... Sorry, I can only highlight stuff in Sudoku mode. If the 10 goes up, it still needs one more, which is here or here. I don't know where. If the 10 doesn't go up, then the 10 comes over here. And goes through those cells. Right? Maybe only through these cells. I'm trying to say if I can see anything meaningful about this too, but I don't think I can say anything meaningful about this too. Column 4 has 7 blues. Oh, we need to get column 4 7 blues. Okay, so So yeah, I only get one more green in this column. So if 11 went this way, that would be that green. And then everything else would blue. Which seems okay. Yeah, if that's somehow telling me something, I think it's broken. Or, sorry, I don't follow it yet. But I'm very slow, as many people here will know, so it very well could be right. Yeah, so one of these is blue, blue. So in this row, we only get one more blue cell, but I don't know that it even matters, does it? Oh, it's got to matter for the columns. So only one of these two is blue. Maybe that's the point. Okay, only one of these two can be blue. And I need an extra blue. Oh, actually, maybe I should look at this column. Maybe I should just look at this column in isolation. It only gets one more green. So either that green is here, or that green is here. No, I don't quite think that's useful. I feel like we got to be... This 3 clue we have not really used for anything, so I feel like it has to be somehow useful. So yeah, one of these two... okay. So is it possible neither of these two is blue? Maybe that's a question. If neither of these is blue, then that would be green, and that would be green, and these would all be blue. Ah, yes, okay. So that does get me a lot of green. One of these two has to be blue. If neither of these is blue, then the entire rest of both of these columns is blue, which puts 2 blues in row 10. And so what that means is, because I know one of these two is blue, and I know one of these two is blue, I know the rest of the column is green. So those are all going to be green. Oops. Those are all green. I don't know if that's going to help in any way, shape, or form. Probably not, but hey, it's something. Let's see. Is this going to do me good in other places? Let's look at... So let me look at that more closely. So one of those two... Yeah, so one of these two is blue. That's nice. Oh, column 1. Is this helpful in column 1? This is certainly helpful in column 1. Beautiful. That's now blue. So that's blue. So does this help me somehow, knowing that these are blue? So 12 can't go up. So this cell, that's the point. This cell can't be 12 anymore. So now it only can be 11. So that's the 11, and is blue, and blue is done. Gotcha. Good eye, chat. Good eye. Okay. So I did want to look at this. Oops, sorry, not in Sudoku mode. I did want to look at this one more time. So one of these is green, which is going to be the last green for the column. And so that's going to put the blue down here. It's going to blue the entire rest of the column, whichever of those is green. So either both of these are blue or both of these are blue. Maybe that doesn't help. Why couldn't the 12 go up? The 12 couldn't Oh no, darn it. Sorry. No, I'm no, 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 no. That was all a lie. The 12 could still go up. It could be a green 12. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry, I did not do that right. So yeah, it still could be the case. Either of these could be an 11. That would be fine. Uh, yeah, there's no way I can ever force this 3. Uh, okay, so this 5. I still need 2 more blues in this column. So that could be 1. Okay. I feel like it's got to be something about these 2s. So these 2s can't both be vertical. Uh, because whichever of these 2s is vertical, it's filled with blue. Uh, so one of these, so there's actually a connection here in a weird way between which of these 2s is vertical and which of these 10 and 11 escapes out. Because whichever of these 2s is vertical also is going to block that side off. So yeah, so one of these 2s is vertical. They can't both be horizontal, right? Is it possible they're both horizontal? Did I account for that? Uh, oh, I think they could both be horizontal without any issue. They just can't both be vertical. Well, I knew they couldn't both be vertical. Never mind. Okay, what's going on with the 7s? I feel like the 7s, we convinced ourselves of something before, but then we unconvinced ourselves of it. Maybe it's time to look at it again. Uh, if both are horizontal, where's the blue in the last row? Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay, that's excellent. So, yeah, the blue in the bottom row has to be a 2. Right. Okay. Got it. Okay. So, yeah, so one of these 2s is blue. Uh, we don't know which as of yet. Okay. Now now let's look at the 12s, because the thing I think that we may have learned is that this cell now can't be a 12. That might be the relevant thing that we've learned. So this being unable to be a 12 means that this is either an 11 or a 7. Okay, how many 12s have we placed? We've placed 10 12s. So one of those 12s. Okay, so that can't be 12. Could this be 12? Uh, row 4, column 4 can't be green because it forces 2 blues in row 10. Okay, let's look at that. So if this is green, it now makes us go. We've now used our green, so this would go blue, blue. So now, so now this would have to go green, blue, blue. I feel like this is violating exactly the thing that I understood just a minute ago, but I now don't understand it again. So what goes wrong? It would make the 5 green. Yeah, so this 5 being green. Yeah. Ah, that's too many greens in this column. Got it. Okay, so here I think I can do this now. If this is green, then this is blue. So this is green. So these are both blue because of the column. But remember, we started all of this with this being green, so these are both blue, and we've got too many blues down here. Sure. Okay, so this cell is not green, it is blue. Oops, it is blue. And so ergo, to finish the 7 has to go over here, where we previously tried to prove that it could not go. So good thing chat talked me out of keeping that. So that is the 7 region finished. Okay, very, very good. Okay. So now, that assuredly has to do something, right? So now, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now... now the 11 is forced. That's the point. Now the 11 is forced, because now the 11 needs to take this cell and finish. So that is also blue. Okay, and so now that the 11 is forced, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 12s. So the 12 always takes this cell. Oops. So that's always a 12. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 11s. So this can't be 12. So because this can't be 12, it must be 11. But now 11 can't take both of these cells because that would be too many 11s. And so that's 11. And so now the 12 still needs 2, 7, 8, 9, 10. So these have to both be 12. So these are both water. That goes like that. That goes like that. Okay, now the 11 needs to get out. So this 2 has to do that. And so the 11 is going to continue. Oops. The 11 is going to continue over. 11, 11, 11. So this is going to be green. Wrong border. What did I do? I just disconnected those 11s. That's not good. Oh, I just drew the border in the wrong place, right? I didn't actually... I don't think I screwed up the entering the numbers part, hopefully. Yeah, I just... brains. Okay. So now this 11 is done, right? That's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we'd go like that. These now have to be 10s. 10, 10. Okay, so now I need to look at this column where I need to blue the rest of it because I've already got my 3 greens. And so that blues this 2. I also need to blue this 2 because I still need a blue in this row, which is going to put it with the 2. So that's a 2 and that's a 10. And now this is green. This is green. And this is green. I kind of suspected there would be an answer check, but there seems not to have been an answer check. But still, cool puzzle. Alrighty, I'm going to take a very short break, and then we'll be back with more 5-star Phistomefels. Yes, that was a lot of fun. I will be right back. Thanks again to our patrons, by the way, who will be thanked on the screen, but it's a good time to thank our patrons. Let's see. Be right. Alrighty, welcome back, everyone, and welcome to all you newer folks to the channel. I've seen a lot of people here who've not been here before, so welcome. By the way, if you're interested, there are VODs of all of the past streams available, so if you're enjoying this and you want to see more of Zeta solving puzzles, there's plenty of that sort of content hanging around. Alright, so next up, we have a chaos construction, so we're back into the world of Sudoku. So we're going to have a grid 9 by 9 where we have to put a 1 through 9 in every row and column, as in most Sudoku puzzles. But the regions aren't given to us. That would be too easy, so we're going to have to build our own regions. And so the way we're going to do that is we're going to be using these circles. And the rule is that a circle indicates how many of the surrounding cells belong to the same region. And so before we get started on this fresh hell, we can study the example carefully. I love chaos construction, so I'm really happy to get to do this one. And, well, who knows? Who knows how many chaos constructions we will get to do today. But you can see, for example, this 3 in a circle sees 3 cells in its own region. This 5 sees these 5. So we're counting itself and counting everything in the 8 surrounding cells. Okay, so let's do it. Let's check. I can definitely zoom in more than that. Maybe I think that looks good. Let me know if you find this too small or whatever. Actually, maybe I should make the grid bigger and just deal with scrolling a bit when I want to switch between modes. That probably is more humane for you viewers. Okay, so interesting right away. This too. Oh, I don't even know what mode I'm in now. Sorry, I'm going to scroll up when I want to change modes. This 2 only sees 2 cells. So this 2 either goes that way, straight out, or goes down. It can't go up, because if it went up, it would have to also go, like, over or whatever. So actually, right away I can draw an edge here. Now that's really interesting for this cell. Oh, sorry, we're doing thicker edges today is what chat voted on. So thicker edges, we'll do it like that. So already, this has become very interesting for this cell. How many of its cells in its region is it going to see? Well, it doesn't see this one. It sees itself. So at least this one is in the same region. But this can't be the only one in the same region, because if this was the only one in the same region, then we would already be toast because we'd have a second 2 in the column. So in fact, this sees 3 cells in its region. This is a border. And I'm going to use color as well. This can be green. These 3 are all in the same region. Let's see. I can probably click and just get rid of the things that I'm not going to use. So one moment. I'm going to try and act like I have any competence at all with Penpa, which is going to be a gross exaggeration. But I'm going to try my best to do that. Okay, so I want edges. Edge normal? Yeah, okay. So let's see. We'll try. Okay, so am I in Sudoku mode now? No. Am I in Sudoku mode now? No. Am I in Sudoku mode now? Yes. Okay. So now what is this number going to be? Well, I think it can only possibly be a 4 or a 5. Because it sees 3 cells already, but it needs to see more. But it could only... Oh, sorry, it could be a 6. It could be a 6, can't it? Could be a 6. Okay. Let's also, by the way, let's give this region a color. Let's see. What is color 1? No, not black. Sorry. Color 2? Not gray. Color 3? Not lighter gray either. Color 4? Definitely not that one. Color 5. There we go. There is finally a color that is not either black. We finished 1 puzzle so far. So we're well on pace to finish 2. Oh, you're right. It can't be a 6. Somehow in my brain I was counting this as being oops, undo, as being suddenly in the same region that's counted. Yeah. Sorry. 4 or 5. It's only a 4 or a 5. Okay. The 7 is also very interesting. Is it possible that this 7 region is the same as this 2 region? I think it is actually annoyingly possible that the 7 region and this 2 region are the same. Yeah, one or both of these is green. This I know is not blue, at least, so I can actually draw in that edge. Oops. There we go. because if this was blue, then that would not work. And so blue has to go down even. Even further. So that's cool. 6 is only possible if you can't count, which is the state I was in at the moment when I was doing this. Okay. What if this cell is green? I'm trying to figure out if this cell is green, is that going to cause a problem? Oh, yeah, you're right. 7 around it is too many. Sorry, in my head I counted 2. Okay, yeah, the 7 is not blue. And the 7 is definitely not green. So the 7 is its own color. I removed the green. I did not mean to remove the green. Thank you. Apparently earlier I had 71 viewers, but I may have chased them away by making them watch me count over and over again and add and try and figure out differences from 100, which was very challenging in the previous question. Or sorry, previous puzzle for me. Sorry, I've forgotten the rules already. Are all circles given? Can someone check and tell me if all circles are given? Let's see. So this digit here. Okay, so I see something else. Sorry, and we're gonna do this like we actually know Penpa. So what could this be? Well, it can't be a 1, a 2, or a 3. It could be a 4, a 5, or a 6, but it can't be a 7 because there's a 7 in the column. Thank you, Phobos. I do know I'm pretty scary. It's something I hear from students sometimes. Let's see. If this is a 6, no, okay. If this is a 4, I'm trying to decide if there's some combination here that breaks. Like if this is a 4, I don't think this can be a 4. Yeah, this can't be a 4 because it sees all the cells this one sees. So that's not a 4. Because if this was a 4, it would make that a 5, except this digit's definitely bigger than that digit. So this digit is strictly bigger than this one, which means one of these two cells is green. Because this digit has to, or sorry, this cell has to see a green cell that this cell doesn't. So yeah, one of these two is green. Is it somehow clear that this isn't the one that's green? I don't think it is. See, there's a lot of 1s, although I guess a 1 is never going to show up in a circle, so I don't know that the fact that there's lots of given 1s is necessarily a sign that I should be thinking about 1s. Let's see. This 7 really calls out to me to think about. There are only 2 cells out of all of these that are not this color. I just don't see what to do with that. The 5 and 7 in row 6 must be in the same region. Why does the 5 have to be in the same region? Can't I leave like these two as different, make all of these in one region, and then let this region sneak out around that way? Let's see. I think I might be inclined towards Carl's point. If this is not green, doesn't it have to be a 2? Because I know one of these two is green. And so if this is green, it could be a 3, right? It could sneak out like that, I think. That would only be a 2, not a 5. Sorry. What would be a 2? Like, this 5 isn't in a circle. Or, yeah, this combination where it's a blue 5. Now, it is worth thinking about this cell's candidates. So, this cell, let's say this cell is not in the 7 region. So, we've got something like this. We have to work pretty carefully to avoid this cell being a 2. Because it sort of wants to do something. I guess it would have to do something like that, which seems, I guess that's okay. Could both of these cells be green? If both of these cells are green, then it has to be the case that these are 2 apart. And so this would have to be 4 and this would have to be 6. Is that okay? Yeah, these could all of, say, those could all be green, and that would be okay, as far as I can tell. As long as this also saw more stuff. Yeah, I think... Yeah, okay. So what about... So let's go back to, what about the world where this is not green? If this is not... It's not green and it's not blue. We know that green surrounds it on these sides. Blue surrounds it on this side. It can't be a 2 because 2 is already in the column. A circle tells you how many cells of the same region occur in the 9 surrounding cells. So this 2, for example, is telling me that 2 of these 6 cells are blue. And then it's just irregular Sudoku rules, but we have to figure out what the regions are based on those sort of Minesweeper clues. Yeah, this can't be blue or the 2 would be wrong, which is why we have this this border here. Yeah, so if this is a 5, then all of these are green. And this is a 6. And so now exactly one of these 2 cells is green. Like we could say that one. Oh, it couldn't be that one. That's interesting. Okay, so here's an interesting universe to consider. If this is a 5... Oops, sorry, wrong mode. If this is a 5, this is a 6. So because that's a 5, all of these are shaded. Or sorry, all of these are green. No, Tallcat, we've actually already made it all the way through one puzzle. It took us less than 3 hours to make it through the first puzzle. Now, this can't be green. Because if this was green, I would make this circle a 2. So this would have to be green. And now in order for this to avoid being a 2, I would need one of these two to be green. No, sorry, this is already at 3. Never mind. Okay, so I was just interested by the fact that this could not be green. Or sorry, this would have to be green if this was a 5. Because of this desire of avoiding forming another 2 region. Okay, let's see. Prototype Soup. By the way, welcome, Prototype Soup, and excellent nickname. Says the blue can't get past the 5. Welcome, Yablichka. Pre-flight Valium. Thank you, Yablichka. Digits cannot repeat within region, so every region has size 9 and contains the digits 1 through 9 exactly once. Oh, wait, maybe actually, sorry, I think you're right. I think that's the point. So let's go back to this again. So if this is a 5 and this is a 6, then these are green. We've argued that this has to be green. This can't be green. And so now how many of these cells are green? Well, this sees 3 greens currently. Oh no, it could see exactly one of these, and it would have to see exactly this one, and so it would have to be a 4 exactly. I think this circle could get away with being a 4. It sees 4, and this is now of size 7. Yeah, I don't think that works, sadly. Hey, Hank, we actually just hit 500 subscribers 2 nights ago, right after Simon did the bomb puzzle. We got like 150 subscribers, which was great. So yeah, so thanks for helping with that, and welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy this. Yeah, the bomb puzzle was a lot of fun, and watching Simon do it was a lot of fun. I felt like. Let's see, row 4, column 2 is blue. Yeah, so that's interesting. Okay, so blue still has to get a lot more cells. So blue can't sneak past the 5. So blue could take this many cells, and then it would have to take this cell. Or blue could take these, but then it would have to take this. There's no way this cell avoids hair dye. I don't dye my hair. I have the lovely gray bits over here. No, I wish my hair would all be gray, actually, because I think my gray hair looks nicer than my not gray hair. Oh, hair day. There we go. I see, hair day. Yeah, the stupid thing going on over here. Whatever. I'm a professional. You can't tell me I'm not. I think I believe chat's claim that this cell has to be blue. Because I think if this is not blue, there's no way I can get blue out through this 7. Okay, so yes, I agree this is blue. I think that's the easiest way to put it. It's just postulate that this is not blue, and then try and figure out what blue does. And then it will not work. Okay, so sorry, I need to color. That's blue. So that is a border, because we know that cell's not blue. Oh, thank you, Bronteman. I enjoyed making it, and I'm excited about the next video, which I think explains something else that I was always completely baffled by. So you can look forward to another of those soon. And I hope you enjoy the Sudoku as well. I actually think blue has to take this cell, too. Because I think if this cell... Sorry, I realize I am not in Sudoku mode. I think if this cell isn't blue, I think we run into the same problem. How does blue... Oh, blue escapes through that exact path Yeah, sorry. This cell could not be blue if we escape in that fashion. Okay, so is this cell green? Is the next question I want to ask. Because if this cell is green, what is it? Uh, if this cell is green, uh, then it's at most 5. Sorry, if this cell is green, it's at most 5. Yeah, so if I imagine the universe where this cell is green, oops, I tabbed too many times. Yeah, if this cell is green, what is it? Well, it is not 1, because no circle contains a 1. It's not 2. It's not 3. And so it could be 4 or 5. And not bigger. But then that would make this a 6. Is that okay? Can I make this a 6? Let's see. I'm going to draw that in just to see what this looks like. So I think this probably breaks, but I'm not sure. So we're drawing in that is a 6. And this is all under the assumption that that cell is green. And we're looking at what this looks like and seeing if it breaks. So let's say this one's the 5. So then it looks like that. Annoyingly, no, that looks fine. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nope, that looks fine. Okay, never mind. I think it's fine. So what if this cell's not green? Does that break? So yeah, I know one of these two cells is green. Okay. Right. I know one of these two cells is green. So if this is not green, it's part of a 1-cell region. So yeah, that's the point. So this is just my logic from before that I'd already forgotten about. Because I need these two to be different, and this cell sees everything that this cell sees, I need this cell to see something that this cell doesn't see. The only two places that can happen are here or here. So one of these two cells is green. So if I postulate that this is some non-green color, then this is green and we've got a 1-cell region. So this is always green. And so that's exciting because by what we were just doing, it means that this is a 4-5 pair. Because this can only be 4 or 5. 5 is the largest it could possibly be. Which means we actually get a digit. One moment. We'll get to the digit dance after I've entered it. Boop, boop, boop. And there we have our first official digit. Oh, I guess that was our second digit. Whatever. That one didn't feel like as much of a triumph as this one. This one felt very hard won. Okay, what are the candidates for this cell? It can't be 1. It can't be 2. It could be 3. It can't be 4, 5, or 6, or 7. And it could be 8 or 9. Although I suspect it can't actually be 8 or 9. So it's definitely... Okay, let's prove it's not 9. If it was 9, that would be saying that this is a region unto itself, including the 7. And that's not going to work, because then the 7 would only see 6 cells, not a 9. If this is an 8, we have to decide if the 7 is this color or not. If can't be 3. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay. If this is an 8, then either the 7 shares a color with it, in which case that just can't work, can it? If 8 of the surrounding cells are in it, something like 2, 3. Okay. Oh, this is not 8 of these cells. There we go. That is 10 cells. Okay, so let's imagine this is 8. So 8 plus 7 is 16. That would mean these two would have to overlap in 6 cells, which I am seeing is exactly possible. And so there'd be 1 up here and 2 down here. And yep, that's fine. Okay. So this can be an 8. All right. So despite my claim, this can be an 8. Can it be a 3? If it's a 3... Yeah, so what I did there, why did I do 8 plus 7? I was imagining these two were the same color. And so if they are... Oh, I did not do 8 plus 7 correctly. 8 plus 7 is 15. I did 8 plus 7 minus 5. Sorry, minus 9 is 6. I got 6. 6 was the important number. I needed these to both see 6 of the same cells if they were the same. There's no way this could be an 8 and have the 7 be a different color. Because if this was an 8 and the 7 is a different color, all of these are this color, and now the 7 can't see more than 4 cells. So if this is an 8, that's a 7. All of these are the same color. And then one of these up here is that color, and one of these down here is that color. Sorry, and 2 of these down here are that color. Which would make a little rocket ship. Speaking of, I should probably think about what happens with this 6. So this 6 needs to see 2 more cells. They can't be those 2. Wait, I'm concerned about how this is going to get anywhere near 4 or 5. Sorry, this has got to be way more interesting. Okay, how does this get to 4? It has to take a lot of these cells. It has to take, well, 2 of them. Is there any universe where it takes these 2? That seems completely ridiculous. Yeah, then I'd have to fit a whole region in between these 2, which if you watch Simon Solve of Keep Talking, you know is not possible. So this cell is always green. Let's try that. Haha. This cell's always green. If it's not, then... Yeah, okay. So... I did that. Yeah, I did that right, because they would be diagonal. Okay. Okay, now only one of these 2 is shaded. Okay, this is going to get... Only one of these 2 is shaded now. Or sorry, only one of these 2 is green. Which means how many cells does this see? It sees 4. We can just count it. So that's a 4 and that's a 5. And now that this is a 5, we know that the cells it sees are those 2. Because those are the only way I get 5. And so now... I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 of the green cells. Okay, so that's good. Why is only one of those 2 green? Oh no, did I screw up? I believe that. No, I was right. So this had to be green. This has to be green. Now the 6 sees 5 cells. And so because the 6 sees 5 cells, only one of these 2 is green to finish it. And whichever one it is, it tells me that this is a 4. That is the answer to Rank's question. So that's a 4, that's a 5. And those are both green. and we can draw a border there. Okay, now this is Now this is really interesting with the 7, because now blue is going to have to make a getaway past the 7 without breaking it. So this cell's going to have to be blue. Actually, this cell can't be blue anymore. These two are going to have to be blue. Let's see. Was that 4? No. 5? No. 6? There we go. These two have to be blue. And now everything else... Oops. Now everything else is... And we're going to make it red. And in fact, actually, while we're at it, that cell's blue. Because blue's going to have to get out. Yeah, people voted on thick border today. So we are in thick border. Okay. Now the 3-8 is fixed. Ah, yes, this cannot possibly be a 3. It probably could never have been a 3. I'm going to take a guess. But now we've done it in a way where we didn't have to think about whether it could possibly be a 3 or not. And ergo, we now know this is an 8, so we know 2 of these are red. And so we actually know that red ends on this side. Oops. Dang it. Because the remaining 2 red cells are the ones that are down here. Ah, yes, and we can border off this because we now know that that sees all 4 of its consummate things. So, oops. No, not that. I swore 6 was the orange color last time, but 6 is not the orange color today. So yellow is going to come up here like that. At least yellow is just our new mysterious region up here. Okay, and so let's go back to Sudoku. How many, or what digits can this be? Well, it's at least 2, but it can't be 2. So it's 3 or 4, or let's see. And could it be as high? It looks to me like it could be as high as, well, sorry. How many cells does blue have left? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, blue only has 2 more cells left. And so those 2 could be blue, and so this can't be more than 4. Okay, I agree with the assessment that this cannot be more than 4, which was proffered by someone in chat. Okay. This feels like it's going a little better than the previous puzzle, so far at least. The circles over here can't be green. Let's see. If this tries to be green, it is seeing how many cells. Okay, that's a good point. Okay. Let's see. Demano says, fun fact, the 8 in row 8, column 2, maybe the 2 in row 8, column 2, was added post-release so that 2 couldn't go in row 1, column 2. This puzzle is wild. Yes. Yes, it is. Sorry. Okay. Chad is suggesting, and I think I agree, this can't be green. Because if it's green, what number is it? Well, it's at least 4. So it couldn't be 3, 4, 5, 6. So it would have to be at least 7. Well, if this is at least 7... then my green region now has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then my green has at least 11 cells in it. And spoiler, 11 is too many. So, no, that's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to do that. So that can't be green. And I suspect the same thing is true down here. It would have to be at least 3, but it couldn't be 3, 4, 5, or 6, so it'd have to be at least 7, but that's putting way, way, way too many cells in green. And now green has to get out. And so now we can go back to coloring this cell green. Green is 6, green is 7. Green is 5. Green is 5. Which is great. Now yellow has to get out again. And now green, again, continues like this. Green only gets one more. Green has to get out. It gets one more cell. That one more cell goes here. And now green is done. But yellow still has to keep getting out. So, oops. Somehow that's not yellow. That's yellow. Okay, so there is my yellow. And now that's really interesting. Couldn't row 4, column 4 be green and a 2? No, because it would see itself. Because these two were already green at the time we were making this argument, so that would be at least a 3. And now, yes, and now Calzone sees the thing I was going to next point out, which is this now has to be a 5, because it already sees 2, but it can't see 2, because that would mean the region ends. And ergo, it must see at least 5, but 5 is also the most it could see. So just, this is a 5, and these are yellow. And so that is rather beautiful. Let's see. So now that's 7 cells in yellow already. So now I don't think this cell can be yellow. Let's check. Can this cell be yellow? Because if this cell is yellow, now it has to be at least 6 again. And 6 would probably... Yeah, 6 would make all of these yellow, which would make the yellow region too big. So this is not yellow. Oops. Not yellow. Now, if this is not yellow, that actually... What on earth is this if it's not yellow? Oh, it's got to be a 2, right? There's no way this can be any digit but a 2. Because the most this could see is 4, but it can't see 3 or 4, and it can't see 1. So this is a 2 now. Oops. And it's a new region. And so this region... let's see. What is the 9th color? Purple. Perfect. This region has to go down, and has to go down again, because it can't go to the right. And now, because this region's got to be boxed off, there's yet another region over here that we're starting to discover. Let's see, is 0 a color? Yes, there we go. So that region's going to have to start coming down over there like that. Let's see. Okay, beautiful. All right, yellow has to get out. Okay, what about this cell? This cell now is awfully restricted because it now can only be... I really don't like the idea of this being a 2, but I don't think I can technically disprove it. Let's see. Actually, if it was a 2, it would have to escape this direction and do that. I think that's technically possible. So this is a 2, a 3, or a 4. But 4 is the absolute most that this cell could see of its own region. Let's see. Row 9, column 1 is not red. I agree. The 2 red cells are here. Ah, okay. So that means I see why you're pointing this out. So this has to get out. So it's going to like start a new region going down here is I think what Alima is telling me. And I believe that. What are the digits that go in here? Just in case, do I want to pencil mark that? That sounds kind of annoying to pencil mark. Yeah, there is a yellow over here somewhere. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to make another yellow region down here. Oops, that's not the right tool. That's not the right number. So yellow is going to start here because, yeah, this cell is not yellow. It's going to have to get out. And so even if that was yellow, that would make these two red. So it would still have to get out here. Even if this is yellow, that would still be red. So it would still have to get out here. And now those two could be red and could be this. So this cell doesn't have to be yellow, but that has to be yellow. 2 is forced in column 3. Let's see. It has to be in one of these two cells. Yeah, one of those two is 2. Yeah, both green and yellow need a 2. Okay. So yeah, yellow. Okay. So yellow is going to pick up a 2 somewhere down here. I don't know where. But the point is this is never a 2 because there's 2s aligning in green and yellow. So this is not a 2. So that's a 3-4 pair, which is interesting. Now it should be note. Oh, could this be purple? I don't. Maybe it could be purple. Okay, yeah. This being a 3-4 pair is interesting because it means this has to be. Well, that can't be a 2 by the arguments we just made. So this has to be at least a 5, but it can't be any bigger than 5 because it's not blue. Because that would make blue just ridiculous. So this is a 5 by Sudoku. And it's a 5 of a new color, because all of these... Yeah, purple can't just jump over here, because that would cut off yellow. So this is a new color. Let's see, I think we're going to make it orange again. 8? Is it 0? Yeah, we're going to make it orange. All of those are orange, which resolves, by the way, our 4 and our 3. So that's a 4. That's a 3. That's blue, for what it's worth. Let's see. So tab, tab, tab. Blue was 5? No. 4? No. 6? Yes. So blue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Blue is at 8 cells. I can draw in some borders. Those are borders. Okay, what about this cell? It's not a 2. Oh, yeah, well, this cell's enormous. It's at least 5, but it's not 5. So it is a 6, 7, or 8, actually. Yeah, we got the blue growage. Oh, yeah, blue has to grow one more down and finish because of the 3. Because blue is done now because of the 3. Thank you, thank you. Okay, yes. One more down, and then blue is done, done, done. Okay, I want to count 1s. Because we've got... The 1 in blue is over here somewhere. The 1 in red is either here, here, or here. I guess technically the 1 in green could go here. Yeah, so maybe I can't quite hunt down 1s yet. Oh, what about row 9, column 4? Hey, that's a great idea. This sees 3, 4, and 5 in its column, as Ranks points out. So if you see 3, 4, and 5, you are not 3, 4, or 5. So this, in some... Is there... I don't think there's a universe where this is a 2, but I want to check. But it's not 3, 4, 5. So it would be then... The other option is it's a 6. Okay. So could this be... So if this is a 6, all of this is yellow, and that's fine, I think. Uh, if this is a 2, then it needs to be the start of a new region that goes over like this, with yellow then snaking on top of it, which actually, I guess, is plausible. Now that I look at it. Let's see. Yeah, and if this is a 6, then this is a 4 or something. That looks okay. So yeah, this can only be 2 or 6. But I don't think I know which one it is yet. Let's see, I might as well mark in that this is 3, 4, 5, or 6. And this is 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. Oh, well, we know red finishes... Oh, interesting. Okay, right. So either this is its new region and yellow goes up like this. So this cell's always yellow. That's weird. In fact, actually, all 3 of these cells are always yellow, right? Yeah, all 3 of these cells are always yellow. That's bizarre. But all 3 of those are yellow, which does indeed finish red. That is the strangest one of those I've seen in a while, of the all of these work the same business. Okay, so let's do a little bit of Sudoku on red now. So the 3 in red goes here. Let's see. Is there anything else that stands out? Let's see. Maybe there's nothing else that is useful to do. Let's see. Where's the 1 in red? The 1 in red goes in one of these 2 places. So now the 1 in blue goes in one of these 3 places. Let's see. The 5 in blue... Ah, the 5 in blue is placed. Nice. Okay, so that's a 5. Oops. Yep, because of the 5s looking all over it. Let's see. 3 in column... Yeah, 3 in column 2 has to go down here, owing to the fact that there's already a 3 in blue. So these are, in fact, a pair. These are a 1... Oops. These are a 1 and a 9. So that's a 1-9 pair, which is interesting. Let's see. So these aren't 3, which is worth pointing out. So this is 4, 5, or 6. So this is actually quite large. Let's see. We can place 4 in blue. We can place 4 in blue. Beautiful. So that's a 4. So now this is a 3, 4 pair. Oops. So now these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. They're a 1, 6, 9 triple. That one's not 1. So these cells are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 7 and 8. Which is interesting. Okay. All right, 2 in blue. Where is 2 in blue? 2 in blue is over here somewhere. Yeah, so these are a 2, a 7, and an 8 to finish blue. And that's not a 7, and that's not an 8, I think. 2 is already in blue. Oh, 2 is already in blue. Sorry. We already have a 2 in blue. Sorry. Someone said 2 in blue, and then I got excited to place 2 in blue, which did not go well. Okay, what is left in blue? I probably should figure that out. We have a 1, we have a 2, I have a 3, 4, 5. We need a 6, 7, 8. That's not a 7, that's not an 8. Let's see, so... But one of these is a 6. And so because one of these is a 6, oops, Ranks sees it right as I do. One of those is a 6, so this is a 2. Which means this is not a 2. And means we can do some edging here. Oops, not that. Let's see. And we can go probably make this red. I think red was 7. There we go. So red needs to get out. This now can only be a 4, in fact, because it needs to count the red cells, and it can't be a 3, so it's got to be a 4. So this is not a 4. This is a 5 or a 6. Yellow now has to turn up. Oops. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so yellow turns up. Yellow is 8? Yes, okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there are 2 more cells for yellow to take. Oh, is that the last one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, so every cell in the canvas needs to be taken by one of these. Well, that's very interesting. Because that tells us that this is part of the red region. So I want to look at this cell and claim that this cell has to be red. There's literally only one other region that could possibly get it, which is if this orange region is a column. But if this orange region is a column, it breaks this circle. So in fact, this cell is red. Now, for the same reason, this cell is red. Now, we know this can't be a 6 because that would put too many cells in red. So this has to be a 5, but that definitely also has to be red because otherwise I would disconnect this cell over here. So this is a 5. Okay, and we've got 2 red cells in here. I don't know exactly where yet. Amusingly, this cell's... Oh, no, sorry. I was going to say this cell's always yellow, but that's not true. But we know the next cell yellow takes is a 1. So the 1 in this column is not in this yellow region down here. Maybe not the most helpful. Oh, by the way, one thing I can do, I'm realizing, is I can actually go back, and the regions that are finished, I can go make them a color that's harder to access, because I can't type an 11, so we can make this ultra purple. We can make this green brown. And then we can make this region green so that we can refer to these regions unambiguously about what they are. Okay. I think that works. Okay, so this red, 3. Yeah, this red finishes in this row. So this is definitely an edge. No, still no. And there's just one little dip down here into this row. But we know there's a 3 amongst red in here because I need a 3 in red. So the 3 in yellow has to actually be higher up. How many more cells? Yellow only gets 2 more cells. So yellow gets a 1, and then 1 more cell, which is probably this one, but could be that one. Okay, here's a good point from chat. Yellow needs a 2. Oh, yellow already has a 3. Ignore me about putting a 3 in yellow, but listen to chat about putting a 2 in yellow, because there's not a 2 here. The 2 pencil mark here rules out a 2 from there, as I guess does the 2 that is literally right next to it. So either this is a 2, or yellow takes a 2 in one of these places. I need a 1 in row 9, and there's only one place it can go. That sounds great. Yeah, because I can't put another 1 in yellow. Yellow's definitely taking one of these ones. So the one of row 9 has to go here. Oops, wrong kind of Sudoku. 1, there we go. Agree. Where on earth is this orange region getting a 1? I realize is now a good question. This orange region is going to have... Oh, no, sorry. This orange region is just going to take that one. Never mind. Ignore me. Not a problem. Where does yellow get its 4 is the next question that chat is asking. Let's see. So not in any of those cells. Not in that cell. Not in this cell either, actually, because of the 3-4 pair there. So the yellow 4 actually has to go either here or here. One of these is the yellow 4. Oops. And so ergo, that's the last cell of yellow. So yellow goes take a 1 in one of these 2 places and then take a 4 in one of these 2 places. And so that places the 2 in yellow, I believe. Yes. So that means this cell has to be a 2, because there's no other place for 2. And now this cell can't be a 4, so let's write out what it can be. So this cell can't be a 1, a 2. It could be a 3. It can't be a 4, because these 4s align. Can't be a 5. Could be a 6 or a 7. It can't be an 8. And it can't be a 9. Oh, actually, I bet I could... Sorry, it can't be a 9. I bet it can't be a 7, because I know 2 of these cells are red. So if this was a 7, it would look like this. And there's no region I can attach it to. Because I need to attach this to another region, and there just isn't one. In fact, even if this is a 6... and we do something like this, there's still no region I can attach this to, right? There's no universe in which I can make this... I really don't think there's a universe in which I can make this a 6, because I need to attach it to one of these things. Even if I try and attach it to orange, which is the most appealing option, I'm still going over if I make it a 6. So this is a 3, which is going to be huge. So that's a 3, so that's a 4, that's a 3. So that's where the 4 goes. And so that's yellow. If I remember, yellow is 7? 8? Oh, I'm not in coloring mode. That's why. I think yellow was 8. Yeah, there we go. That's yellow. Where's the 2 in yellow? We placed the 2 in yellow. Let me go ahead and swap out blue with something else. Blue can be a gray region now. So that I can make this region over here blue. Okay, just so that we can continue having good names to talk about our things. Row 6, column 9 is 2 now. Row 6, 3, 4, 5, 6, column 9. Do I have all the other 2s? Let's see. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a 2. There's a 2. Oh, yeah. These 2s are aligned. There is a 2. So, yeah, the 2... Actually, I think the 2 in column 9, I think, goes in one of these 2 places, right? I'm confused a bit on pencil markings of 2s. So I think the 2 can go in one of these 2 places. Oops. Oops, that's the wrong kind of 2. One of those is a 2. So now, yeah, where does orange get its 1? Well, the only place it can get a 1, I believe, is here. Let's check that. Because if orange doesn't get its 1 there, then it has to reach over into this column to get its 1. It's actually maybe very plausible. Maybe it could do that and grab a 1 here or something. I don't think we actually know where the orange 1 is yet. But I bet it's that one. Let's see. 4 in green. Yeah, so green has 2 more cells. And so, ergo, green can't get a 4 from anywhere down here or below. And green can't get a 4 from the first row, and green can't get a row from there, so that's a 4. Well, pink is huge. Pink can get a 1 basically anywhere. Like, almost any cell that's not shaded now can be pink, I think. Where is the 2 for row 6? One of these 2 places. But I don't think I know which one. Let's see. Okay, so these digits, just for the row, are 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think I know anything about those numbers yet. If orange gets a 1 in column 8, then it cuts off purple. Sorry, so where are my ones? Is someone who knows Penpa, is there a way to double click and have it show me where all the ones are in the grid, like you can do in the CTC app, for example? Yeah, so orange would have to do something like that specifically. And then pink would have to somehow come around and grab this one. I don't know. We don't know where all the ones are yet. I think you're probably right, the people who are saying this, but I also don't think I can claim in any universe to have come anywhere near proving it. Let's see. So I know where 5 is in yellow, because remember, yellow's last cell is a 1. So where is 5 in yellow? 5 in yellow can only go here. Let's see. Row 7, column 9 is blue. 4, 5, 6, 7. See that cell? Is blue going to do that? That would be a very natural thing for blue to do, I think. Where is the... No, sorry, I can't quite do that. I was going to ask where the 1 in row 8 was, because I think it's going to go there, but I don't think I actually know yet. 5 in yellow. Yeah, we got the 5 in yellow. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we've just got 6, 7, 8, 9 left in yellow. Oops. These aren't 6. Or sorry, that one's not 6, at the very least. Okay, one of these is 1. I'm going to corner mark this across boxes just for a second. One of these is a 1. And one of these is a 1. No, no, no. I don't know how that happened. No. Ah! Stop it. One of those is a 1. And so that actually takes care of the one in green and the one in brown. So I don't know if that really helps a lot. If orange takes the 1 in column 8, purple gets claustrophobic. I tend to agree that that makes purple's life a little bit tricky. Yeah, I guess it's going to... it's because I'd have to get both purple and blue out if I do something like this. Column 5 already has a 1. Oh, you're right. Thank you. These, in fact, are from 6, 7, 8, 9. As per our usual agreement about pencil marks, that's not a 6. Let's see, the 5 in row 2 is placed. Yep, the 5 in... Wait. The 5 in row 2 has to go there. Okay. When you say I didn't place a 3, can you tell me what you're talking about? Sorry, the 5... I'm still trying to place the 5 here. Sorry. That's the 5. Okay. Your pencil marks in column 5 are missing 3. Oh, okay, I see. So that can't be a 3, that can't be a 3, but that could be a 3. That can't be a 3 by previous work. That can't be a 3. I see. Okay, so one of these 1 cells is a 3. Okay, excellent. You could have just said that you could place the 3 there, but that works. Thank you for that. That was going to cause a complete disaster if I did not get caught on that. Okay, so that's a 3. Yeah, so the 1 in column 8, if there was a 1 in column... Well, there is a 1 in column 8. Where does the 1 in column 8 go? It either goes there, or there, or there. So if orange is going to grab this 1... Well, it can't grab it there because it would cut off purple. It can't grab it here because it would cut off purple. So it would have to grab it down there, and it can't. Okay. So I think I'm now convinced that orange really does have to take this 1. Where's orange? Oh, orange. That's right. Orange is 0. Sorry. So orange really does have to take this 1, which means that yellow has to take that 1. Oops. Ah! Okay. Which gets us some more edges. Okay. Last 5 is now in row 7. Let's see. I believe that. That's a 5. Okay. The 3 in row 2 is placed. Can't go here, here. Ah, has to go there. Good. Let's see. Now, the 4 in row 8. Oh, I thought that was the last 5. Oh. Oh, I see. Pink has to take this 5. Uh, got it. Got it. Okay. Because every region needs a 5, and pink is the only region without one, and this is the last 5. So that is a smart observation. Pink takes that 5. Uh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, so where does 1 go in this row? The only place 1 can go is here. But Chester is pointing out that if this was a 1, what color would it have to be? Well, what regions need a 1? Well, pink needs a 1. So it would look pretty good to do that, except that breaks blue pretty badly. So yeah, there's no way. Actually, yeah, there's no way I could. Let's see, could I do? No, I can't do that. I think I believe you that this can't be a 1, but I also think that it would be annoying to completely prove. Uh, yeah, I mean, I think Chad is trying to convince me to prove that 1 to say that 1 definitely does go here. Uh, let's see. I need a none red 4 in row 8 above the 5, so it can't also have a 1. Why can't the none red 4 go here? Oh wait, the none red 4 does go. No, the none red 4 goes in one of these 2 places. Ah, right. There's 2 red cells here and 1 non-red cell. What color is the non-red cell? The non-red cell, or sorry, what number is the non-red cell? The non-red cell's a 4. And so the non-red cell's not a 1. And so the only place for 1 now is over here. Okay, that is, I like that argument. Let's see, that's not, sorry, not a 1. So that's the point. Is that the cell that's not red is also not a 1. It's a 4. So I like that. I like that way of looking at it. Okay. So yeah, there is a 4 over here. It is the non-red one. Okay, so that shows me that this cell is red, as Chad is pointing out. No, 7? Yeah, there we go. So that cell's red. Go ahead and do that. Very pretty colors. This puzzle's easy by comparison to that last one. Let's see. Red needs a 3. Oops. Gonna get it one of these places. Let's see. I do know the 1 in green is in one of these places. I don't know if that really helps me at all. Row 7, column 9. Has to be blue. What else could it be? color can the 4 be? Yeah, it really looks like the 4 can be pink, but it actually can't because I have to worry about pink making blue into too small of a region. So I think actually the 4 does have to be blue. But I worry about that because I think that's going to break this 3. Oh, maybe not. No, I don't think so. Maybe. Anyway, I think this cell does have to be sorry. This cell I think has to be blue. And then the 4 down here I think has to be blue. So I think both of these cells are blue, and I think that's a blue 4. Yes, I do have to worry about the 3. That is what has been concerning me the whole time. So 4? No. 5? No. 6? Yes. Okay. So I think I am convinced, though, that these two cells both have to be blue. And in particular, that also means this one's a 4. And means that this is the last red cell. Yeah. And so we can go ahead and put those in. Okay, now there's no way this cell can be blue. Because if it was blue, then suddenly I would have a 3-cell region. So it's not blue. So blue has to go up. Yes, Peter, it is Phistomefel Day. To celebrate 500 subscribers, we're doing 5-star Phistomefel puzzles all day. Because that's a lot of Fs. So this is blue. Now, this 3 can't possibly anymore be anything other than pink. So we're going to make it pink. Now... yeah, the funny thing is I've already gotten 600 subscribers, because just that one CTC feature really helped with that, wouldn't you know? Row 6, column 8, we think is blue. Now, there's no way this isn't blue. This has to be blue, because otherwise I'd have to somehow fit a whole other region in here. So, in fact, yeah, exactly one of these cells is blue. We definitely should have made our announcement link with that spelling. Afraid not. Okay, row 4, column 9 is a 3. Oops. Okay, let's see if we can decide why this is a 3. Because I need to put a 3 in blue, and it's not going to be up here. It's not going to be down here. It's not going to be there or there. And it's not going to be in this column. So, yep, that's a 3. I agree. So now where's the 3 in red? The 3 in red now has to go here, I think. This is where you tell me that there's already a 3 in red. But I really am looking, and I do not see the 3 in red. Is that the last 3 in the grid? I think that is the last 3 in the grid. Okay, so... and the blue digit in this column is a 6, 7, 8, or a 9. I know exactly one of these two is purple. Or pink, as the case may be. Okay, yeah, so here's the thing. Okay, so let's say I try and make this the third pink cell that this pink sees. Then what is pink going to do? Well, pink has to then go up. It can't go up again, because then it would block off blue. So it would have to go up and then turn left. But now it's isolated this cell. So this is not the way pink does its life. Pink has to do its life here. So that's the last pink. Sorry, it's not the last pink, but it is another pink. Oh, sorry. And that means pink has to keep going up because it has to connect. But I know that this cell is not pink. Now, what is this cell? Well, it can't be anything but blue, because it can't be pink, and pink is going to eventually, once it connects, it's going to it's going to lock off everything but blue. So this is blue. So that is the 6th color? Yes, okay. So that goes like that. Now, again, this cell can't be anything but pink because there's just nothing left for it to be. So that's pink. And that's pink as well. And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we have 9 pinks. And so now pink is done. Okay. Yeah, 666 subscribers for Phistomefel puzzles would have made a lot of sense as well. Okay, so let's go to Sudoku for a second, and let's fill in that this cell is the same as this cell, so it's a 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's not a 7 because there's a 7 in the row, so this isn't a 7 either. Let's see. Yeah, I still don't know where the 2 is in here. Let's see, the 4 in pink. Let's see, those aren't 4. That's not 4. That's not 4. That's not 4. That's not 4. Yep. There's only one place for a 4 in pink. Somehow it's there. I'm not sure I completely understand why, but we'll go with it. Just because Sudoku... Is this the last 4 in the grid? Is that why? Yeah, I think this is the last 4 in the grid. Yes, that's the last 4 in the grid. Let's see. Okay, so... That's 2 4s in the column. Oh, yes, it is 2 4s in the column. It's there, right? Sorry, I did this the first time. That's an A. A looks kind of like 4. Can we just go with that? 4 goes there. Let's see. Okay, so that's actually the 4. All right, so now this cell, people are saying, and people are right, this cell is orange, which is the 0th color, I remember this time, because it can't be green. This cell definitely can't be green, because if this cell was green, the way it would be green would cut off orange, so that cell's orange. Now, this cell can't be the last orange, so this cell's green. And now these two get to play fisticuffs for which is orange and which is green. So I think that is all the coloring region stuff we can do for now. I don't think we can immediately say which way this has to go. Let's see. Okay. So now we must be mostly doing Sudoku. No, math jokes are allowed in the stream. I will allow it. Let's see. I can remove 6 from the... Oh, that's right. Okay. So yes. Oops. I forgot that this circle even existed. But yes, this circle now has to be either a 7 or an 8. See, the 2 in blue is fixed in row 6. So however these 2s go, they're going to be 1 green and 1... Wait, I don't actually have an X-Wing on 2s. Don't let me trick you into thinking we have an X-Wing on 2s. That's not a real thing. 2 in row 6. Ah, yes, but the 2 in row 6 is placed. It is placed here. That's a 2. That's not a 2. This is a 6, 8, or a 9. Let's see. Now 2 in row 5. Ah, yep, 2 in row 5 goes here. Good. Oops. Ah! No. 2 goes there, so that's not a 2. Sorry, that's a tab. I'm pressing the wrong button again. Not a 2, not a 2. Okay, let's see. Is that our... That's not our last 2. We still need a 2 in places. Uh, I am not aware of how FPuzzles responds to the ZXCV buttons. So it's very possible that I should know keyboard shortcuts, but I just tab through stuff in CTC usually. But this has a lot more stuff to tab through. And hey, Jovi, welcome. We've almost chaos constructed this chaos construction. I will optimistically say with great confidence. Let's see. So I can fill in that these are 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops. Why did that do that? I blame it for that one. So, okay, what are you doing? Okay, now it is being extra persnickety. These are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Z is big, X is corner, C is center, V is color. Okay, I might be able to remember that C is center. That would be very helpful. If I could just remember one thing per stream, that would be helpful. Let's see. 1 in row 5. Yep, the 1 in row 5 is placed. So that's a 1. Oops. What's the big digit one? The big digit is Z. Okay. 1 and 9. Yeah, usually when I stream, I don't have the keyboard anywhere near me, but I have to for Penpa because I need the tab button because my mouse shortcut won't work. Okay. That 9 I thought would do some work, but seems not to have. Let's see. Yeah, one of these two is a 1. You speedrun, right, Jovi? Don't you speedrun Portal 2? Do I remember that correctly? These are 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, the 1 in pink is in one of these two places. Corner was X. One of those is a 1. I see. Okay. I do still need my 1 in here. So let's see. So I still need a 1 and 2. Got a 3, 4, 5, 6. Need a 7, 8, 9. But this one's not 1. This one's not 9. That did not do great. Where's the 1 in row 1? So the 1 in row 1 I know is in green. We've done that before. I guess the 1 is actually in one of these two places, isn't it? Now that we've placed that 1 down there. So I think the 1 in row 1, I think, is one of those places. And so row 3... it needs a 1. Wait. Did we just break the puzzle? I think we just broke the puzzle. No, there is a 1 in row 3. Why are we talking about where the 1 goes in row 3? I got confused. Sorry. So the 1 goes here in green. So the 1 in brown goes... Don't know. One in row 4. There or there. Let's see. If the 1 went there... Yeah, I think there's a pattern here that I don't see involving 1s that people are seeing in chat. Row 5, column 7 is the same as row 6, column 8. And row 9, column 9. So this is a 6, 8, or 9, right? Because this is the only place this digit can go in this region. So this is a 6, 8, 9. Oops. Center was C. Column 6. Yeah, so these are 6, 7, 8, 9 as well. Yeah, it's going to have to come down to the Sudoku eventually resolving whether this circle is a 7 or an 8, which is going to tell me how this last regions fall together. Yeah, something's going on with 1s, but it's like there's a 1 here or here, and then there is a 1 here or one of these 2 places, and one of these 2 places. The 7 in pink. The 7 in pink, I now know. Okay, that's a good point. 7 in pink is in one of these cells. And ergo, that's not a 7. Not a 7. So one of these is a 7. So these are not 7. Not 7. Good. Okay, so one of these is a 7. So these are not 7. And so one of these is a 7. Did I do that wrong? Row 4, column 7 could be the orange 7 as well. Sorry, column 7. These are the only places for 7s in the column, though. So the orange 7's definitely in one of these 2. This could be a green 7, I think. 2's already in row 2. Oh, hey, that's a good observation. Let's see. Where do we look next? I took out the 7 options in the column. Which column? Because there's the 7 options in that one. There's the 7 options in this column. The 7 in this column is over here somewhere. Which I think means it's definitely green, actually. Column 5. And row 2 and column 5. Oh, okay. So people are just saying undo a bunch. Okay. We have undone. But the 7 over here is definitely green. There is no way that the 7 over here is not green. Because what else is it going to be? It can't be orange, because that would put an orange 7 here, which breaks the 8. So the 7 over here is green, so that's not a 7. And so one of these is 7, which is where we were before. So I think you're right that I missed something, but I think we got back to the same place at the end of the day. Uh, row 2, column 5. Oh, no, you're right. Okay, sorry. Tall Cat's right. This could still be the 7. Okay. Uh, so yeah, they were not. Uh, is row 1, column 9 a 7? Sorry, row 1, column 9. So one of these two cells has to be a 7. That's what I know. I don't know which is a 7. I just know that one of the two is a 7. Yeah, the orange 7 does have to go here because there's no other place for the orange 7 to go. I re-believe this. This is the most controversial corner pencil mark in the history of the stream. Uh, but this is a 7. My perfect logic, yeah, but very unlikely to be perfect. I think we've gone back and forth on whether we believe this, but I think now if you actually asked where is orange, I think orange where is the orange 7? It can only go in one of these places because these can't be orange 7 and that can't be orange 7. Let's see. So people in chat were convinced for a while that they could do something with this 1 collection. Please remove the 2 pencil marks. Oh yes, I can remove the 2 pencil marks. Thank you. And so now this can't be a 7 because one of those is a 7. So yes, so that is not a 7. So that is an 8 or a 9. Oh boy. But yeah, people were convinced that we could do something with 1s, but I never quite understood what people wanted to do with 1s. Like there was some talk about how the 1s interacted with row 3, which I think was maybe a reference to the coloring. I'm not sure. But if anyone thinks they know where 1s go, that would be helpful. Let's see. 7, 8. Yeah, this 7 is pushed over here, but it doesn't quite align with anything else. Let's see. Do we need to look for where this digit shows up in other places? Because these are all the same digit by irregular nonsense. So it's one of those two, which is not super helpful. Let's see. So in yellow, it's one of those two. Yeah, I don't think we can get anything out of that, out of chasing that. Let's see, but we've got all the 2s. We've got all the 3s. I think we've got all the 4s. Looks like it. I think we've got all the 5s. Yeah. Let's see. Derek says small deduction, but 9 in row 6 and 9 in column 7. Okay. Row 6. Where is the 9? So we're saying the 9 is... yeah, the 9 is never... So because one of these two is 9, the 9 in this sickle region is never up here. And so the 9 in column... in this column is in one of these two places, I think is Derek's point. Oh, wait, no, simpler. Sorry, Derek's point is much simpler. The 9's never up here because of one of these being a 9. So then one of these two is a 9. That's Derek's point. So the 9 is not up here uh, in this region. 9 only 2 places in pink. Yep. Owing to that very nice spot, by the way, Derek. Let's see. Yeah, one of those two is a 7. The 9 in red is in one of the 6, 8, 9, so it can't be with a 7. Okay, so the... so in these two columns, there are 2 9s. They're not purple, so the 9s are 1 red and 1 blue, which means that these are not 9. That is also a very good spot. Oops, wrong pencil mark. Sorry, C. That is also a very excellent observation. Who said that? Egon. That was an excellent spot. Yeah, so these are not 9s owing to that. Means row 8, column 8, or row 9, column 9 is red. Wait, what? Is 9. Okay, yes, one of those two is 9. Yep, agree. That is where we got from this point. Now 9 in row 2 is in brown. Okay, excellent. So we can pencil mark that D9, that cell at least. Yeah, so one of these two is a 9. Now I could place 9 in row 3. Oh, hey, wow, that seems huge. Okay, so this is a 9. That is, oops. That is a big deal, I think. So this is not a 9. Hey, Casey, welcome. Okay, so that being that seems like that's going to be very revolutionary for our life plans. Let's see. What is left in this row? We still need to place a 2 in this row. I see, but the 2 could go in one of 2 places. 3, 4, 5. We still need a 6 in this row, which has to go in one of these 2 places. That's interesting. Okay. The 6 in this row, this is Derek's trick, just backwards. The 6 in this row goes in one of these 2 places, which both see these 2 cells. So they're not 6. So this is actually an 8-9 pair. And so this is actually a 1, 6, 7 triple. Let's see. This is not a 1, by the way. Yep, and so so that is getting us dangerously close to something useful. 8-9 pair in column 8. Oh yes, so now column 8 now needs an 8 and a 9 that can only go here. So now there's an 8-9 pair in this row, and so we actually get a digit for our first time in a while, which is that we get that this 6-8, owing to this 8-9 pair, is a 6, and that's a 7. And that bounces back over here and says this isn't a 7. So now one of these 2 is a 7. I have 8-9 in red. I don't understand that comment. Row 9, column 9 can't be 6. Right, because the 6 in blue is definitely here. In fact, yeah, got it. That cell is the same as that cell. So now I actually have an 8, 9 pair. So these are not 8. And so that is 8. I'm trying out this whole fancy keyboard thing that people are talking about. So that's a 7. And now we can immediately pause to finish our coloring. So that cell is green. Let's see, coloring. What was the button for coloring? Was it V? Let's try V. So 6. So this has to be green. And this has to be orange. And then we can go to the edge tool, which I don't think has a keyboard shortcut, but we will do our best. Okay, so now all the regions are done. And now we just have to do Sudoku. Okay, so this is not a 7. Oops, C. Oh, sorry. I have to return to Sudoku mode before it will accept the keyboard shortcuts. Sorry, I did. Oops. C. There we go. Okay, got it back. Okay, so this is a 6 or a 9, but it's not a 9, so it's a 6. And that's a 9, and that's a 6, and that's a 9. This is not a 9 or an 8, so it is a 6. Let's see, where else are things happening? This is not 7 or 8. This is not a 7. Oops. Let's see. That's not a 6. We assuredly have, yeah, that's not a 6. That's not a 6. Let's see, the 6 in row 2, column 2. Yep, we got that one looking right. This is why I only set easy puzzles. Let's see, that is not a 7. That's not a 7. Let's see. So this is a 1, an 8, or a 9. It's not a 9, so this is a 1 or an 8. Let's see, the gray region. Yes, the gray region shows me that that's an 8. So this is now not an 8. And this is a 7. Which is going to tell me that those aren't 7. So one of these is a 6, but that's not interesting. One of these is a 7, but that's not especially interesting. Row 4, column 8, ready for boarding. Yes, okay. So that is a 1, and a 2, and a 7. And let's see, that's a 7 and a 6. That should be a 2. Let's see. This is not a 9, so it's an 8, and that's a 6. Oh, I saw someone saying hi. Oh, yeah, Panthera's there. Hey, welcome, Panthera. Glad you made it through work. Glad we could still be here for you. You've made it all the way to puzzle 2. We're almost to puzzle 3, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a 7, is the answer. 7. Let's see. Okay, so we've got 1, 8, 9 down this column. This is a 1 or an 8, of course. To finish out this box. That is neither a 7 nor an 8, so it is a 9. Which makes that an 8 and that a 7. That 8 makes that a 9 and that an 8. And that's an 8 and that's a 9. That being a 9 makes that an 8 and that a 6 and that a 9. That being a 6 makes that a 7 and that a 6. That being an 8 makes that a 1 and that an 8. And that's a 9. Let's see, and this is not 7, 8, or 9, so it's a 1. And I think that's that puzzle. Woohoo! Oh, I'm definitely planning to do Rectangle City, but today is only 5-star Phistomefel puzzles in celebration of us reaching 500 subscribers. So we are celebrating 500 subscribers by doing a bunch of 2-hour puzzles in a row. Alrighty, I'm going to take a very short break, and I will be right back. Thanks again to all of our patrons who we do our best to thank as we say be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Special thanks to our new patrons, which Tristan told me there are. So thank you for the support. Next up, we have another Phistomefel puzzle, which is also named Chaos Construction. I think Phistomefel, along with the older school setters, tends to just name puzzles as descriptively as possible, but that means that half of his puzzles have Chaos Construction in the title. We're up for a real adventure with this one, because if you read the description, it includes the sentence, "This puzzle is probably the most difficult one I have created so far." So that's exciting. But I actually remember, I don't remember any of Simon's solution, but I remember being really excited by this puzzle when I first saw it, just because the whole rule idea of it is so clever. Uh, yep. So this goes all the way back to April 2020, was when this was first done. Ah, this is the puzzle that coined the term chaos construction. Interesting. Uh, I'm curious, Christoph, when you say you don't know who started that nonsense with puzzle names, do you mean uh, naming every puzzle, or do you mean not naming every puzzle? I'm curious. But I have noticed the people who've been doing this for a longer time tend not to have like creative, exciting, evocative titles, uh, which are often quite difficult to sort of connect. By the way, I should actually tell you what the rules are before we start. This puzzle features arrows, uh, and the arrows are describing the regions that they go in, and the arrow just tells you how far in that direction do you have to go before you get to a cell that's not, or sorry, I should say it the other way. It tells you how many cells in that direction are in the same region. So you can see in this example here, the digit here is a 4, uh, and that is because this is 1, 2, 3, 4. So notably, you count itself. So you can have a 1 on an arrow. It just means that that's at a boundary. And so we just have to try and draw these things in such a way that all of this works out. Okay. I will note before I ask you later, not all arrows are given. Okay, and so we get this. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is center mark the arrows that are very limited in what they can be by their position. So this region, for example, can't possibly extend more than 4 cells in this direction because there aren't more than 4 cells in that direction. Let's see. This is a 1, 2, or 3. This is a 1, 2, or 3. This is a 1 or a 2. Oh, so we actually have a 1, 2 pair in this column, so that's already something. So this is now not a 1 or a 2, so it's at least 3. So it is 3, 4, 5. Well, here's what we can do. This is at least 3, and so what that means is that if I go to my colors and go to our friend red, this has to extend at least 3 cells down. Like that. These are all in one region because this is 3, 4, 5. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those are the possibilities technically. I'm being instructed to look at row 6, column 2. I should definitely have looked at row 6, column 2. So, owing to row 6, column 2, we can do the same thing with, say, an orange region here, because there's a 1, 2 pair in this row. And so these have to go, again, at least this far. Now, that actually tells us that this is a 2. Because this, again, this digit's bigger, so this has to be a 2. So that's a 1. And so now this being here tells us this has to go down at least 3. So these are also orange. So let's do V0 bloop bloop like that. Okay. Now I know this cell's not orange. Because if this cell was orange, I would be trapping something. So I actually know this digit as well. And so I won't get my hopes up too much, but we can at least dance for the digits that we have. Okay. So this cell now is actually quite restricted. It can only be a 1, 1 or a 3. Those are the only options. Oh, wait. Can this cell be... orange? Is there a chance that this is orange? That's got to be too many, right? Yeah, this can't be orange either, for the same reason. If this was orange, we would have isolated the wrong number of cells. So this is a non-orange color. And I know I might as well write, I might as well mark that these are the same color. Sorry, I'm going to pick blue instead, if I can figure out what number blue is. Okay, and now Barbie points out this one sees this 2, and so these 2 are part of the same region, but I don't know if it's the same region as this one. But this is now not a 2. It's not a 2. It's a 1 or a 3. That's not a 2. Let's see. Okay, this puzzle's really cool. Let's see. Well, I know... oh, okay, this number's got to be at least a 4, and so it always is going to see the 9 because of that. Yeah, and it could be way bigger than 4. So I'm not going to bother pencil marking, but it's at least 4. So it's going to see over to there. Let's see. Yeah, so these are all orange or blue. How many? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there could be up to 3 oranges in here, and so there have to be at least 2 blues in here. It is of note. Let's see. Oops. Sorry, wrong mode. Can this cell... Let's start with... yeah, okay, can this cell be orange? What happens if this cell is orange? Well, then it's at least a 4. And so then this would go 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, but that's exactly the right number. Well, that's annoying. Because then that would put 9 cells in here, and then orange would be done, but I don't think anything's broken. Oh, that does break. That's ridiculous. Okay, so here is a ridiculous conclusion. This cell is not orange, because if it was orange, it would have to be exactly a 4. And then that would break because this cell would be exactly a 4. So this is not orange. And so it's a 1. So let's pull back in our edging tool. So we can write in those and that. Let's see. We know this is a boundary. Does anyone know, is there a shortcut to pull up the edging tool? Yeah. And then also, is there a shortcut to get back to Sudoku mode after you have used the edging tool? That I will also ask. Oops. So let's see. Am I still stuck in this mode? I am still stuck in this mode. So that... oh, maybe the key is to enable Sudoku and surface and edge normal in there. Okay, so now I'm just being confused by the fact that Z sometimes, but not always, pulls up Sudoku mode. But I think I might have to tab back into something else in order to get it to give me Sudoku mode. I am just trying to be slightly more efficient. That is my current goal. Okay, so this is 6 cells. So this can't be orange. Because if this was orange, that would make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, no. This could be orange if this is a 4. It would finish orange, but I don't think there's a problem with it immediately. Oh, I can remove 1s from up here. How about that? Which gives us a 2, 3, 4 2, 3, 4 triple. So that's actually huge, because that means these cells, not including that one that's not in the grid, are from 5, 6, 7, 8. This one can't be bigger than 6, and it's not a 7. So this is a 5 or a 6. And so here we get a huge region over here. Conflicting 4s. Oh. Okay, yes. Sorry. Tall Cat points out I should have seen this. I asked if this cell could be orange. It actually can't be orange, because if this is orange, I now have a 4 here and a 4 here, which I'm just not allowed to do. So, not orange. And so because it's not orange, it's a 1 or a 3. Which makes this a 1-3 pair in the column. The fact that this is 5 or 6 means I get this huge string over here. So I'm going to color that in 8. Okay. 8 is the yelloweth color, by the way, if you're trying to remember how to do colors. Hey, Ambrose, welcome. Okay, now that's row... Can row 3, column 4 be a 3? I'll look at that in a second. I suspect the answer is going to be yes, but I suspect the answer is going to be no, but I want to look at the fact that now blue is being forced into, well, blue can't really very easily get out of this row. This is very interesting. Okay. Yes. Okay, perfect. Yes. That is an excellent point, Jay. If yellow extends one more cell, then these two yellow arrows point at each other and are both 6. So, in fact, this is not yellow. It is a 1. So we can go into the edging tool here and draw that in. And say, okay, yes, that is definitely not that. Okay. So this is at least a 2. So these are the same digit. And that digit, or these are the same color, and that color's definitely not blue. Could that color possibly be red? I think it could be red. Okay, I want to come up here and look at what happens if this is a 3. If this is a 3, then these are all in the same region, and that's a 4, so these are all in the same region, and then that's a 2, so those are in the same region. And that just flat out does not work. Oh, wait, that would work. No, that doesn't work, because now these two just have to be in that region, but now the region's done, and now this arrow is another 3, which is a problem for many reasons, not least of which I know that this arrow is at least a 4, because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in the column. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7. I might as well go ahead and notice and do the appropriate coloring. Let's see. Color is V. Green is the 6th color? No. Green is the 5th color? There we go. Okay. So that goes at least that far. So the point of all of this, by the way, before I forget, is that this wasn't a 3. So that's a 2. So this is a 3 or a 4. And that gives us a 3-4 pair. But these two are the same color, and so... and that color is not green, so this is yet another color, and it can't be any of the colors we have. Let's see. So V8. Nope, that's yellow. 9. There we go. Goes at least 3 in that direction. Okay. Row 8, column 4 is known. Oh, yes, right. Thank you. This is a 5, and has been ever since we filled in this border. So these are not 5. That's not 5. debating if I want to fill that in. I don't think I do. Let's see. Remember the border. Oh, you just want me to fill in the, oops. The blackening. I could do that. Let's see. So, I didn't feel I was that desperate yet. Okay, so this is a 3 or 4. Yeah, so if this is a 4, then this ends up taking all of those cells. Oh, this one. Sorry, I was bordering things for Tallcat and did not successfully border that one. Okay. Yeah, and I can extend the blue a lot now because of the fact that blue... Oops. Sorry, I wanted to highlight. Because of the fact that blue can take at most 7 cells in here, blue has to take at least these 2 cells in order to have any hope of finishing. So... Oh, sorry, that's a V. I could do that one. 6? Haha, I got it right that time. So yeah, so this has got to go over at least that far. Okay. Yeah, so... the placed 2 in row 3, column 4 gives us a 1-3 pair in column 7. Ah, yes. Excellent. Okay. Oops. All right, so this is a 1-3 pair. So this is at least 2, so it's definitely yellow. And so it could be 2... Let's see. If it's... how big can it be? So this is already 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That would make it a 5. I don't think it can be as high as 5, but I'm going to... well, it certainly can't be as high as 5 because it's going in this. So if this is a 2 or a 4. And is yellow. There we go. Okay. So that's cool. Row 3, column 8 can be paired. Let's see. Ah, right. It cannot be a 3 anymore because there's a 1-3 pair in the row. And so now because of that, this is the cell is red. Excellent. Let's see. So let's go. Oh, these 2 are the same color, but that color could be red, is the annoying thing. No, that color can't be red. Wait. No, that color's definitely not red. These 2 are a none-red, none-yellow color. So these are a new color. That is a key observation that I had not yet made. So we're going to make those pink. Because this arrow is bigger than 1, so it's putting these 2 in the same region, but red already has a 1, owing to Vebi's point just now. By the way, welcome, Vebi. Nice to see you in my stream. And so Vebi has gotten us some nice colorage down here. Okay, so let's think about where yellow is getting its 1 from. So this we said is at most a 4. So yellow can get at most up to here. Well, that one's taken and that one's taken. And blue has to get a 1 over here somewhere because blue can't escape over there. So that that one is claimed. So this is the only one in the bottom 4 rows that yellow can get. So this is yellow. Hey, Chili, welcome. And hey, Leo. So now I think this can't be 4 anymore, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this can't be a 4 because that would put... No, this could be a 4. If this is a 4, it exactly finishes the region. Let's see. Leo says row 3, column 8 can't be 6 or 7. 3, column 8. Ah, yes, because now red and yellow are different. So now, yeah, this is now only 4 or 5. Oops. This is a really cool puzzle. So one of these joins. Oh, sorry, not one of these joins. One of these is a 3. Let's see, if this is not a 3, does it work? Yeah, I guess I could even do something ridiculous like this, couldn't I? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that would... If this is a 1, it would have to do that, which seems okay. Yellow could have gone up 3 cells if it wasn't for the 1-3 pair up here, SPQ. That was just a Sudoku thing. Okay, so what is the most this could extend? Well, it's still 7, isn't it? Hey, Panthera, welcome back. Oh, we're asking if yellow could have somehow taken a 1... if yellow could maybe, yeah, I think you're... I think maybe you're right. I think it's possible I screwed up with this. Not with this. With Vebi's point that this can't be a 3 anymore, that I 100% buy. And so this is red. That part's true enough. But I think I was premature in assigning this 1. Now I'm going to re-go back to putting these 2 in the same set, because, again, these 2 have to be in the same set again. Have a good night, Nicholas. Nice to see you in stream. So yeah, I think it is a priori possible, because I was stuck on thinking about this cell, which still can't be a 5. That deduction was also right, because this cell is certainly yellow. That part was also right. But it's certainly possible that yellow extends, say, up to there, and then this is the 1. Well, that's definitely not possible, but imagine some variation of that. Either way, row 9, column 1 is blue. Right, so blue is taking at least 4 cells back here. So there's the only other possibilities. This cell's orange, but that would not leave enough space for blue to finish. So if orange went like that and tried to make some sort of like AT sort of shape, then this would only be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This would only be 7 blues. So that's always blue. I agree with that calculation. Sorry. That is the correct color. Let's see. Yeah, I was just about to look at row 8, column 1. So row 8, column 1. Yeah, so blue still needs to take 4 cells. So it either takes all 4 of these, or it takes 3 of these and that one. And so, yeah, this can't be orange either. I agree. Let's see. And row 9, column 1, or row 9, column 2 is a 1. Why can't this be a 1? What am I missing? Oh, if this is a 1, then that's a 3. Does that break? If this is a 1, that's a 3, and now this goes up like that. I don't think I quite see it. But that would be a blue 1. I 100% agree about the amount of 1s that blue has to have. Now, where is orange getting its 1? Orange has to go up to get a 1, because orange can't take this one, and this one and this one are spoken for. And yeah, orange can't reach in and take. Yeah, orange can't reach all the way down here. So orange has to go up in order to take a 1. Which actually puts a little bit of pressure on this cell. Because now this cell certainly has to be at least 4. But because orange has to take a 1 above this, there's actually a virtual 7 cells in this. And so this could only possibly go up to 6 now, owing to the fact that I need to go at least 1 up in order to get the orange 1. Let's see. SPQ. Row 7, column 2 is blue because of the 1, 3 in the blue arrow. Right. Okay, yes. So, right, perfect. There's 2 universes. There's the universe where this is a 3, in which case this is blue, and there's the universe where this is a 1, in which case blue looks exactly like this. In all instances, this cell is blue. Good point. Let's see. I'm trying to see if one combination of this 1-3 pair is broken. Bye, Hippo. Have a good day. But I don't think it is. I think it's okay either way. If this is a 3 and it takes the 2, then of course it also has to take that cell, but that seems fine. Oh yeah, this still can't be 6 or 7. That got undone by uncertainty about whether this one really has to be yellow or not. But this still really is not 6 or 7. This is still 4 or 5. This is 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't think we know which yet. Let's see. What about this? I feel like there's lots of options for that one, which makes me slightly uneasy. Let's see. And yellow has 6 cells at the moment. Okay, well, I know this number's bigger than 2. Let's make really obvious statements. So this is at least 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But it's at least 3, because it has to get at least a little bit out. And I might as well, while I'm saying that, I might as well do the actually more obvious thing, which is to actually color it and say that's pink. Because pink can't get stuck in this corner for the rest of its life. Let's see. I don't know if this 2 region is red yet, do I? Oh, actually, I bet I know it's not red. Because if this was red... Well, if this was red, then purple would have to do that. Because if this was red, then I would be locking purple into this. Is there a reason why it's obviously broken if purple is just the right-hand column? Doesn't immediately look broken to me necessarily. I mean, it would make a lot of sense for there to be like a really high digit to disambiguate some of these arrows. Oh yeah, I think you're right. So I could take, so red would, this is puzzle number 3, Ambrose. So we did the aquarium puzzle, and we did the, we did the chaos construction Minesweeper puzzle. But yeah, you're right. If these 2 are red, I don't have to put purple all the way up here. I have to fill these cells with purple and red. Trying to see if any of these other arrows look appetizing. Which I do not think they do. Can this run into red? Because if this becomes a 3 or a 4, then this runs into red. So if this is a 4, then it makes all of those red, and then makes this a 5. That's not too many cells, though, is it? Nope, that's only 8. Oh, that breaks purple. That breaks purple. Okay. If this is a 4, then it runs over here, and now it's red. And so now this is a 5, because there's a 4 already, and so it runs down there. And now look at what's happened to the lower purple. Lower purple doesn't have anywhere it can get 9 cells. So this is not a 4, which is, I know, a very minor deduction, but hey, it is a deduction. I will take it. Let's see. Nevaria likes row 2, column 5. Yeah, that looks somewhat appetizing. Let's see. So this could be a 1 or a 3 or a 4 or a 5, I think. Those are the options. Let's see. Does one of those break? Let's see. If this is a 5... Oh, if this is a 4, it breaks, doesn't it? Yeah, if this is a 4... Yeah, if this is a 4, it breaks. Because if this is a 4, then we run over here, and now what's this digit? It's a 2. So this can't be a 4. If this is a 5, then this is a 3, and the world makes sense. If this is a 3, that's a 1, and the world makes sense. So yeah, so this is fairly constrained. Let's see, what about this? If this is a 3, is that a problem? Because it would make it red. Can row 2, column 4 ever be a 3? Okay, if this is a 3... Ah, that's the combination that doesn't work. If this is a 3, now that's a 1 and that's a 5. And that's broken because the arrows contradict each other. Beautiful. Excellent spot, Vebi. So this is a 4, which makes that a 3, which now is going to let me do some more coloring and some more edge drawing. So that is pink. And let's go through, let's see, this is 4. That 3, oops, wrong tool. And that goes there. So now that's actually also pink. Sorry, V9. Oops. V9? V9? Boop. There we go. Okay. That is also purple. So that is really cool. Okay. Okay, and we've got these 2 cells, which are sort of threatening to box off a giant region over here, which is going to be a problem, potentially. Yeah, I can go with... The reason I haven't been using brown and orange... Brown and the other ones that are up there, and purple and the other ones that are at the end, is because you can't do a shortcut that I'm aware of to get to purple or brown. But I can do gray just to avoid having the same color. Is that gray? Okay, that's too aggressive of a gray. There we go. That's a nice enough gray that I think we can tolerate that. But yeah, I wish purple would be at the front, because no one wants to use black or gray or whatever. But what are you going to do? Okay, so if this is a... Oops. If this is a 1... This is a 3. If this is a 5, this is a 3. If this is a 3, this is a 1. The 3-1 combination now actually looks kind of interesting, because in the 3-1 combination, green takes exactly that shape. Let's see. Can this cell be green? At least naively, the answer is yes. Oh, but it can't be. This can't be green. Unless it's a 1? Can this be a green 1? Maybe this can be a green 1. Yeah, it would have to go like that or something. Can row 2, column 5 be a 5? How would green escape? Yeah, okay. Yeah, if this is a 5, then we've created a region here. And so naively you'd think, oh, it could be green, but we've boxed off the world. So yeah, so this is not a 5. Oops, not a 5. Okay, and so I am told, let's try this. If I type 1, 1, I'll get purple. Ah, gorgeous. Okay. So I can shortcut my way into the prettier colors that are hidden away. How many minutes into it? Into this puzzle or into the stream? I think we're about 45 minutes into this puzzle, and I think we're about 5.25 hours into the stream. This is the 3rd puzzle. And welcome, Mateo, by the way. Okay, so yeah, this is a 1, 3. And so interestingly, that means this is always a border. So that is good to know. This is always a border. Because whether this is a 1 pointing at... No, that's not true. Sorry, never mind. I'm full of nonsense. If this is a 3, then yeah, then it points at that, and then it's not a border. Can row 3, column 7 be a 3? So this would go 3, 1, like that. 3, 1, 3. And so green would have to go down here. Except this is a 3 now. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so green has to be very careful not to accidentally gain access to another 3. Because green can only have 1, 3, and it already has it. And so if we look at this 3, 1, 3 combination, we've, first of all, this... Wait. Oh, wait, the 313 region breaks for reasons totally unrelated to that. The 313 puts 2 3s in the same region. And I can't put 2 3s into the same region. Yeah, so that actually really works. And it would totally break off the green region too, I think. But I think the simpler explanation is it puts 2 3s in the same region. So 3, 1, 3 into the grid they go. So now this is all a region. Sorry, I should say this is all a region. That region could be red, I think, if that's true. Oh, also resolves this. Ah, great. Okay, so that's a 3. So nice. Okay, so that's a 3. That's a 1. So that being a 1 resolves that this is orange and this is blue. And we have finished our first region. So that's blue. That's blue. That's orange. No, orange is 0. Orange is 0, people. Orange is 0. Remember these things. They will come in handy someday, possibly. Okay, so blue is dun-de-dun-dun-dun. Region dance. Okay, so this is a 3, and so it is, of course, not orange. Could this 3 be purple? Let's check. Because now purple, that would finish purple if purple did that. And now that's a problem because orange only has 2 cells left to give. So orange cannot run up this side and finish it. So this is neither orange nor pink / purple / whatever you want to call this. So that is a boundary. And so this is a region that we do not have a color for yet because nothing else can possibly get to it. Let's see. So let's go to V and let's try 12. Oops. V12. Really? I thought brown was 12. Apparently you cannot hit... apparently you can't hit shortcut 12. Well... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn blue into brown as its reward for being completed, and then use blue again for this one. Okay. And over here, we have more stuff going on. Sorry. Over here, this thing... Okay, so this is... Oh, that's right. This thing is a region. We just don't know if that region is red or not. we're probably going to have to figure out what the count is on all the regions before we can figure that out. Now, here's another point. Pink already has a 9, so this is definitely not pink either. So that's a border. Oh, you have to type the 12 in exactly the right rhythm, and then it will allow you the privilege. That makes sense. Okay, so... Oops. So orange currently has 7 cells. Orange only gets 2 more. And so people are doing the sort of accounting of ones that I was trying to do earlier. And so people were looking, for example, like, could this be an orange 1? It seems to me like this can be an orange 1. Let's see. These 2 1s are in different regions, but I don't know much about that region. This arrow can't be a 1 anymore, which is interesting. Yeah, orange needs to go up to get a 1. I agree with that. And it can't get 1 here. So orange is getting a 1... something like one of these 4 places. I think those are the 4 places orange can possibly get a 1. I again still think this 1 has to be yellow, but I think annoyingly it is still just plausible that yellow grabs a 1 here. Pink 3 is restricted. Oh yeah, pink's going to have to get a 3. And it's not going to get it from this row. It's not going to get it from this row. It's not going to get it from this column or this column. It can't possibly get to this 3. Yeah, pink 3 is an interesting question. Pink's probably going to have to get its 3, like, exactly there. Is there anywhere else pink can possibly get a 3? Oh, maybe like down here somewhere? Possibly? Let's see. This has got to be... How many regions do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we have 8 regions. So there's 1 as of yet identified region. Notch, so this is an irregular, and the arrows tell you how far that region goes. So, like, this orange region that we have not yet finished, this 3 on the arrow is telling us that the orange goes 3 cells and then stops. And this 5 is telling us that this region goes 5 cells and then stops. That's basically all the rules. Pink 3 in column 5 or 6. Yeah, pink can't get a 3 down as far as this. So the only place in column 5 that pink could get a 3 is here, I think. If pink went like that, this can be a 3, right? If there's a 1 arrow, there's a line there. That's right. So like this 1 is... I tried to put in this thick line just to emphasize. I know this is a border. I just don't know what color this is. Remember, the pink 2 has to be separated from 9 in column 5. The row 5, column 5 arrow breaks. Because now... Right, because now I'd have to go down here, because this couldn't be a 1 anymore, because these two... Yeah, this is the thing where it would be really helpful if I remembered the thing that that Virtual taught me earlier, which was something about composite. So we're going to put composite in there, and then we're going to click composite and loop and line or X. We know that's all one region. I don't know why I haven't put a bar in there yet, but I'm going to. These are all one region for sure. Is there any other places I should connect that are obviously part of the same region, but I don't know what region? I don't think so. Yeah, so if this is a 5, this is also part of that region, I should note. Chat all over it. Yeah, these 5 are all part of one region. So if this is a 5, then yeah, then it can't go and grab these. Okay. So that was a nice detour. Let's go back to... actually, I wanted to edge in the one place where I saw... Oh, 2 places at least where I have edges that I have not yet marked in. So pink 3 must be in row 4, column 1. Okay, so I was convinced by this argument that this is not the pink 3 here. Certainly not a pink 3 here. And so pink 3 is not over here. It's not over here. So the pink 3... Can I actually say for sure this cell's not pink? Yes. Yeah, so the pink 3 has to be over here somewhere. It's not there. And so I think you're right. I think the pink 3 can only go here. V, 9, pink. And so that's pink. And so... that goes like that. Okay, so if this is pink, it's a 1. Which is fine. In fact, pink still needs a 1, and it can't get a 1 anywhere that it currently exists. None of these can be a pink 1. So... isn't this the only... No, sorry. Pink could take this one. So one of these 2 cells is a pink 1. I don't know which. But this cell definitely is a 1. Because, as SPQ points out, I know that these aren't 1. I know that these aren't 1 because there's already a 1 in the region. And so this is definitely a 1. I just don't know what color it is. But that means I know this isn't blue. Anymore. That is not blue. But this is certainly pink or orange. I don't know which yet. I don't think. Let's see. So now yellow has to take the easy one because yellow's only out to getting a 1 anywhere but this one was to go up its maximum extension, which is 3 up into this row and take 1 here, but it can't anymore because now that's the yellow. So, or because now that's the 1. So now right. So that is yellow. see. Blue has to get out, I agree. So one of these is blue. Oh, and so these are definitely blue. Oh, that's gorgeous. I love that. Yeah, that's really great. Because look at this. So blue can only at the moment get 8 cells in here. So it's going to have to leave. But the only place that it can leave is here. And so these are both blue. And even though it's really, really, really far away, it's the same blue as this blue. So that is V6. There we go. Okay, so those are blue. Okay, so let's write down what can this be. It could be a 2 or a 4. Those are the only options for what this cell can be. Because it can't be a 3 because blue already has a 3. All right, and so now people are doing math and noting, okay, so blue can't take all of these cells. So blue has to... so either orange or pink has to take one of these cells in here. Now, the cell pink takes has to be a 1, and so pink can't actually take any cells in here. Pink is done along these borders, so I can go ahead and I can fill that in, just for purposes of explaining what's going on. Because the only place pink expands, it has to expand to take a 1. So pink can't take any of these, and so therefore orange has to. Now, orange was currently at 7 cells. So orange has to take 1 or 2 of these. But orange can't possibly take this cell, so this cell is blue. Let's see. If orange did take these 2 cells... would that be okay? Yeah, so people are noting this probably isn't a 4, so let's do that count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that would put 10 cells, owing to this one now. That would put 10 cells in blue. So this is, in fact, a 2. So Z, that's a 2. Okay, and so that lets us fill in that edge there. Oops. Sorry, the 9 became blue as I tried to fill in this edge. Okay. Yeah, this cell, row 4, column 4. Got it. Okay, row 4, column 4. Chat wisely points out this can't be orange, because if this was orange, orange has just taken these 2 cells to finish, and now orange can't have a 1. Orange has to get a 1 somewhere, and it's really limited in its ability to do so. It's going to have to take a 1 somewhere, but it's certainly not taking it from 2 cells that are 6, 7, or 8. And so ergo, this cell is blue. So that is nice. Now, orange could slide straight up here and plunk a 1 there. I think that's okay. Let's see. This is not a 3 anymore. That's a good thing to notice. So this is only a 1 or a 2 because of the 3 in the row. So this is probably not red. Orange can't go upwards? Can't go 2 upwards? Oh yeah, that would cut off blue. So this is also blue, right? Just for connectivity. If orange went up here, now I've separated the baby, and I'm not allowed to do that. So yes, good point. 6 that. Okay. So we are now saying that orange definitely takes a 1 in one of these 2 cells. Wait. Sorry. No. we're now just saying orange has to take this one, right? There's just no way, because I can't put a 1 here because, spoiler, there's already a 1 there. And so now orange gets to grow by 2, but there's no place that orange can get by 2 that is going to get here, or that's going to get to a place where there could be a 1 anymore. So now this cell is orange. V0. Oops. There we go. Okay, that cell's orange, and so therefore that cell is pink, because now pink has to get that, and we can do some more trimming. Go ahead and put those borders in like that. Okay. This 9 is really getting interesting, because the 9 is completely boxed in. We know, let's go back to the composite tool for a second. We know these two, oops, not those two. We know these two are part of the same region. Now, okay, let's go back to Sudoku. Let's see. All right, and now orange has to take one of these two. Blue has to take one of them, because now orange only has one more cell to give, and blue only has one more cell to give. So these are orange and blue, and so blue is done aside from that, and orange is done aside from that. So we can actually do more trimming. So that and that is a border. We just don't know exactly how they get disposed amongst these cells. Why can't row 4, column 6 be a 4? It forces, so the reason it can't be a 4 is that it forces this to be a 5, and that then creates a cutoff region where purple can't finish. This was a somewhat complicated to see thing, but there was a sequence of deductions of the sort. Oh, by the way, this is a 4, speaking of things that are 4, because now that we know this is done, that's a 4. Okay, so sadly, this could still be the 4. I'd love to put the 4 in the bottom row from that. Okay, we can place 5 in orange, I hear tell of. So the 5... Doesn't it go in one of 2 places? Because orange isn't done. And now Tallcat is pointing out, I think it was Tallcat, green definitely... I mean, green has to come out, but we actually know a lot more than that green has to come out. Because green can't possibly take this P. If green takes this P, it instantly becomes much too large. So green has to go this way at least, but that's still not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Green could take this. That would be 7, but green's got to come down, and so green ends up taking both of those. And so now green is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Green can only take one more cell. And so it could be that one, it could be that one, it could be that one, who knows? But green only gets one more cell now out of all of this. But definitely green does not take this bit, so I can wall that off. Let's see. If green did take this, sorry, if green did take this cell, then green's 1 would have to go exactly there. Interesting. Oh yeah, people are now looking at where the blue region is getting its 1 from. Let's see. So it looks like 3 places for blue's 1. Uh, green's 1 must be in row 1. Ah, yes, because there has to be a 1 in row 1. And I just have 1 staring at all these spaces. So there is, in fact, a 1 for sure in one of these two places. So I can remember that X puts a corner mark there. And so that means that at least is definitely not green. And this can't be green either, because if it were green, it would have to be a 2, but then that would put too many cells in green. So in fact, that actually finishes green. Green finishes up here like this. Let's see. I've got to tab out of this and then go V, and then do 5. That. Okay. So that is great. Hey, Luis, welcome. Let's see. Now I want to go back to Rank's point is that I highlighted a bunch of cells that already see 1s. So all of these cells see 1s. That cell sees a 1. So one of these two is the 1. And this one sees a 1. Okay, so the 1 in blue is just placed here, is Rank's point, if I actually look closely. So that's a 2. So these two are part of the same region. Did we break it? So that's not a 1. Oh, no. So that's not a 1, just by Sudoku. So that is a 1. And that's probably all the 1s in the grid. Yeah, this 2 is not red. So this 2 I can go ahead and line in with my composite tool. There we go. And I guess while I'm composite tooling things, I should probably note that those are connected as well, because this 1 can't be red. And I can go ahead and edge in that and that. All right. Now this thing up here can be nothing but red, right? Oh, no, that's not true. This could be its own region that's just sort of shaped like a duck staff. Why is the 2 not red? Because the 2 ends right at red. Yeah, and so this is for sure the last color. Because remember, we have 8 colors currently. Oops. Sorry. I don't know why the shortcut doesn't work when you're in edge mode. I'm not sure. There's probably a smart reason for it that has to do with what kinds of puzzles you're anticipated to be doing. But yeah, these can't be any colored region that we already have. So let's see. Is there any nice color we have not yet used? Answer, no. So this is going to be light gray. And so that means we now have 9 regions. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so this has to be red because it can be nothing else. So V7? Yeah, there we go. And so that finishes red. Okay, and so now all of this has to be purple. Which was 11, I want to say. Oops. Sorry, I was not in V mode. There we go. Okay, all of that's purple. I love this little skull staff shape thing up here. Okay, so now purple is at... Oh, I can fill in this digit. How about that? That's probably a good idea. This digit's a 7. So this is not a 7. One of these chooses 7, although that's probably not worth noting that. This is a 4 now, while we're noting digits. Let's see. Did I fill in any more arrows that I have not yet labeled? I don't think so. Oh, this one. This is a 6. Okay. Oh, yeah. Purple can't end here because that's not enough cells. So this cell's always purple. V11, purple. And so this cell either is where purple ends or this cell is where purple ends. Where Purple Ends could be the name of a novel. Okay. Yeah, so now this shape is going to be interesting. 4 in row 8, someone asks about. I've already forgotten what it was I said could be the title of a novel. So I would name my next Sudoku that, but I have already forgotten. Okay, let's write in what these are. 5, 6, 7. Where Purple Ends. Where Purple Ends is a great title for a Sudoku puzzle. Let's see. Okay. The orange cage is still missing a 7. Let's see. What are these digits? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are not 7 or 5, so that's a 6, 8 pair. It's probably a worthwhile thing to find. So this is a 5 or a 7. And then we have to grab a 5 or a 7 somewhere. Not sure where we're doing that yet. Now yellow needs to get a 6 and an 8. So those are going to have to go other places. Let's see. Carl says the 4 in row 8 is yellow. Okay, the 4 in row 8 is yellow. Okay. I did not see this 4 before, but yes, the 4 in row 8 is yellow now, and has been for some time, which means that this is a 2. Which means that if we tab through our many toys, oops, I tabbed through too many toys, that ends there. And of course, this is a border. Okay, so now hey, Aaron. Or are you a Spartacus? I think you might be a Spartacus, but maybe not. Oh, Derek in chat calls you a Spartacus, so I hope you're a Spartacus. 2 in row 8. Sorry, that's not row 8. 2 in row 8, yes, has to go here. 7 in brown. Yes, the 7 in brown now has to go over here in one of these two cells. I don't know which one, but that tells me that this is definitely a 5. Which is actually going to put quite a crimp on 5 in brown. I guess not terribly. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so one of these two cells is purple. Don't know which one yet. Well, I can go ahead and do, like, Sudoku-y things. Like, I know the 9 and the 8 in this... Well, I know the... Sorry, I was trying to look at the staff region and do irregular Sudoku stuff on it. Let's see. This region needs a 6. Oh, but it could go there or there. Never mind. Let's see. The 6 and 8 and orange are done. Oh, yes, they are done. Excellent. So that's an 8. That's a 6. Let's see. What are these cells? They are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, and 9. Okay, well, this is not a 4. This is not a 3. Let's see. The 2 in row 7 is where? Not there, not there, not there, not there. Ah, is this the last 2? This is probably the last 2 in the grid. Oh, no, there's one more 2. There's a 2 in row 1, which we should be able to place because it's the last 2. That's the 2. Okay, so Vebi's point is, hey, I think we can gray some more stuff, which I agree. Let's see if this is gray. Okay, so yellow only has 2 more cells. So yellow can't reach past this line, and purple only has 1 more cell, so purple can't even reach past this line. And so these 2 cells are definitely gray. There is nothing else they could be. Nothing else could reach them. You can study the borders carefully. Yellow can't reach this cell either, owing to this 2 here, because it would have to bend around, and it can't. So that's gray, because purple, again, can't reach it. Let's see. Excuse me. Okay, so I think that's all I can definitely gray for now, although chat will tell me if I miss... Oh, wait, this can't be yellow. Yeah, okay, there's more. This can't be yellow, because if this was yellow, I would be doing this with yellow, which would certainly be very bad. So that's gray too, actually. Okay, let's get back to some Sudoku briefly, because someone has found a 3 in column 9 for me. No 3 there, no 3 there, no 3 there, no 3 there. Could be there, and can't be anywhere else. Excellent job, Tallcat, with the 3s. Is that the last 3 in the grid? No, it is not. Does that mean we can place more 3s? Okay, what about the 3 in this row? Could go there. Or there. So the 3 in this row only goes in those places. I believe. Let's see. The 3 in this row goes in those places. Sorry, it goes in those places. So these are... So there's a little X-wing on 3s in these places. Because if I look at row 7 and row 9, these are the only places... Oh, no, I don't know that 3 doesn't go here, do I? I don't. Gray can only get a 3 in one place. Oh, Gray wants a 3 now? Boy, everyone is so greedy. Okay. So Gray... it looks to me like Gray could get a 3 in either of these places. Am I missing something? Yellow already has a 3. Sorry, I had not appreciated that yellow actually has a 349 triple. So we actually know what the 2 digits missing from yellow are, which seems like something I should have noticed before now. The 2 digits missing from yellow are a 6 and an 8, which is not at all helpful. But it does mean... It does mean this cell's not a 3. So the 3 in row 9 really is in one of these 2 cells. And the 3 in row 7, therefore, really is in one of these 2 cells. And what that means is this isn't a 3. Because that would be too many 3s. And so that gives me a 3 here via magic. Not sure if that has bought me anything, but hey, it's a digit. Column 8 3s. Yeah. So Naverio saw a different way of seeing that this was where the 3 had to go, which was to say, okay, well, there's already a 3 in red, there's already a 3 in purple, and there was a pair of 3s looking at this cell. Column 3 needs a 7 now? This is really getting out of hand. Okay, so one of these two is a 7. Should we know which one? I don't 100% know if I know which one. But maybe someone does. Let's see. Yeah, so we actually now have everything filled in orange, except for the digit it's missing, which is a 7. So one of these two cells is an orange 7. And so the blue 7 has to go either here or here or here. Not there. Here or here. Ah, but look at the 7s in brown and purple, or pink. Those align, so I can't put a 7 in any of these places. So one of these is an orange 7. And now, where does the blue 7 go? Well, it can only go in one of these two places, I believe. And so we get a little weird X-wing on 7s. Okay, where is 2 in blue? That seems awfully restricted. Oh, 2's already in blue. Never mind. It is awfully restricted, but not for a good reason. Oh, hippo hugs sound very sweet. Okay, so this is missing 4, 5, 7, and 9. That one is not a 7 or a 4. Oops. This is not a 4. That's not a 7. That's not quite a tuple, but it looks tuplish. Let's see. Hey, Memerister, welcome. So Tallcat asked something about where gray gets a 3. Gray wants a 3. Gray can only get a 3 in row 7 because there just aren't any 3s available prior to that. So yeah, so gray gets its 3 in one of these cells. Let's see. Okay, so here's a good point. We know that yellow is missing a 6 and an 8. So the question on offer is, okay, if this is a yellow 6 or 8, then it has to go exactly there in so go exactly there in red, has to go exactly here in purple, and now it can't go anywhere in brown. So yeah, that's crazy, but this can't be yellow, because if this is a yellow, then we put a digit in the same digit in these two cells via the medium of the skull cane, and then we rule that digit completely out of brown. So this is purple. That's super bizarre to me. It doesn't feel right, but I'm pretty sure we logicked through it. Let me know if someone has discovered the error in that logic, but I think it's right. So that's purple. And so we can go ahead and lop those off. And so now this cell is definitely gray. Oops, sorry, wrong mode. No, no, no. V3 gray. Okay. No, no, no. This is not yellow because of the 2 arrow. The 2 arrow told us that yellow ended here. Right? Okay, we're on the same page. Yeah, the super thick with a 2 C's border here was doing a good job of reminding me of that so I didn't lose track. Okay, this cell now can't be gray anymore because now gray has 8 cells. Gray only gets 1 more, so this cell's definitely yellow. Which is an 8, I think. Yeah, so that's yellow. Okay, so now one of these two is gray, but now the question is, where is gray getting its 3? And the answer is gray's 3 has to come from one of these 2 spots. Oh, sorry, it has to come here. This is the only place that gray can buy a 3. I think because this is we only have 1 3 left in the grid, right? Or is that not quite true? I think it actually is true. I think this is the only 3 left on offer, and it is gray for sure. So V3 gray, and so now we can fill that in, and so now we can go back and fill that in, provided that I tab before using the shortcut. There we go. Okay, so now we can go back to center marks. This is a 6-8 pair. Let's see. 7 we know is up there. Let's see. And place the brown 3. Oh, there is still a 3 missing. But it goes there. Okay. So, what is left? Oh, sorry. Let's first of all clean this up. This is not a 9. There was a given 9 looking at it. So this is a 4 or a 5, just to finish the column. Would really like to place an extra 2 in gray, because I feel like its places are quite restricted. But that's probably not a good idea. Okay, we'll go ahead and good lift this. So that's not a 5. That's not a 9. Okay, that did not go as well as I had hoped. I will be honest. Okay, so this 7 is pushing a 7 over here. This 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is placing one of those over here. Remove the 4s. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. Oh, these aren't 4 either. Oh, 4 is displaced. Beautiful. Okay. So you'd think the whole point of good lifting was to find that 4 and that 5 and that 4. But I did not succeed at that task. That's not a 4 anymore. Okay. How are we doing on 5s? Oh, how are we doing on greens? Let's do greens first. So we're missing 5, 7, and 9 in green, I think. No, not 9. Oh, this is not a 9 either. Speaking of things that I mispencil marked in the first place. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5, 7, 8. That's right. Okay, so this is not an 8. This is a 5 or a 7. So 8, 5, 7, 8. Okay, I don't think those are exciting. I missed a potential 3. That is possible. I will apologize in advance if I missed a place for the 3. Chat was convinced for a really long time that there was a 3 here, and I eventually maybe gave in. Where is the 6 in blue? That's a good question. Well, I guess maybe I don't know where the 6 in blue is. Okay, let me find ranks digits. You can place some digits if you think about the purple cells that stick out and where they go in column 9. And also how neither of those purples can be 5 due to where 5 goes in brown. Beautiful. Okay, so 5 in brown actually can't go up here. It can't go in this column with a 5. So 5 in brown goes in one of these 3 places, but it means, in particular, this is definitely not a 5. Which means that one of these is a 5, which means this is not a 5, and hence is a 9. And so that's not a 9. So now if I look at this, that means 9 has to go in one of these 2. But now these 2 cells hanging out of this are the same 2 cells up here. So this is a 6 or an 8. Okay, so we got the ranks digit. Let's see. Can we do more with this kind of... What are these? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. Where is 5 going? 5 could still go here. 6, 7. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure that I have more to give on that front at the moment. 8 in brown influences people. Okay, where does 8 in brown influence people? Okay, so 8 in brown... 8 in brown... 8 in brown is definitely in the bottom row. Right. Because of these 2 8s. So yeah, so there's an 8 down here somewhere. So this is not an 8. Let's see. Does that do me anything? Let's see. Can place row 8, column 7 in gray. Okay, so this 4, 9 looks up here, and it has to go somewhere in these spots, but it can't go here because this sees both a 4 and 9. That's a really good spot, Ambrose. So this is a 4 or a 9. That gets us a 4-9 pair in the column. And so ergo, what's left in the column is 5, 6, 7, 8. But hopefully there's some eliminations there. This I know is not a 7. Might be the best I can do for now. Let's see. Yes, these 2 brown cells, where do they go in row 9? They have to go here. So these are from 6, 7, 9. Let's go ahead and fill that in. That was a wise catch. That means this is not a 6, just by inspection of the thingy up here. Okay, so now we have a quadruple of 6, 7, 8, 9. So this digit is a write-in. What digit is it, you might ask? Well, I contend that it is probably a 4, because there's not a 4 anywhere else in the row. So that makes that a 9 and that a 4, which makes that a 9. Let's see. Did that do any more, or was that just a very short... that might have just been a very short little bit of fireworks. Okay, so Now where is 4 in brown? Chat asks. So 4 in brown now can only go here. Okay, that's good. I feel like that was not completely silly. Okay, so what's here? We need 7 and an 8. Okay, so we continue to fill in these higher digits, which makes a lot of sense because we started... Well, because the arrows in the puzzle are naturally inclined to give us low digits. So we knew sort of from the beginning, if we thought about it, we were going to have all of the... We're going to have a mess with the higher digits. Can we finish the 4s? That would be cool. I don't know. Let's see. Okay, not a 4 there. Okay, so this is a 4. Just because it's the only place for 4 in the row. Oh, and now we finished the 4s. So let's see. So... Two, three, four, 5. This can only be a 7 or a 9 by what's already in blue. So blue already has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This column already has a 6 and an 8. So this is a 7 or a 9, which actually tells us that this is a 5, which is the thing I probably should have spotted to start with. So this digit here is a 5, so these are not 5. So that makes this a 6-7 pair, which makes this a 9, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 9. This is now a write-in. It's a 5. Let's see. Okay. That was a little miniature explosion of Sudoku stuff. Okay, so this is not a 5. So we've got an annoying 6, 7, 8 triple. One of those two is a 5. Keep going in row 9. So that's not a 5. Okay. Sorry. So that's not a 5. So that gives us a 6H pair. Okay, beautiful. Okay. So that's a 9. That is not a 9. So that's a 6, 8. That's a 6, 8 pair in the... Oh, it's a 6, 8 pair in the row, but there's only 6 and 8 in the row. Let's see. This is a 5, 6, 7, or an 8. I don't think we know what's going on with that. These are 5, 6, 7, 8. But that one's not a 5. That one's not a 7. Where does 6 go? Oh, sorry. Where does blue 6 go? Blue 6 has to go in one of these two cells. The 8 in green. Yes. Okay. The 8 in green now. Beautiful, beautiful point. Tom Hartley. The 8 now has to go here in green, which rules it out of this cell, which is not very exciting, but also rules it out of this cell, which is very exciting, because that's a 6 and that's an 8. And so now these are a 6, 7 pair. And so... Good things. Okay, one of these is an 8. Okay, so... Yeah, blue only gets one more digit. Is there like a Y-wing going on in here or some nonsense like that? I'm not completely sure. 8s are easier than 6s. Okay, let's look at 8s. So, yeah, one of these is an 8. One of these is an 8. Oh, sorry, could be that one. The 8 in this row is in one of these two places. The 8 in this row is in one of these three places. Okay, this feels like more work than I absolutely have to be doing right now. Let's see. The 5 is placed in gray and green. So let's look at 5s. So 5. See, I don't think I see how the 5 is placed. 5 in row 3 is in one of these two places. So I don't see anything about yet. Let's see. I can play ping pong with this 6-8 because this 6-8 is that 6-8, which is this 6-8. But I don't know if that continues at all. Green has a 7-8 pair. Do I know this isn't a 5? Did I just at some point not remove a 5 pencil mark from something? I don't see the 7-8 pair in green, but okay, let's see the. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, the line over it was helpful at the time, but is probably now obfuscating what's actually going on. Oh, there is an X-wing. Okay, interesting. There is an X-wing on what? Row 6, column 6. Can't be 6. We hear. That's not row 6, column 6. That's row 6, column 6. Yes, it can't be a 6 because there's a 6 in the column. How about that? Okay. That is good. Yes. Okay, so that cell is that cell for whatever that's worth. I'm not sure if that does anything. Row 6, column 7 is not 5. I don't think I see that. Let's see. 5 X-Wing in column 6 and column 9. Okay, column 6, column 9. Okay, so the 5s go here and here and here and here. Okay, so that is indeed an X-Wing on 5s, which earns us eliminating 5 from that cell. Let's see, column 6 and column 8. I'm told there's also an X-Wing on 5s. Interesting if true. Let's see. This I less understand as an X-Wing. Let's see. Is this a complicated thing where it's running through this region and screwing this up? Okay, so the Okay, so I think I can do this in a different way. Maybe. Maybe I retract that. This 5-7 is this 5-7. Yeah, I don't, column 7 and 8, X-Wing. On 5s. That is very possible. Yeah, let's fill in the candidates in the 2 remaining cells. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see, that is a 6, 7, or 8, it looks like. This is not a 7. Looks to me like it is a 5, 6, or 8. Those 2 can't have a 7. Yeah, this can't be a 7 because it's looking at the 7 over here, I think. Gray 7 in row 6. Ah, right, okay. There's a 7 there, so that's not a 7. Got it. Yep, so it can't be there. Good catch. This is a feisty ending for this puzzle. I thought like the drawing the region stuff was not too complicated. Now I feel like we're playing Find the Y-Wing at the moment. Row 3, column 6. Christoph says he thinks it cannot be an 8. Let's see, if this is an 8, then that's a 7 and that's a 5. Let's see, I'm trying to look and see where... See, it forces 2 6 7s. I was trying to look at that forcing 2 6 7s business. Okay, so the so yeah, so if this is an 8, then that's a 7. It's 2 7s in where? Where am I looking? Am I looking at what this does? So if this is an 8, then that's an 8. No. This is an 8. That's a 7. That's a 6. That's an 8. Let's see. That being a 7 means that's a 6 and that's a 7. Forces row 1, columns 2 and 3 to be the same. Wait. Row 1, column 2 and 3. So this would go 8, 7, 6. Ah, yes, okay, perfect. Got it. Okay, so yeah, if this is an 8, then it makes that a 7 and that a 6, but it also makes that a 7 and that a 6. Got it. Okay. Yes, so this is not an 8. That's like a extra leg on a Y-wing, I think. Because it's not quite a straight Y-wing, but almost. Okay, so not an 8, so that is an 8. Good catch, Silov. Or sorry, Christoph. Good catch, Christoph. There we go. Okay, so that's a 6. So that's a 6. That's an 8. That's a 6. these are not 6. That's not a 6. Let's see. That 6 looks down here. Let's see. That 6 looks over here and says that's a 7, that's a 6. Okay. If you call it something fancy, then it isn't bifurcation anymore. Is definitely the way of it. Uh, yeah, I'm shocked. I think this still does not immediately fall over from that. Yeah, the way that you still don't have this region quite done yet is great. And I mean, this region has to be involved in how this resolves, right? So, uh, does it obviously break if I put a 7 in one of an orange 7 in one of these? Let's see if this is an orange 7. Row 5, column 8. Sorry, row 5, column 8 can't be an 8. Let's see if this was an 8, then this would go 7, 6, 5. Okay, if you put an 8 in row 5, column 8, it makes row 5, column 3 a 7. I agree. But it also makes row 4, column 8 a 7. So, yeah, that's a 7. So that's a 6. So that's an 8. So that's a 7. Yeah, so if this is an 8, so the point is if this is an 8, yeah, okay. If this is an 8, that's a 7, just directly, rather than in the complicated way that I was trying to do it. Hey, Jessica, welcome. If this is an 8, that's a 7 directly. And if this is an 8, that's a 7 directly. So if this is an 8, both of these are 7s. And then that breaks this. So yeah, that's actually quite straightforward once you point it out, but boy, that's hard to see. That an 8 here forces both of these to be 7s, which breaks the 6-7 pair. Oh, sorry if I misread it, but I think I get the point anyway. I think I have articulated clearly why this can't be an 8. So this is a 5. So that's a 7, that's a 5, that's a 7, that's a 5. This 7 looks over and sees that that's an 8, and that's a 7, and that's a 6, and that's a 7. So this is orange. And then we get to finish everything. So that 7 sees over that that's an 8. That 8 sees that that's a 6. I know that the regions get all fixed up now. Let's see, this 5 sees that that's an 8. That's a 7. This 5, 6 makes that an 8. This 8 makes that a 5. And now we just go and we paint this orange and this blue. And then we tab over to our edge tool and draw in our last border. And there we go. Excellent, excellent. Alrighty, so I'm going to take a short break and then be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Have one more puzzle. I am confident we will not get past this one before the time runs out. But let's look at this Killomino. So let's see. I'm just catching up on chat. Yeah, so difficulty, I like puzzles slightly harder for stream than I normally would. And that's just because it makes chat more interesting if the puzzles are slightly more difficult. Because then, like, things that are hard to spot, someone in chat will spot, and so I can get it done a lot quicker. And if it's too easy, then, like, everyone in chat is shouting stuff at once. And then that overwhelms it slightly. So I think I tend to, when doing stuff on stream, like slightly harder puzzles than when I'm doing them by myself. If I'm doing it by myself, then as you've noticed, no doubt, my scanning is terrible. And so as a result, I tend not to nearly as often... I tend to not do nearly as difficult of puzzles in that instance. Okay, so this is inspired by the puzzle that got me into setting. So I was really excited to do this one. So if you've not heard me tell the story before, there's a puzzle called Fillomino-ish Killer Sudoku by Sir Woozle that I saw Simon do, and just immediately sort of fell in love with it and the possibilities that it represented. And so that really is what sort of got me to do Sudoku in the setting in the first place. Is like, oh, that's so cool, the way that all these rules interlink together. And so Phistomefel, in his description of this puzzle, specifically calls out that puzzle as the inspiration. So I am excited to do this puzzle. So here's what we have to do. We have to divide the grid into we have to divide the grid into killer cages, and adjacent cages have to have different numbers of digits. So that's the Fillomino part. So if you were here with us earlier, you saw us do the first Fillomino puzzle of the day. So I'm basically making my own killer cages. So if I make this a cage, I cannot also make this a cage because both of those have 4 cells, and I'm not allowed to do that. Okay. Yes, I am looking forward to the next Ranks stream tomorrow. It will be very exciting. I'm glad you're feeling well enough to stream. I definitely missed your stream in the days when you were out of it. Hoping you feel much better. Let's see. Okay. Digits may not repeat within an area. Numbers in the top left corner of cells are clues. An area contains no clue, 1 clue, or more than 1 clue. All clues in an area must be identical and indicate the sum of all digits in that area. Okay. So, just like normal Fillominos, there can be a region with no clue. So I could have some ridiculous region like this, sort of snaking through here and have no clues in it. Hey, Franco, welcome. So that is fine to do. And I could have, say, both of these 3s, they can be in the same cage because they're saying, hey, this cage has digits that sum to 3. And that's fine. You might speculate about how exactly that works, but don't worry about it. But I can double it up. Now, I certainly can't do that. Because I've put a 10 and an 8 in the region, which says that the cage sums to 10 and 8, and that is not allowed. So that is how it goes. Okay, so one thing we can note right away is that since these things are going in cages that sum to 3, they are from 1, 2, and 3. There is no better way to handle that. Okay. Now, this 15 cage is not 15. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, I was going to try and say something that's not true. I could do that. Yeah, a Schrodinger killer where you add both digits is something I still want to see done. Probably not by me because of my famously not liking killer puzzles. Okay, so yeah. This is interesting because all of these are in either 1, 2, or 3. Although if I try and do the 6 and 3, I guess I could do the 6 and 3 as 1, 2, 3. And then make this a 3 and 2 as 1, 2. I think that's probably fine. Let's see. How many clues are there that could be combined? I don't think there's that many clues that could be combined. Is it literally only the 3s? Oh, does it say things have to have more than one cell? I don't see those words in here. Just that if these are different cells, then one of them has to be in 1 and one of them has to be 2. But in usual Killomino puzzles, you can definitely do that. So, if someone in chat wants to, I'd love to know what the sum of the digits in this grid is, just like we did with the much, much, much earlier Fillomino puzzle, which I'm supposing probably most people who are here now probably were not also here 6 hours ago when we did that Fillomino puzzle. But I'm curious what the sum of all the clues is, so we can see how many unclued cells there can possibly be. $338. Okay, so 338. What is 45 times 9? 45 times 9 is 360. Plus 45 is 405. So 405 minus 338 is what? So we have... that would be 62, 67 points of unclued regions, I think. Boy, does unclude look like it's misspelled just looking at it. It does not look right. Okay, we know... so I think the key is in these 3 cells. All of these are done in 8. The 44, the 43, and the 43. So I'm going to go ahead and circle these, if I can. The only way to make a 44 sum in... is with 8 cells. The only way to make a 43 sum is with 8 cells. And the only way to make a 43 cell is with 8 cells. So somehow... I have to manage to avoid making this cage touch these cages. And I also have to look at this 42 cage over here, which also... Oh, couldn't the 43 cages join? That's a good point. I could probably do that, couldn't I? I bet I could do that. Yeah, okay, sorry. I was not paying attention to the fact that, yeah, these 43 cages can just join. Okay, so the... Oh, no, sorry. No, this is ridiculous. Because it's because it would touch the 44. Yeah, so the 43 cages doesn't block the fact that it can't touch the 44. Okay, so we have to decide what the absolute maximum number of cells that this can take is. So we're here. So the 44 definitely touches the 42. There's no way, if you try to make the 44 not touch the 42, you can see you can get up to here, but I have to make the 44 touch the 42, which means this 42 is in 7. So this 42 is done in 7, which means that it uses all the digits except 1 and 2. So that's also interesting. So we've got 8 cells here, 8 cells here, 8 cells here, and 7 cells here. How many cells is that? 24 plus 7 is 31. There's 31 cells covered just by these 4 cages. But I don't know, I don't yet know exactly what exists to bound the border between these, because there's got to be some cage that separates the 43 from the 44, and the 43 from the 43, and the 43 from the 44. And on one side, that could be the 42 cage. But I don't know what happens otherwise. Okay, so this digit is not 1 or 2. Good. That is what we've proven so far, which works just fabulously with the fact that the only other digits we know are from 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, so at least some of the cells are forced in the 44 cage. So I'm going to try and avoid that cell. If I do something like that, I think I'm fine if I do something like that. Oh, that's too many cells even. So I'm not sure I really believe. So maybe these have to be in it. What if I try and avoid these 2 cells? Can I possibly do this? And the answer is not if I avoid both of them, because that forces me to touch one of these, which I'm not allowed to do. In fact, actually, just this cell forces me to touch one of those, which I'm not allowed to do. So this cell is definitely part of the 44 cage. Now, what about this cell? Can I avoid this cell if I try and imagine that briefly? No, I can't avoid this cell for the same reason. If I try and avoid this cell, I just can't get past the 43 cells. Okay, so these cells are always yellow. Okay. Do I know anything that has to definitely be in the 43 cages? I don't think so. I could be wrong. Let's see. And yeah, this 7 size cage is really gonna. Let's see. If this 7 size cage tries to come this direction, it's going to get pushed around the 10. Is that a problem somehow? Because these 10s could join. I don't see any problem with that. So I think that's okay. What happens if row 4, column 2... Sorry, row 4, column 2. What happens if that is in the left 43? If these 2 go together, then this shoots off like this. I think that's okay. I don't think there's any obvious problem with it to me. Oh, actually, sorry, there is. It breaks the 42. Wow. Okay, so So let's start drawing in edges where we know there are edges, because I think this will be helpful. If these two are connected, then that forces the yellow over through here, except that means the yellow now has to take this cell. And that's a problem because now the 42 is blocked owing to this 10. So actually, that is a legitimate border. These are not the same. And now that means the 43 definitely has to come down. Now, I don't think the same thing happens over here. If these two are joined... Oh, wait, maybe it does now. Yeah, okay, if these two are joined, now I have a similar problem, where now I have to try and get yellow out. Oh, wait, no, I could get yellow out this side, sorry. These two can be joined, because I can just smuggle yellow out on this side and leave this side open. Okay, so I think all is good. Oh, you're right. Okay, sorry. Yep. The 43 and the 42 can't touch. Right. So, yes. Sorry, I somehow forgot that. There's like literally only one rule in this puzzle, and somehow I forgot it. But yeah, this can't actually connect because what I said was nonsense. Okay, so if this connects, yellow is blocked off on this side, and yellow is blocked off on this side. And yellow can't take either of these cells. It could take at most those cells, and that's not going to be anywhere near enough. So I think we actually have the same thing happen over here. And so I think we can go ahead and say that this 43 cage has to go off meandering this direction, because that is not that. So this cell is some as of yet to be colored cage, and this cell is some as of yet to be colored cage. They might... I don't think they can both be the 42, but one of them certainly could, because the 42 could do something like snake around there. Okay. So that is cool. So the 42 only has 2 outs. By the way, let me change the setting to turn large digits off. Oh, large digits are off. Okay, this is as good as it's going to get. So the reason why it was blocked off is if the 43 went this way, now this 42 can't go into this 10, so it can't go that way. But now the yellow, where's the yellow going to go? Well, the yellow can't go down, so the yellow now has to go over, but now the 42 is just completely blocked. Yeah, so now, and this is a good point, the 44 can't take more cells out of box 4 than this one, as Chester points out. So the yellow could potentially take, say, those cells, but that's still not nearly enough, and it can't really even take those cells. But the yellow is going to have to take cells in this box, because it can't get enough of them in this box. So that cell has to be yellow, because that's the only way that yellow can enter this box. Now the 42 is blocked. And so the 42 has to come over here, at least that... Oh, sorry, probably green is a bad choice. The 42 has to come over here, and in fact, the 42 actually has to get at least that far. why can't it take row 1, column 2? It's even if it did take row 1, column 2, I would still not be at enough cells, right? Sorry, let me go back and re-justify this. So the point was, oh, maybe this is okay. Is this okay? Because that's exactly enough cells. Sorry, I think I might have believed something I should not believe. So does this break for some reason that I cannot see? Yeah, and the 42 can go up and escape out that way. Yeah, I think this is a potential future for yellow. Yeah, yellow is 8 cells. Yellow is every digit except 1. So people say they think this. So I'm postulating this future and trying to break it because I really don't want this to work. So the 42 now has to somehow get out over here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and the 43 now. Yeah, so I think this actually doesn't work, but for a very complicated reason. So the 43 can't take this cell. The 43 can't take any of these cells, but the 42 could. But the 42 and the 43, remember, together are how many cells? The 42 and the 43 together are 7 plus 8 cells. I should go ahead and write the 8. Oops. Write in the 8. There's an 8 and there's an 8. And so that's 15 cells. How many cells can I get over here? Well, I could get those two, this one, that one. We're at 10 now. 11, 12, 13. But we would still be taking 14 down here. And we're still not even done yet, but we'd have to take all of these cells just between the 42 and the 43. And that looks very broken. But I'm not 100% convinced. Let's look at it. So this is a 10 and a 5. So the 10 would be in 2 or 3. The 5 would be in 1 or 2. The 42 would block out the 43. That's possible. Okay, so the 42 could take, say, that many cells there. But now the 43 can't get anywhere near enough cells. Okay, so just only considering the 42 can't not block off the 43, because the 43 is only at most going to get these 6 cells if the 42 finishes. Okay, so I think that justifies that the yellow can't avoid breaking this wall. I think the yellow has to break this wall somewhere, and it can only break the wall there. Which is then going to mean that the 42 is going to have to go this way, because the 42 is now blocked, and so it's going to have to go at least that far, and now the 43 is going to have to get out. The 42 still actually has to get out, and the 43 has to get out. So I think this much is forced now. And now, let's see. The 43 could back up here. This 43 could back up here. Because if this 43 can go ahead and say, okay, so now it could back up, but it still has to get out, so it could go that way. But see, the 10 also, yes, the 10 also has to get out. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's make that gray. And so now the orange has to get out again. Now the orange is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The orange still has to get out, and so the orange has to come here. And now orange is done. Okay, so can get rid of this corner mark now. Sorry, backspace. And now we can fill in that these are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, orange could have taken more in box 1. Darn it. You're right. Sorry. Okay, let's back up and let's be careful. Okay, so orange at least has to get up to here. There's no debating that orange has to get up to here because it's blocked in. Orange could go up and take up to 3 cells up here, however, is part of the problem. Now, one thing to keep in mind is 1s. Neither orange nor yellow have a 1 in them. So I cannot cover box 1 with orange and yellow. Okay, but even if I take 3 cells up here, the orange still has to go down at least 1 further, and the blue still has to go at least down 1 further. So we've got that. Okay, so now I want to look at where the 43 goes, because the 43 could go here, but the 43 definitely has to go here, I contend, again. Now this 43 needs to take 8 cells, and it's going to get pinched real fast. Because it could take, let's imagine a world where the 43 takes as many cells as it possibly can. Oh, actually, maybe it could even snake around here. Yeah, so maybe the 43 can actually take more cells than I thought. But because the 43 has to take this, the yellow now, well, could the 43 possibly take this cell? If the 43 takes this cell, then what does yellow have left? Then yellow can only take, so I'm imagining hypothetically that that is a green, in which case yellow would be that, which nominally is okay. I think that's fine as far as yellowage goes. So could yellow... So yellow can't come to here, I'm convinced. Because if yellow tries to come here, I've now stopped this 43 from ever working. So the yellow actually gets at most 2 cells from box 2, and at most 0 cells from box 4. So yellow needs at least 6 cells in box 1. Unfortunately, yellow can currently take 7 cells in box 1. So that's not a huge deduction, but it's something. But yeah, yellow can, I think, take this cell, barring something weird. Of course, that pushes the 42 down, which pushes the 43 down, which does all sorts of manner of things. This 10 does still have to come down. Does row 2, column 7 have to be green? Let's see. Okay, so what is the maximum number of spaces green can possibly maybe get? I think green can possibly maybe take these cells or these cells, and I think that would let it finish without guaranteeing that it has to take one of these. How many cells can orange take in box 1? Yes, this was definitely done on Cracking the Cryptic. Okay, so can orange... Yeah, okay, so that's the question now. How many cells can orange take? Because we've said, okay, yellow takes at most 2 cells here. So that means yellow needs to take at least 6 cells in this box. So it could take, again, those 3, for example. But that means orange only gets to take 2 cells in box 1. Orange can't take more than 2 cells in box 1. So I think actually Simon has done every puzzle I've done today on Cracking the Cryptic. But yeah, so orange can only possibly take 2 cells up here in order to allow yellow to finish. And so that does push blue down further. Okay. Now, here's an interesting note. There's definitely a 2 here, because neither the 42 nor the 43 have a 2 in them. So this could be, say, 2-8, if it's a 2 cage, or it could grow. And so there's been some speculation maybe that it actually grows over here. Okay. What if blue grows north? If blue grows north, now yellow can't get 6 cells. So blue is cut off there. Likewise, green can't grow west. This is Alima's point, because if blue grows west, if green grows west, then now, again, yellow is stuck not being able to get to the size it needs to. Yellow needs to take 6 cells at least from box 1, and it couldn't if green crept here. It could take then at most 5. Okay, so these are actually hard cutoffs. Okay. Do these 2 have to be yellow? Can I imagine a world where yellow takes... some 6 that is like that? Or like that? I guess so. Very weird and unpleasant, but probably possible. Yeah, the 5 here. Sneak over like that. Or sneak down. Okay, so... let's see, I haven't thought a lot about this 45 cage. Maybe I should think about what this 45 cage is going to do. Because it's going to be a 9. Do I know it's going to have to go over into this box somewhat? I mean, I think it probably is going to have to. But I don't actually know yet. Let's see. Can green avoid taking this cell? If green tries to avoid taking that cell, then green has to do something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Yeah, that is... Yeah, I've got to see some insight about the interaction between these things that I have not yet had yet. Okay. Also, row 3, column 7 is green. I think we showed that it was possible to do that and not take row 3, column 7. Unless you see a reason why this is broken, which I would be happy to hear. That is a great reason why this is broken. That is beautiful. Okay, yes. So this is the most cells that green can take. Uh, yes. Okay. Perfect. This is the most cells that green can take, and unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, that's 7, not 8. So green always takes this cell, which means there's definitely a border here. Uh, oh, last time. Okay. Uh, yeah, Tristan's always advertising Simon's stuff in here, trying to get everyone to run away. Maybe it makes his moderating job easier. Okay, so I agree. This cell, always green. Okay, this still needs to be 8 in size. So it either turns this way, and if it turns this way, that's going to... Yeah, so if this cell is blue, then that forces Orange's hand to go do this up here. I do not sing when there's a 3 in the corner most of the time. Row 2, column 6. Okay, what about this one? So yeah, let's try and avoid this cell. So... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this a problem? Oh, sorry, row 2, column 6. Row 2, column 6. Yeah, so if this is not green... Yeah, if this is not green, then yeah. If this is not green, the world is just completely broken, because green needs to get out through here and green can't. So yeah, that's definitely green. I agree. Okay. Okay, so we've snuck green all the way over to here. And now yellow can still just barely take this cell. I'd like to rule out yellow from taking this cell. If yellow takes this cell, then green has to take that and that and that, which is still only 7, and that. So yeah, so if yellow does take this cell, it forces the shape of green completely. Any issue with the secret in box 3? So we could, for example, have these sum to 15. Sorry, not those. These could sum to 15. That looks fine with me. And then the 14, yeah, the 14 certainly can escape as far as I'm aware. So yeah, I don't see an issue immediately with any of that. And this could be a 4 cage with this being a 1 cage. That would be fine. Or this could be a 2 cage with this being a 3 cage, and that would be fine. But yeah, if the blue doesn't turn this way, if this is not blue, then that forces blue to do all of that, which is sweet. I would very much like to do that, because that gives me a lot of coloring, and then I can feel like I've been productive. But I'm trying to see why blue going here is going to be bad news bears. And I'm also thinking about where does the 1 go in this box? Because the 1 really wants to go in here or here. Well, I mean, the 1 can only go in there or there. If this is a 1, 2, then it really wants to connect back over to this 10. Let's see. Should I think about this 15? Is it possible? Yeah, I guess this 15 could even grow and do something ridiculous like that. It's not going to block anything. Because the 15 can touch all the places that green and yellow can't usually touch. So I don't think that's a problem. Can the 42 really go up? So I'd love to know that that's not the case. Do you see a reason, Derek, why the 42 can't go up? So if the 42 went up 1, let's see. Let's even, because we even would need the 42 to go up 2. So if the 42 goes up 2, then yellow needs to take 6 cells. So it has to take these 3. This has to be the 1 in the box, because there's no other place to put the 1 in the box. Which then, of course, would put a 1 in blue over here. But I don't see a problem. Sadly, I would like one. Yeah, and it looks to me like orange doesn't really... It looks to me like orange doesn't want to go up. I think orange wants to go down and block off blue so I can fill in some more shading. But sadly, it's being uncooperative as far as telling us that. Green circles were just me highlighting that these 3 were the key to... These 3 pieces were the key to the break-in. They don't have any fancy rules meaning. They just... These 3 regions are huge and can't touch. Is the moral of the puzzle. Okay, so if I were to take all 7 cells over here, that is, if I were to not take this cell as yellow, is that a problem? Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to do that. If orange goes into box 1, where do the yellow cells in box 2 go in box 1? Okay, that's a very interesting question. Okay, so let's say orange does this. Okay, so let's just draw this out. If orange does that, now yellow has to do this. And actually yellow has to do that as well. But now these 2 cells are broken because I need to put both of those digits in box 1 and I can't. Okay. So orange can't take 2 cells in box 1 because then you run into that. So orange has to take at least 1 more cell down here, which forces blue actually entirely. Blue has to end like that. That was a very good spot, Vebi. So yeah, so yellow does not extend past there. And so yellow certainly also does not go there. I might as well go ahead and draw in those borders, and this is done. So those borders. Okay, so I know actually, I can place the 2. We have a digit. 2 in this box. Well, those 2 pencil marks tell me it's not there. It's not an orange. That's a 2. Woohoo! Digit dance. Woohoo! Do-do-do. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Woohoo! Okay. So we have successfully placed a digit. And that means the 6 needs to get bigger. Because, fun fact, 6, not the same as 2. Okay. So now we've said yellow needs to take 4 cells over here, right? So now yellow needs to take... Wait, does yellow now need to take all of these cells? How did that happen? Yeah, we actually showed yellow can't take this cell, and so what that actually means is all of these cells belong to yellow. And yellow is done. By the way, someone asked in chat if there could be one cell clues, and the answer is yes. There could be one cell clues. And so actually that forces orange here. I think yellow can go one further. We just proved that yellow cannot take this cell. So there is nowhere else for yellow to grow. Okay, so let me go over this again because it's so cool. I want to draw it. Okay, so why can yellow not take this cell? So if yellow takes this cell, what happens? Now I have to take... now yellow... Okay, so yellow still has to take 3 more cells. Oh, maybe they could be those 3. Okay, no, I think we didn't actually prove that yellow couldn't take this. I think what we proved was orange couldn't take both of these. Yeah, so we showed that orange can't take both of these, but yellow could still possibly take that. Okay. But orange not being able to take both of these still does give us a lot of that stuff. So it still does tell us this is orange. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it does not. Sorry. It tells us, yeah, so orange goes up at most 1. Sorry, yeah, you are right. Okay. So we did prove that orange can't take this cell. So orange extended down, which then forces the rest of blue. Okay, so these all do extend. That is the end of this cage. Okay, so now people are saying orange can't take this cell. Which I think we have not... Oh, we do still get the digit dance, in fact, because, I mean, everything still shows that this digit's 2. So the digit dance was still a real digit dance. The only thing that was unclear about the digit dance is whether... Sorry, that's a terrible color choice. That. The only thing that was unclear, I think, is whether orange takes its last cell here or here. Okay, if orange goes up, it forces yellow across. So yellow goes 1 over there. Yellow takes that and that. Because there is nowhere else I can put a 2 in the box, because the 42 cage does not have a 2 and the 43 cage does not have a 2, and there's already a 2 pencil marked here. Yeah, the CTC colors really need some updating. I'm not a huge fan of the Penpa colors. There's too few of those, and they're not bright and exciting enough either. But these are really sort of... The fact that there aren't 9 colors that aren't shades of gray is very unfortunate. Let's see. Okay, so if orange goes up, don't we run into the same issue? Okay, so let's imagine orange goes up. So now what happens to yellow? Now yellow takes that cell, and this cell, and this cell, and this cell. And now where did these 2 cells go? Yeah, we do still run into the same issue. Okay, so yeah, it was actually orange taking this cell that broke it. Because the point is these 2 yellow digits have to go into box 1 somewhere, and they don't have anywhere to go. Okay, so in fact, orange is actually cut off. And so we do actually get to orange this cell, but with better logic this time. And so orange is done. Okay, now apologies. Derek said someone had a good point about a 15 at some point, and that has been lost to time. Yeah, I'm really excited about the custom color feature in Penpa once it gets, like, more integrable. Yeah, the 42 is now done. So that is the 42. Let me go see if I can find the good point that Alima had about the 15 cage. Sorry, Alima, for getting distracted. If 15 would be just the cell below, it causes problems with the neighbors in box 5. So if this is a 2-cell cage, then this would have to be a 1-cell cage. This would have to be a 2-cell cage. This would have to be a 2-cell cage. Is this like a chain where this it ends up being a catastrophe? So if these two are the entirety of the 15 cage, then this is a 2-cell cage. So this then has to be a 1-cell cage. This has to be a 3-cell cage. Okay, yeah, this breaks through a really convoluted Oh yeah, no, sorry, this is not at all convoluted. If this is a 2-cell cage, this is a 1-cell cage, this is a 3-cell cage. No, that's fine. Okay. But now it breaks when I try and do that, I think. I didn't touch 2-cell cages, did I? Yeah, I was speculating. Okay, so the basic idea is, okay, if this is a 15, then this is now a 1. This has got to be a 3. And now this has to be a 2. Wait, is this a problem? So, like, this doing, say, that. Yeah, the 7 clue now. The 7 clue can't just go down, so the 7 clue has to be a 7 clue in 1. And so now... It's too many low digits where? It looked like too many low digits, but then when I actually looked at it, it seemed like the right number of low digits. Okay, so I don't think we can push ahead far enough, but I am inclined to agree. I think if this is a 2-cell cage, I think it does... I agree with the statement. It does wreak havoc around here, but I don't think it completely tells us that things are wrong. Hello?
Do you need anything, Zeta?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you, love. Oops, sorry. The 10s can't be joined in 4. That would be interesting to prove. At least not if the 15 is a 2-cell cage. That I definitely believe. Because if the 15 is a 2-cell cage, we've used all of 1, 2, and 3 in the box. Okay. And yeah, if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, it definitely puts pressure on these things. Yeah, if the 15 cage sort of pooks its head up here, then it could actually potentially grab a lot of cells. Okay. But yeah, the question is there something wrong with this being a 2-8? I know this is a 1, 4, or 3. I do not know which. But it is worth noting this... Oh, this 7 could be in 2, maybe? Maybe the 7 actually can be in 2 if it goes this way and the 10 gets out. It's worth noting this 10 is never a 10 in 3. This 10 is always either a 10 in 2, in which case it's exactly 2-8, or it's a 10 in 4, because of the fact that it can't now grow without touching this 10. No, sorry. The rules specifically say that's fine. This 10 can touch that 10, Totally okay. Uh, this could be a separate 10 cage from this as long as they're different sizes. Sorry, let me make sure I repeat that to myself. These could be two different 10 cages that touch as long as they're different sizes. Okay. I think I've repeated that to myself enough now that I think I believe it. Okay. 17 in 6 cells is not possible. But they could have repeats. Because if we did do that conjuncture, the 7 wouldn't be precluded from repeating one of the digits in the 10. Okay. I do want to note, I know these two digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I actually do need to find a place to shove an 8 and a 9 in this box. And I can't hide them both in the 15 clue. Let's see. Yellow will take row 3, column 2 with a 1 or with 1 or 2 yellow cells in box 2. Row 3, column 2. Let's see. We're claiming this is always yellow. Let's see. Let's try and make that not yellow, in which case we would do that and that. And now we have the problem. Okay, so yeah, this is the point. If I want to make this yellow, I have to put my 2 yellow cells up here. I can't put my other one down here. Sorry, there. That's right. Okay, so yeah, if this is yellow, I need a spot for these two. So I can only put 1 yellow up here, and so I have to put 2 down here. Okay, so these are always yellow. I think that's the moral of the story. Is it? One second. Let me rewind and just double check that. Okay, so if this is not yellow, all of these are yellow. Right? Oh yeah, not necessarily this one, sorry. But this one would have to be yellow. Right? It's actually all of these are places that I can put these 2 cells. So I can only make 2 of these yellow, 2 of the 4, and so that means I always need 1 more yellow, which means this is always yellow. That I think I articulated correctly. I think. Let's see. Yeah, I think everyone just convinced me that row 2, column 1 doesn't have to be yellow, Chester. The same argument does not apply to making this yellow, unfortunately. I would love for this to be yellow, because then it would place a digit it would place a 1 in the column. Because 1 notably cannot go any of these places. But this arrangement, Chester, I think is totally fine. Though I would welcome arguments to the contrary. Let's see. do I know anything about what's going on with these 3s yet? And I know one of these is a 1 or a 2. The box 4 and box 7 cages. Okay, so we're adding all of this junk together. So we've got 42 plus 43. Actually, let's do it this way. No, never mind. Okay, 42 plus 43 is 85. 95 plus 6 is... Oh, boy. 95 plus 6... This is going to be useful. 95 plus 6 is 101. Okay, so that's beautiful and perfect because it says if you look at these cages, their sum is 11 more than the sum of these 2 boxes. Which means that these 2 cages, or these cages, have to break out to a total of 11 more. So this digit could be huge, but it still can't be an 11. So at least one of these 2 has to come out. Zeta tries to add 6 to 95 and succeeds only after great consternation, even though Carl literally in the chat already did it for me and said it was 101. Okay. So these can't both be 2. One of them, at least, is in 3. Okay. But I could, for example, make this a 9 and this a 2, and I think that... Sorry, that would not work. I could make this an 8 and this a 3, and I think that would be okay, for example. Let's see. So we know that at least one of these extends. SBQ, I think, is claiming that 3-8 does not work, which I would believe. So here's an interesting question. Where is the 1? Yeah, so the... I think it's pinned at the top, Presmic. If not, I can redo it. But I think the link in the CTC app is pinned at the top. Yeah, I can't put a digit 2 poking out here. Yeah, in fact, yeah, both of these already have a 2. But I could hang out a 3 or a 4 without any problem. Maybe the orange in box 5 can't be 9. Yeah, I mean, this can't be 9. That's certainly true. This cell is not a 9. Let's see. So... Oh, that's an excellent point. Okay, so Directionary makes a good point that this cell, and that is gorgeous, this cell sees all of yellow. No matter what yellow does, this cell sees all of it. And so it is a 1, which is huge because it means that there's a 1 down here in blue. So that's not a 1. And that feels like that is a big accomplishment. So this is never... Oh, well, we already knew this was never yellow. This is its own region. I'm just going to make it black. Good spot. That was great. So yeah, so there's a 1 pointing down here somewhere. Okay. Let's see. I think that forces the 3s to be together as a 1-2 pair. So yeah, so where is now the 1 in this row? Let's see. Row 9, column 2 has to be a 1. Why does row 9, column 2 have to be a 1? Oh, yeah, because where's 1 going in this column? Gotcha. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, perfect. So that's a 1, which means that this is a 1-2 pair. Yeah, so just to go over that again, sorry, I keep hitting the thing that's not the delete button, and it keeps not deleting it. Now column 2 only has 1 place that can possibly accommodate a 1, and it's there. So that's a 1. So that's not a 1. And so now 1 and 2 are actually both pushed here. So this is a 1-2 pair exactly. Sorry, that's still not a delete key. Okay. And now, this is beautiful because it certainly forces my 10 cage to extend into here. So that's a plus. Now, what if this is a 1-2 7? Then now this is in 2 cells. Does that get broken quickly? Because this would be a 7 in 2 cells that would grow like that. So then this would have to be a 6 in either 3 cells or 1 cell. This again doesn't look quite... well, one of these is a 2. I can at least say that. I don't know if that's at all useful. Let's see. Does the 15 clue have to go north? Let's see. If the 15 tries to just be, say, a 7-8 here... oh, sorry. It could not be a 7-8. It would have to be a 6-9. Now, so if this was a 6-9, does that somehow break? If this is a 6-9 and that's a 7... this is now, say, goes there or goes there. Unfortunately, I don't think it breaks immediately if this is a 2. Where does row 4, column 4 go in box 4 and box 7? Ah, okay. Good question. Okay, so this, in box 4, needs to go over here. So you can have... Okay, I'm going to purple these instead of blacking them so I can use a purple flash. So this digit in box 4 goes over here. And so in box 7... Did we just break the puzzle? I feel like we just broke the puzzle. Oh, wait, no, sorry. In box 7. Box 7. It goes there, right? Sorry. No, it doesn't go to blue. Okay, sorry. It's pink. There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Okay. Sorry. My brain was, for whatever reason, not seeing that. I was stuck on it being in this column. But yeah, so this digit, and this is beautiful. Good spot, Vebby. This cell ends up in one of these two in blue. And now because it's in blue and in orange, it actually can only live in this cell exactly. And so that means this cell is a 3 or a 4. Now, we know that the cells that stick out of the 6 cage, this 10 cage, and the 42 cage, that is, these cells, however many they are, they sum to 11. We did that calculation previously. So one way that would work would be for this to be a 7, this to be a 3, and this to be a 1. Let's see. If this was a 4... Oh, it would work the other way, too. If this was a 4, that would be a 4, and then this would be a 7. Okay. Yeah, so this is the maximum of 4. Okay, if this is a 3, this is a 1-2 pair. Ah, good point. Okay, so these can't connect. Beautiful spot, Carl. These can't connect, because if they did connect, they would need to be a 3-4 pair. Actually, they can't connect that way, and they can't connect this way, because they'd still see the 3-4. So gray is done. Beautiful. Okay, excellent spot, Carl. Okay, thank you, everyone, for helping me through this. So gray just can't take an extra cell. It can't go that way. It can't go that way. So this is a 7. So this is not a 7. And so that means that these two are part of the same gang. So these are purple. And so that seems huge, because now the 15, because again, that's done. So now the 15 has to get out up here. And so now the yellow isn't allowed to extend anymore. And so because the yellow can't extend over here, now yellow has to get all of its friends in this box. So yellow now looks like that. And I should note this cell, sorry, I should not use a black flash. I should use a gray flash. This cell is this cell. I don't have a great way of denoting it. Okay, and the 7 can't be 3, 4. Great. Okay, so this is either 1, 2. So we have a virtual 1, 2 pair in the row now, because this 7 needs a 1 or a 2, and the 10 provides a 1 or a 2. So this 6 digit here, this is not a 1 or a 2. 1 is already written in box 7. Faye, you might be a little behind, Faye. It's possible. Let's see. Let's see. This is over here. This is a 3 or a 4. It's up here somewhere. This is also a 1, 2, 5, or 6. I should probably go ahead and note. Okay. I have a 1, 2, 3, 4 hex tuple in box 5. Where is the last one? I see that these are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so... Oh, I can go ahead and draw in the border, so I feel productive on this yellow region. Okay, so this cell is the same as this cell, whatever that means. But I don't know much about what digit it is. What size is the other 10 region? So the question is this 10 region? It's not. Okay. it touches a 2-size region and a 3-size region. So this 10 region is a 10 in 4. Excellent. Okay, so this is for 1, 2, 3, 4, because this needs to grow to be size 4, because it can't be size 2, and it can't be size 3, and it can't be size 1 in this puzzle. Okay. And the 6 can't be 6 in 2. Yeah, and now there's a hex tuple. Perfect. So these are an 8, 9 pair. And so this cell is, oh, sorry, I don't know that this is a 15. In fact, I know this is not a 15 in 2, because the 15 cage touches the 7 in 2. So this is 15 in probably 3, but could be 4. Okay, so this is a 10 in 4. This 6 is not in 2. So this is either a 6. Let's see. If this was a 6 in 3, it would have to bend like this, because it would have to go 3 and then 2 1 2s. And then that would make this a 3, which would make this a 1 2. Annoyingly, I think that's just possible. Let's see. Remove 4 and 5 from the 6. Yes, because the 6 is not in 2, so it's definitely not a 4 or a 5. Good point. Good point. Okay, so where is... yeah, so the 4 can actually only go in one of these two places. It breaks the 7 clue. That's probably going to work. Okay, yeah, so the... okay, so what happens if this tries to be 6 and 3? Then we go 6... Sorry, then we go 3 and a 1 or a 2, but we're done, because now we have a 1 2 pair in the row, and that breaks the 7. Okay, so this is not a 6 in 3. It is a 6 in 1. So that is a 6. It's going to get its own little thing. I'm actually going to start using, I think, circles for 1-cell regions, so that I don't have to give 1-cell regions colors, because I'm not sure I feel they deserve to be purple. So that means that these are not a 1 6 pair. These are a 2 5 pair, which means that's not a 2 and that's not a 2. Why was what not 5? Yep, the 7's 2 5. Yes, and so that's a 1. That's a 2. Okay, that's all going well. Let's see. This 8 9 is certainly not part of this 10 region. Whatever this 10 region is, it can't take the 8 9, because the 10 region is a 10 region in 4. So that's not part of it. So this 10 region I can actually fill in has to go down like that, at least 1 cell. Interesting. Okay, so now where is this 10 region going? So it can't go into the 8, because the 8 is, of course, a different region. By the way, the 8 also cannot pick up the 8 or the 9. So the 10-cell region now, let's see, it could go over here, or it could go down. Not sure. Where can the new 10 cage get its black 3 4? Okay, and interesting. So black 3 4 is locked out of all of these cells. So let's see, and there's no world where the 10 cage can take these cells all, is there? Oh, actually, wait, doesn't it have to? Yeah, it has to, right? The black 3 4, I think it can... No, sorry, it can get it here. So it gets the black 3 4 either here or here, and I'm very suspicious of getting it there. Because if it gets it here, then this is a 1 2 3 4 quadruple, which feels awfully icky. But I'm not 100% sure that it's broken icky versus just icky. Let's see. Alrighty, what do we do next? Feels like we're getting some profitability. Yeah, this cell has to join a cage, but it doesn't have to join a clued cage necessarily. Okay, doesn't this cage break the clues to its left, asks Ranksk. Okay, so if this was 1, 2, 3, 4, this would have to be a 9 and 1. Well, row 7, 8, 9, column 4 going to it. So where did these go? And so, yeah, so if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, I could make this a 9, this a 1, and this an unclued single cell. I think. Is there a reason that doesn't work? If there's just an unclued single cell here? 15 needs to extend, so the green 43 clue needs to go further. Okay, yeah, the 15 clue. Okay, gotcha. Okay, good point. So this 15 clue could take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells, except the red we know needs to get one bigger, so the green has to take one more, and so the green has to take this cell always. The 9 couldn't be a 2. I was not making the 9 a 2. I was making the 9 a 1. I just put a 9 in the cell. And then I made this a 3. And that a 1. So, oh yeah, these two. Yeah, so either this is a 1 and that's a 3, or this is a 4 and that's nothing. Yeah, if the 10 goes straight down, I'm just putting a single 9 here. I'm putting a 1 here. And I'm putting any digit I want here as a 1 cell region. Row 4, column 6. And row 6, column 6 cannot be size 1. Okay, yes, these can't be size 1 because of this 6 is size 1. So this has to be a 1. It needs to see a 2 in one of these two cells, but I don't know which one. Oh, no, it has to be this one. No, sorry, it does not have to be that one. Don't listen to me. But these two are now part of a cage. I'm going to go for purple again, because this cage, I think this is going to turn out to be the 45 cage. But I don't think these 3s are forced to join yet, as much as I would like that to be the case. But that 1, okay, so that now is going to resolve everything. Because now the 1 is in this box in blue, so this cage can't have a 1. So Vebi has saved the day again. Because this 3, once it could no longer be a 3 and 1, needed to be a 1. And so now that took 1 out of this, so the 1 in this 10 cage is in this box, so it's not in the 6 cage, and so black is 4. Okay, and I can get rid of all of the blackened cells, and I can put a 4 corner mark there. Okay, gorgeous. Okay, so now, can the 10 go straight down? Oh, sorry, this is a 3. Can the 10 go straight down? And I think the answer is now no, because if the 10 tries to go straight down, this can't be a 3 size cage. and it can't be a 2-size cage and a 1-size cage, and it can't be 3 1-size cages. So now, the only place that the 10 cage can get a 4 is right there. Because now the 10 cage can't go straight down. Okay. That is fini. Okay. So there is a 4 up here somewhere. I might as well note. Let's see. There's a 4 over here somewhere. Where is 2 in blue? Okay, good question. Okay, so this 10 still needs a 2. Where is it going to go? Well, because we can't break into row 4, and we can't put it in row 3, and it can't go in the 8 cage, it has to go there exactly. So that's blue. And so now the blue 1 is in one of these 2 cells, but I don't know which, I think. But that 2 means that's a 5 and that's a 2. This 1 means one of these is a 1. Let's see. Is this 7 losing its hope of being a 7 and 3? Because if it wanted to be a 7 and 3, it would have to be... Yeah, this 7 actually can't be a 7 and 3 anymore. Because if it wanted to be 7 and 3, it would need to be 1, 2, 4. And look, there's 2s ruled out of every place the 7 can possibly access. The 7 could not, in fact, go down at all. It would have to go up, but it could only go up 2. So this is not a 7 in 3. It could be a 7 in 2, or it's a 7 in 1. Let's see. The 9, we're now saying has to be 9 in 1. So, could it not be 9 in 2 and be 3, 6? I think 9 in... Yeah, it can't be 9 in 3 anymore, which was previously an option. Let's see. And I'm still trying to disentangle exactly what's going on here. Let's see. So this only has at most 6 left to fill out. And this digit here is not a 1. So this digit here is a 5 or a 6. Okay, so this is huge. This 15 cage needs another cell, because it's currently 2 in size. And it already has taken a minimum of 13. So, this 13 cage is in fact exactly 3 in size, and it needs to take a 1 or a 2 to finish. If it takes a 1, it needs to take the 1 exactly there. And if it takes the 2, it needs to take the 2 exactly there. So one of these 2 is a 1 or a 2 and finishes the red cage. Which is interesting. It means this cell definitely is not red. It's definitely not green. It's not yellow. This cell is in its own little wonderland, but it might or might not join this cell in its own wonderland, or this could be green or whatever. Let's see. Ranks points out green also needs to find a friend in a 1. So where is that coming from? Green's never making it low enough over here to get a 1, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Green's never getting a 1 from over here. So the green 1, yeah, and green can't get a 1. Could green take this cell? Maybe green could sneak a 1 here. Can green sneak a 1 here? The 2 is over here in this box. It's worth pointing out. And the 43 can't have a 2. Because it's part of a 15 cage, and it sees a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4 SPQ. So if it was any bigger, it would break the 15 cage. Okay, so the 1 is either here or it's here. And either way, I see every place that this red cage could get a 1. Okay, so that's beautiful. And thank you, chat, for seeing this for me. 8 and some hours in, I definitely would not have seen this. But I was speculating, okay, maybe this has a 1 in it, but it can't. Because there's no place it could get a 1 without stopping the green cage from getting a 1 at all. And so that means this is a 5, and this is an 8, and this is a 9, and this is a 2. And that's the last red cell. Okay, and so now this 3 has to continue, and so it has to grab a 2 here, and it can be a little dorky 2 cage. Okay. So that is, again, huge, because now that's not a 2. Now... let's see. Okay, so there's a 4 up here somewhere. Let's see. Green needs to get a 5. Where is green going to get a 5? I guess green could get a 5 here, or green could get a 5 here, right? Isn't this the furthest green can go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this is the furthest green can go. Box 3, row 2. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, this has to be green, of course, because... Yep, I agree. This has to be green, because green has to be 1 block. Okay. So there's a 5 down here now somewhere. Let's see. Can the 5 go with the 8? Only if it's a 5-3, I suppose. And so now we get to play the same game, Alima sees this, with the 5. Where does the 5 go in green? Well, there's only 2 places. They're here and here. Sorry, they're there and there. But that means this is never a 5, which means this is not a 1-cell 5 region. It's at least a 2-cell 5 region. And you can't have a more than 2-cell 5 region. So this is a 2-cell 5 region, which means the 10 region can't be a 2-cell 10 region. So the 10 region has to be at least a 3-cell region. And if it has to be at least a 3-cell region, the 10 region... because the 10 region is definitely going to touch the 5. There's no way the 10... Actually, is that a possible orientation? Maybe it's possible the 10 cage doesn't touch the 5 cage. Ugh, that's annoying. That's the worst. Yeah, rabble. You're getting a circle, so I can feel productive. The 5 can't be vertical. Yeah, the 5 can't be vertical. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. For Fillomino logic reasons. This just doesn't work. Because now what am I doing with these two cells up here? I either make two ones or a two, both of which are broken. So I can't do that. So the 5 definitely does touch the 10. So the 5 is in 2. And as pointed out, the 5 is not in 2 this way. The 5 is in 2 this way. And so I can go ahead and continue our tradition of making 2-cell cages purple. Bloop, 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 bloop. Go ahead and bloop bloop the 5 cage. And now the 10 cage has to be in at least 3. The 10 cage definitely takes at least these 2 cells. We'll go ahead and give it those 2 cells. And the 10 cage can't be... The 10 cage has to be in exactly 3. Because if the 10 cage was in 4, it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would put too many 1, 2, 3, 4s in this box. So this 10 cage is in exactly 3. But I don't think we immediately know if the 10 cage is in 3 grabbing this cell or the 10 cage is in 3 grabbing this cell. Okay, but the 10 cage is in 3, so more progress has been made. Let's see. This 14 cage now certainly has to come down. However many cells it's going to come down. I don't know what good that is immediately going to do me, but it's got to do me something, right? Let's see. And yeah, there's no problem with making this an isolated cell or that an isolated cell, because so is there some reason I can't make both of these green? It would really be nice if I could not make both of these green for some reason. But I don't think I know what that reason would be. Let's see. 4, 4, yeah, one of these two's a 4. Because I would like green to have to turn this corner, but I don't see why it has to. Okay, so this 7... okay. Yep. Completely right. Vebi sees it. If both of these were green, where would these 2 cells go in box 2? They wouldn't. QED. These are not both green. Perfect. So therefore, that's green. And now I know green ends here. Because green now is going to have 8 cells once I connect these 2. Whichever way I connect them. Oh, I might as well fill in that there's a 2 down here somewhere. And it's not there even. Actually, the 2 is over here. Okay, this is very interesting in the context of this 8 clue. Because now if the 8 clue... maybe not. Okay. 14 clue must go down again. Why can it not be 6, 8? I believe you probably are right, but I don't see why this can't be 14 and 2. Oh, yes. Fillomino rules. Thank you. I will eventually remember the rules of the puzzle. Maybe, possibly. Yep. Yep, so it can't be 2 cells because it touches a 2-cell region. For exactly the same reason the 10 cage can't be 2. It's got to take one of these two, but we don't know which. Let's see. If the 10 took this cell, we would know this was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple, and we would know these were a 6, 7, 8, 9. Is there a problem with any of that? Unfortunately, not that I see. Let's see. These are pretty big, though. These are at least as big as 3 and 4. So what can this be? This can be 3, 5, 6, 7, 9. This can be 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. And so these sum to at least 7. So this is at most 7. But I don't think that's a problem. Okay, so people are talking about how the 45 cage needs to take the 2 over here, which is interesting. Because do we have all the 2s? We don't have all the 2s, but we have all the 2s that are in a universe that the 45 cage should possibly take. And the 45 cage needs every possible digit. So the 45 cage has to take this cell exactly. And so the only way it can do that is this way, right? So all of these are part of the 45 cage. Gonna make this purple and de-purple these for the moment. And that's a 2. Okay. Now, this can't possibly be a 4. Because if this were a 4 and it wanted to be part of an 8, it couldn't go 4, 4. Could go over yellow. Oh, no. Maybe that's right. It still needs to take this, but yeah, maybe it goes... Sorry, maybe it goes around like this. That was why I was doing it. Yeah, maybe it does that kind of loopy-ditty. Oh, but that's going to break my argument that this can't be 4, isn't it? So if this is a 4, I would need to go with a 1 and a 3. Yeah, this 8 can't be a 4. Because where am I going to get the 1? Because if this 8 wants to have a 4, then it's going to need a 1 and a 3 to go with it, and it just can't have them. So this is actually an 8 and 1. This is the 4. Let's see. The 2 is now stuck up here in this column, which because of our X-Wing means that's not a 2, so that's not a 3. I guess I also could have said because that's a 2, that's not a 2. Oh, could it be a 2-cell 8 region? Good question. Sorry. I do know this is the 4, because the 4 cannot go in the 8 cage. But you're right, I did not actually argue that this could not go, say, up like that. So this could be a 3-5. It could be a 3-5. Yep, it could be a 3-5. Completely correct. Okay. This still, though, is not 2, and hence this is not 3. This 10 cage... If the 10 cage doesn't have a 1 in it, it has to be 2, 3, 5 exactly. Which might prove interesting at some later date. Let's see. What's left in this column? Not too much. We still need a 1. 6, 7, and 9. This is not a 1. Unfortunately, I don't think I learned anything about those. Yeah, the 9 is not a 1-cell cage. We know that this continues out this way, but we don't know it's not the 45 cage, which is why I decolored it, because it looks to me like it could do something like that and be fine. The 2 in row 9, column 9 must go up. Ah, yes, perfect. Yes, this is part of a cage that is part of the 45 cage, so it must go up to escape. Okay. What about this 9? If it wants to be a 9 in 2 cells, it can't be a 9 in 3 cells, because if it wants to be a 9 in 3 cells without 2, 4, it'd have to be 1, 3, 5 exactly. Actually, yeah, and I can't get to 3, 1, 5. I could go 3 here, 1 here, but then I can't put a 5 anywhere. So this 9 is not in 3. If it's in 2, it could be 1, 8 or 3, 6 in some order. I think those are the only possibilities. Okay. The 1 in box 8 has to be in the blue. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, the 1 in box 8 has to be in the blue 10 region. Sorry. I'd completely forgotten about this, but the way we know one of these is a 1 is one of them joins this 10. So the 9, if it's in 2, has to be 3, 6. Thank you to those of you who are patiently reminding me of things that I should know. Let's see. Do, 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 do. Let's see. Don't think I know a whole lot about this row. Okay, if the 9 cage is a single cell, Ranks asks, what happens to the cage above it? Or the cell above it. So the cell above it could be a 1 and then join the 10 cage. And then we've got various things happening here. Yeah, I would like to say something like this 8 cage can't be a 5, but I don't think I can. Yeah, the 10 cage is definitely a size 3 cage. As we have proven that. This is puzzle number 4. So I think with overtime, we're going to have finished 4. Provided that I don't fall asleep before finishing this puzzle. Yeah, so the 10 cage is definitely a 3-cell cage. We agree with that. We wish we knew what was in it. And whether it took that cell or that cell. Okay. No, I don't know anything about that. Okay. What else can we learn out of life? if okay, so if this is a 3 plus 5, then Carl asks, where is the 45 cage getting its 3 from? And it would have to be getting it from box 5, right? Oh no, it could even get it from over here, couldn't it? It's actually interesting to ask how much the 45 cage can come over here. I guess the 45 cage can come over here a fair bit if it is so inclined. The 7 in box 9 can't be 3 cell. Yeah, this is either 1 cell or 2 cell. Of course, if it's 2 cell, then the 8 is 1 cell. Do we know how big the 14 cage is? I do not know how big the 14 cage is. Though all 3 of these digits are at least as big as 3. So the only way it could get to... Oh, sorry, no, it's... No, a 14 cage doesn't even need a 1. Although the fact that nothing in it is... None of these 3 are a 1 or a 2 suggests to me that it's probably not too big. Okay, so if the 45 cage goes around yellow, so that is if the 45 cage does that, Josh says, it must take row 5, column 7. Which breaks row 6, column 6. Wait, why does it have to take row 5, column 7? Okay, so the... Right, okay, so... Wow, okay, yes. So, if purple does this, then what color is this cell? Well, this cell can't be part of the 6 cage. Sorry, it can't be part of a 1 cell cage because it's next to a 1 cell cage. Can't be part of a 2 cell cage because it's part of a 2 cell cage. Can't be part of the 14 cell or the 14 cage because that would make it a 5 cell cage. So the only thing that this could be would be that it's part of the 45 cage. And so now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it. That's the entire 45 cage. And now row 6, column 6 is broken. This 9 has been isolated. Wow. Okay. So that is a very nice find. So the 45 cage cannot wrap around like that. So the 45 cage actually has to connect directly through here to get to its 2 that it's awaiting patiently. So the 45 cage does that, which means this really is an 8. For whatever that's worth. Wait. Oh, I think we could do something similar with the 14 cage. So... that might affect the 5. So, like, if the 14 cage goes down, does that break column 9? Is that what we're looking at, Tall Cat? Yeah, the 14 cage certainly can't have an 8 or a 9, because that would make it too big. Because I know the other digits in it already at least add up to 7. So, like, 3, 4, 7 would be possible. So, what if we try to extend the 14 cage 1 more cell? So if we try and extend it in this column, I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I now have 6 cells that add up to 20 or less. So that's not going to work. So the 14 cage never can extend down because that would give me 6 cells in the column that add up to 20 or less, and 6 cells always add up to at least 21. So I'm at least willing to draw this line. So now what if it goes this way? And so if the 14 goes this way, it doesn't have a 1 in it or a 2. And that's a problem because 1 and 2 are now locked out of every cell in it. And so that means, yes, the 14 cage does indeed only have 3 cells. Because if we tried to make 14 and 4 without 1 or 2, we would have to be at least 3, 4, 5, 6, which I will leave as an exercise to the reader, is too big. Okay, so this 14 is here. And so now if we try to, now Ranks points out, if we try to avoid the 3, now this is minimum 4, 5, 6, which is too big. So this does have a 3, so that's not a 3, which means this is a 1-4 pair. Gorgeous. So that's not a 1. Okay. That all seems positive. Let's see. Yeah, so this has a 3. 3 also points down. So one of these is a 3. Is this a 3? Could this be a 3? I don't see why we couldn't do 3, 4 going up like that. 4 is placed in row 1, column 6. Ah, yes, gotcha. Gotcha, so that's a 4. Okay. So that's cool. Okay, so now the 4 is placed over here in this box. So now, yeah, so there's a 4 over here still. Yeah, green needs a 4. Where is it going to get it? It's not getting it from this box. It's not getting it from this cell. So green needs to take this 4. Because green needs every digit but 2. And that actually finishes green. And now that finishes the 10 cage. Because the 10 cage now has to do that. And the 10 cage now has to be 2, 3, 5. Because it doesn't have a 1 in it. And that one I actually knew. But thank you to those of you who are telling me cage stuff. This is not a 4, by the way, because there's a 4 in the box and a 4 in the row, and every other reason it's not 4. This is a 6 or a 7, so I think actually these can't be 7. Yeah, these can't be 7 anymore, because a 6 or a 7 and a 7 is already way too big. In fact, actually, a 6 or a 7 and a 6 is still too big, because that would be 13. Yeah, so that's not a 6 either. So these are from 3, 4, 5. That's 6 or 7. Okay, that 2 looks up there. That 3 looks up there. So that is a 5. Those are not 5. That 2 looks up there. So that's a 3. That's a 2. So that gives me digits galore. Let's see. What are these cells? We've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9. As previously noted, that's not an 8. Not super helpful. One of these is an 8. Okay, that is helpful. One of these is an 8. So the 8 is placed there in this box. Gives us a digit. The 5 is looking... the 5 looks down at orange. Okay, so 3, 4, and 7 to make the number. Okay, perfect. That 4 looks back up and sees the 1 and the 4. These aren't 7 anymore. How about that? So, what are these? These are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Surely one of these can't be a 3. Maybe not. Okay, this column, well, that's not a 1 anymore. This column, got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in here. Not immediately useful. What about this row? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is, yeah, not immediately useful. 6 and 9 from row 1, column 5. Ah, yeah, because, okay, so perfect. So this is a 6, 8, 9 triple. And so, as Panthera notes beautifully, I already have a 6, 8, and 9 now in green. So this is not a 6 or a 9, and this is not a 6 or a 9. In fact, I might as well just fill in what these are. These are from 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And I can do lots of eliminations. Like, that's not a 3 or a 7, just from the column, or a 5. So that's the 1, in fact, just from the column. That's the 7. So this is not a 1 or a 7. It is a 3 or a 5. But this is a 5, so that's a 3, just by ping-ponging around the cage. So this 5 now goes ahead and eliminates 5 from all of these cells. This 3 places a 3 here. These are a 6, 8, 9. Triple to finish the box. That one's not an 8. So one of these two is an 8. Which means that the 8 in this box is up here, except the 8 in blue is definitely in this column. So in fact, actually, the 8 is here. Oh, no, sorry. The 8 is in one of these two places. The 8 could be in this, this lone cell. Sorry, I got excited. Let's see. So what are these 3 digits? These 3 digits are... well, I know that one's a 2, so let's just go ahead and fill that in and make my life a little bit easier. These are... A 3 isn't... No, not a 3. There's a 5 and a 7 is what they are. And so these digits are 6, 8, 9. About which I know, I think, basically nothing other than that the 8 is definitely not here. This completes the blue 10. It does complete the blue 10. Beautiful. Okay, so the blue 10 now has to finish here with a 1, because the 1 can't go there anymore. And so we get to do zoop, 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 like that. Exactly as we drew it up. This is not a 7 anymore. Let's see. So... what's left in this column? In this column, we have 2, 4. We still need a 5, and a 7, and an 8. Well, that's not an 8. We still need over here. We still need a 3, a 6, and a 9. Oh, you're kidding me. That's awful. We still don't know what this stupid 9 is. Oh, no. The 9 can't go vertically. Oh, but it could be 3, 6 horizontally, couldn't it? It could be 3, 6 horizontally. But that means this isn't a 9. Because if this was a 9, I would put the 3, 6 vertically. Okay, this being a 9 breaks the 9 clue. So this is a 6, which means that's a 9. That's gorgeous, which means that's not a 9 and that's not a 9. These aren't 6. These are, in fact, a 3, 9 pair. So now, now this is a single cell cage regardless of how this goes, because this can't join up with the thing below it. But now, if this is a 9, now if this is a 3, I have a single cell cage next to a single cell cage, so that can't be. So this actually has to be a 2-cell 9 cage. which means that this is now 3 and this is now 9 there. So that's a 6 and that's a 9. Okay, things are slowly coming together for the home team. Let's see. We're going to. We still need a 3. We need a 5. And a 7 and an 8. Well, these aren't 8. Let's see. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 5. Let's see. I don't think I know anything about that one, actually. That 8 cage. This 8 cage? Let's see. This 8 cage. Okay, let's look at this 8 cage, sorry. I would not blame you if you thought I was being a smartass, but I actually wasn't in that instance. Okay, what happens to this 8 cage? Well, it either contains an 8. Good. Or it contains a 5 and a 3. Less good, because there's nowhere to put the 3, so that's not a 5. Or it contains a 7 and a 1, which does work because I could put the 7 there and the 1 there. So this is actually only a 7 or an 8. Let's see. Okay, what is left in this row? We still need a 1. Let's see. We've got a 2. We've got a 3. We need a 4, 5, 6. We got a 7, 8, 9. Okay. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. This is not a 4. So that just is the 4 for the row. So that's good. This is not a 1 either, because there's a 1 in the box and the column and everywhere else. This isn't a 5, because there's a 5 in the column. Let's see. I don't think I have any formal witticisms about this one. We'll have to wait on that. Okay, so we've got all our 4s. Okay, Tall Cat has said something true. Oh, if the 7 is 7-1, doesn't that break the 7 cage? Probably. Oh, wait, if this is 7-1. Okay, so if this is 7-1, it would have to go 7-1 like that. And now what's this? It's not... Couldn't it be 6 and then 1? No, this can't be a 6. I should probably think about that. What can this actually be? This cell can actually only be... Could be a 1. 2... 3, can't be 4, 5, could be 6, and it could be 7. But this being a 3 would need a 4 there. That's not going to work. This being or a 4 here, which is also not going to work. So this is actually never a 3. So this is either a 1, 6, or it's a 7. And so because of that, this can't be 1, 7, because if this is 1, 7, it breaks every way of making this 7 cage work. So this is an 8. Thank you, Tall Cat. Bloop, bloop. So, oops, sorry, I was not trying to put a circle around you. I'm sure you are perfectly on the up and up cell. Okay, and so that gives us a 5, 7 pair in the row here. So that's a 3. Yellow can't be a 6. There's a 6 in the box. Oh, how about that? You find the strangest things when chat tells you them. This is not a 5 or a 7. Or a 3. This is an 8. Okay. What's left in this row? This row has... Oh, this needs to be purple, by the way. Okay, this row has a 5 and a 7 and a 9 left to place in the row. I don't think I know anything about that yet. The 45 cage needs a 4, saith Franksk. And we have all the 4s. And all but one of the 4s seems to have a color. So this has to be the purple 4. I'm going to regret making this purple, aren't I? I'm going to make it gray. Okay. Uh, let's see. And it can't take row 9, column 6. Ah, yeah, because if purple takes this cell, then because of this being a 1 cage, it would also have to take this cell. And that would break because then I would have too many 5/7s in my purple cage. So this cell is lopped off. It is not purple, and so therefore this cell is purple. And my purple now has both 5 and 7. And so the desirable digits from my purple are a 1, a 5, no, sorry, a 1, an 8, and a 9. So that has to be the 8, right? There's no other 8s that could plausibly possibly get this. And so that means the 45 cage actually needs to finish up like that, I want to say. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Okay. Okay, if this is a 1, then that's a 7. If this is a 1, then that's a 6. Okay, we're going to do this trick again to say those two are definitely connected. Oh, I have not done the 45 cage yet. I haven't put a 1 in it, as chat points out. Still needs a 1. Where is it getting its 1? It could get its 1 from here or here. But that's super interesting because both of those cells see this cell, which tell me this cell is a 7. It's not a 1 because one of these two is a purple 1. I don't know which yet. So that's a 5. That's a 7. That's a 5. You can get a circle. Not an X, a circle. So these are not 5. That is a 7-9 pair, which means this is a 6 now. So that's a 9. So these are not 6. So these two are what? They are a 3 and a 5, right? And so they have to go like that, 3 and 5. People want me to finish box 9 by filling in that that's a 1, I believe. If I understand the finish box 1 chanting correctly. Sorry, box 9. So now that does mean this is a 1. So both of our fantasies are of 1s turned out to be 1s. Now these two cells are a 3, which we know where it goes. The 3 goes there. And a 6, which goes there. Have I done this entire day without having error checking on? I think I might have, which sounds disastrous. Okay, this 5 looks up and sees that's a 7 and that's a 5. That 7 looks down and sees that's a 9, that's a 7. That 7 comes down here and sees that's a 9, that's a 7. There's still a 5 in box 4. Like there? I think that's a 5. Let's see, what's missing from box 4? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's an 8. It goes there. Okay, this is not an 8 or a 9, so it's a 6. This is not a 6 or a 9, so it's an 8. This pair is a 5, 6, 7, 9. You may have noticed I'm just the wee bit dyslexic, so if I misread chat, I'm usually not being a dick. I'm usually just not successfully reading chat. Let's see. I do my best. Let's see. That 9 says that's a 7, and that 5 says that's a 6. And we still are not actually done. Don't let it trick you into thinking that we're done, because we have to do regions. So this one needs to be part of something. The 7 needs to be part of something. Remember, one of these two ones is a part of this cell, is a part of the 45 region. Where is 8 in yellow? Oh, I think we got the 8 in yellow. I think we are down to a... down to figuring out what's going on here. Okay, so here's the point, I think. What is happening with this 9? This 9 is not joining this click over here. And so this click... And let's see, what is the size of this click? This click could have size 2 if this click has size 3. So I think I see a combination that works. Negative constraint. What negative constraint? Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. This can't be... Sorry, there's a 3 over here. So this 9 can't join up with that. And it can't join up with both of... Sorry. Can't join up with both of these. It couldn't join up with that one. So the only possibility I think I see is that the 9 joins up with this one down here. And if these two 9s decide they want to form a 2-cell cage, then of course this 1 gets sucked into the 45, and this 7 gets sucked up there. A box is size 4, but I'm not making a box of size 4. So here's what I'm seeing. So I think there's... So I have to draw these because I can't see which of these works, or which of these doesn't work for some reason. Okay, so here's one possibility. That, and then this. Okay, and I think that works. Or the 9 stays by itself, which is, I think, what chat figured was going to work, and I don't see why it's not going to work. Wherein I put... so where do I put the 7 now? And that's where it all falls apart. Where do I put the 7? Yeah, so this does not work. Yep. So the way I had it before is correct. This 7 throws a fly in the ointment because this 7 now ends up... It can't be with the 9. Actually, could we make a 5-size region? No, we can't make a 5-size region because the 9 can't... the 9 can't join the 9. So this 7 really does break it, right? That this is not the solution. This is the solution. Let's see. That's purple. And then this... these are yellow. I think this has to be the solution, and I think the 7 is why. Oh yeah, neither one can be a single. That's the point. Okay. Ta-da! All right. Thank you, everyone who's joined me today. I greatly appreciate it. Phistomefel, if you're watching, thank you so much. I've greatly enjoyed doing all of these puzzles. I look forward to doing many more of your puzzles on stream in the future. But this has been a blast. Thank you, everyone who's been a part of making this stream so much fun for me. I've greatly enjoyed it, and I fully intend to keep doing it. And get your friends to subscribe, and we'll do something fun for 1,000 subscribers. If If you want to have me do a stream of your puzzles for 1,000 subscribers, make a name as a setter whose screen name rhymes with 1,000. But for now, I'd just like to thank the patrons one more time. I'll put up a screen with their names. And if you want to become a patron, you can go to patreon.com/Zetamath. But that's all for now. Have a wonderful night. Or day, or morning. Yes, you can become 1,000 Cat.